Goodbye.
After 2 weeks, there's now a very clear divide between the top and bottom teams in North America. The good teams stayed good, the struggling teams didn't improve much, and the entire league is split right down the middle. We have 2 undefeated teams left. Dark Zero walked all over M80 and Cloud9 with the best defenses in the league. Shopify Rebellion's wins were closer than they'd like, but they're only 1 point behind them. We also still have 2 winless teams. Cruelty came closer than ever to winning a map, but still couldn't get it done. And Envy are trying to stay competitive, but their inconsistency is getting the better of them. Orgas got their first win of the stage.
Xro with the ace in round 2.
Won at least 5 rounds in both games and clearly bettered their attacks, so they had a super productive week.
Oh boy. Goodbye.
What we're going to do is we're going to go into each game, we're going to learn as much as we can and just get better.
But M80 lost their first game of the stage. They blew their first true test, so they need to lock in again before they face another top team. 2 other teams had clean sweeps last week. Space Station took care of business against C9 and Envy as heavy favorites, and Oxygen almost blew 2 huge leads back-to-back. They still got all 6 points, but they'll need to be careful because their schedule only gets tougher from here. On the flip side, 2 other teams lost both games. The Cloud9 project didn't really pose a challenge for anybody, and Wildcard picked the wrong week to have both their new pickups bottom out on the stat sheets. Week 2 was kind of weird because NA Pro Play hasn't been this split between the top and the bottom half since 2019. And it's only been 2 weeks, but the round robin's almost halfway over. So someone's got to step up and beat Dark Zero.
Welcome back to the NAL, our 3rd week of play. I hope you guys have kept yourself entertained in the last days off, whether that was by watching some subpar Siege from the other regions, because we're obviously the better region, and I was not paid to say that.
Respect that.
You gotta be part of the propaganda at this point. I'm Ginny, joined with Fox and Lax, and it's been quite an interesting one so far on the NAL.
You know, it's funny because I thought during the beginning so far and where we're at now, I kind of thought to myself and spoke with some people, I was like, I just feel like we're such kind of a weak region right now because it's so top heavy, like, at least the game wise, but I'm so glad to see that Jacob talked about like 2019, it's been that it's taken this long for it to actually start to shape out of what it's looked like. And the biggest difference is obviously the top heavy versus the bottom.
I mean, it's been pretty split, but that being said, it makes me feel confident going into the next major events that NA is going to hopefully perform very well. I mean, we got some really strong contenders at the top. It's just the split of the bottom teams. You know, all of them are around three points. It's, you know, anybody's game when it comes to them.
Nah, crazy how the import is more secure in the fact that NA is going to do well than you guys. But either way, let's look at the standings in regards to what teams are actually at the top. Yeah, DZ, they are at the top, 12 points. But then you look at number 10, and that is Cruelty, and they're still sitting at 0. And it's like, at this point, it gets to a point, right, where you're like, what are you going to do?
Well, it gets to a point, you need a point. But the fact of the matter is you need 1 win and then you're already sitting in 6th place, which you want to find yourself in the top 6. So even if it is top heavy versus bottom, the fact is you just really need to just win like a couple games and you're kind of sitting pretty.
Yeah.
It's not like a huge gap in terms of trying to get to first, which this isn't going to happen.
I mean, I believe a big reason as to why the SAL in Brazil is so strong is because everybody can win on any given day, and it's always back and forth, and it's so competitive. And right now, we just find ourselves in a situation where our top 2 teams are kind of just dog-walking everybody. And then the bottom teams, it's just a struggle fest, even amongst themselves.
They're getting dog-walked.
Yeah, one day it's a win, one day it's a loss. You know, some days they keep it close in contention. Other days they get blown out 7-2. So, I mean, maybe a little bit more consistency from the bottom teams, but I'm pretty impressed. I'm pretty impressed to watch NA go on to future events and make us proud.
Gotta get there first.
Yeah, we gotta have to get to that point first. But when it comes to performance on the NAL, we also have a little bit of our own thing going on. The Fantasy League amongst casters, talent, whatever you want to call them. Lax doesn't want to talk about it because
Lax
he's
don't
super embarrassed. But we're gonna let Jesse take it anyway and explain why exactly Lax
Fake news.
messed up.
Fake news.
The NA Fantasy League is already halfway over, and as the summer begins, competition is starting to heat up. This week, both Fox and XR Troika tried to pick up Nafe, the only remaining free agent in the top 10. But with a better waiver priority, only X was successful and has dropped Epic in order to make room. Nafe isn't a huge fragger, but the captain of DZ is bottom 3 in deaths, meaning that as long as Dark Zero keep winning, Nafe is consistently earning a pretty high baseline of points. Don't feel too bad for Fox though, because his last pickup, Ashen, was Week 2's highest performing player and helped Fox jump all the way from second last to second on our leaderboard. Versus Cloud9, Ashen put up 10 kills and 3 entries, which was a solid day, but completely overshadowed by his game versus Envy, where Ashen posted a ridiculous 13 kills with just 2 deaths. Lynx maintains their spot in first and is getting even farther from the competition, growing their lead to almost 80 points over second place. Hanba remains the best player on Lynx's team, being the MVP in DZ's victory over Cloud9, but Benja was the real story of the week for Lynx, who put up 13 times the points that he had in Week 1, as SSG posted dominating wins over C9 and Envy. Despite a larger lead, Lynx isn't in the clear yet, and any of our other teams could close the gap if they can have a strong Week 3. Well, any of our teams except for Blacksuit, of course, who is now over 100 points behind second last place. That's it for Week 2. Check back next week for all the fantasy updates right here on the NAL.
All right, Lax, explain yourself.
Well, it's my Hispanic brethren. You know, I have faith. This is kind of like a turtle versus a rabbit situation.
Right,
You know,
right.
it's not over yet.
Right.
We still got a long way ahead. We're just focused on the marathon. We aren't focused on the sprint.
We're waiting for Skimsy to turn up. He's about to have a career week this week.
He is. That's what I'm hoping.
That's some EU level copium. I respect it. You know, you got to do what you got to do, but it's not looking good, bruv, because today's schedule, specifically when we're looking at some of these teams, it's rough. I mean, Cruelty is going up against M80. That's something that we're going to point out here in regards of how difficult it's going to be. But the match of the day is going to be C9 Envy.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Cruelty, does it ever really look not rough at the end of the day? I mean, what team would they go up against where you're like, yeah, Cruelty's about to come out on top? But I mean, Cloud9 Envy easily has to be the game of the day because they're so close in contention. Cloud9 sitting at 6 points. Envy has, I believe, 3. So if Envy wins, they could leapfrog over them for that 6th spot. It also looks dire for Cloud9 if they can't get that win against one of the bottom teams to be able to set that gap in between the top 5 to the bottom 5 even more. That would be a really scary game. So the pressure is on the line for both of these teams, and that's why it easily has to go the game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say. They're the closest to, and for Cloud9, this is just another way for you to bridge that gap to make it even further for the lower teams, and then for Envy to get some points. Because realistically, they need them just as bad. So for me, any one of these games, I'm really looking at the lower end to see if we can possibly see upsets.
Yeah, it's all underdogs right now for most of these games. So obviously, hopefully we can see some of the bottom teams upset as the top teams get a little bit more comfortable. I don't know if that's going to be the theory, but we can have some faith in the underdogs for sure.
Yeah, that's the first game that we're going to be seeing as well, is one of the underdogs, Orgas, going up against SSG. When we're looking at Orgas, they have their first win now under their belt, so they're able to get a couple of points, but SSG is ramping up. So this is really a reality check for both of them to an extent, mainly Orgas though.
Yeah, I mean, well, you looked at the stats, and it was like, yeah, they got the win, but it was 7th, 8th, 8th. So, I mean, we're really grasping at straws to, you know, really have faith.
You got to do what you got to do.
But it's a best one. Anything can happen. We've seen it more than enough in Siege.
It's going to come down to the map bans for me because SSG's been so blunt about what maps they want to go to, and so if Orgas, you know, doesn't play into that, that would be kind of depressing. Yeah,
the roster for Orgas specifically is something we touched upon quite a few times in regards of them trying to fill the gaps with the power of friendship, and that's not necessarily been working out.
Yeah, power friendship ain't working too great. Now, I do gotta say, they did find a win, which was important. We did talk about, you know, just for your own confidence, being able to find a win. Sure, if it was against Cruelty, win was a win at the end of the day. You want that. You want to feel good off that. Then you go into that next, yeah, exactly. Then you go into the next game versus Oxygen. Realistically, that was close. That really could have gone either way. Unfortunately, Oxygen walks away with it. But you would think that you'd want to be able to catch your breath, you know, reassure, reassess things that went wrong.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, You can't. There is no time. You are not going to catch your breath. Now you're going against the likes of SSG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Orgas hasn't really looked that phenomenal, even in their game against Cruelty, very disjointed, and we were hoping that we'd see better lights against OXG.
Yeah.
But honestly, same issues, different story.
Yeah, it's also the schedule when it comes to Orgas and the teams that they still have to play. Like, if you're looking at the fact that they've already dealt with DZ and Shopify, like, all right, you've done that. That's the hard work. But you still got SSG and C9.
Well, and that's the worrisome part, Jenny, is, you know, they have got through some of those hard games of SR and DZ, and I look at those in specific because that's like strategic aggression. That is a game where you really have to be on top of your game and be able to quickly adapt to a scenario just based off those playstyles. But now you're going against the likes of SSG, which is going to be straight in your face. They're not going to let you breathe. You need to be able to adapt and play into it. And so in some areas, sure, they could be able to be used to that because T2, it's pretty aggressive, it's in your face, but will they be able to find something now going against us?
Yeah, but if anything, it is SSG, and maybe, you know, they lose it a little bit and turn it into a ranky.
I mean, honestly, the confidence, the overconfidence, if there's a team that could get 2 out of their own, 2 off of the game plan, it would be SSG. I mean, they had an absolutely phenomenal week 2, but of course, it was a C9 Envy blowout, so you're going to expect SSG to be able to win those games. But it really feels like SSG is finally feeling comfortable. They're understanding the play style, especially players like Benja. We talked about it, reload entry issue. Okay, they fixed it. Ashen's now been firing on all cylinders. Then we go into the NAL. Benja was struggling on his new role. Phenomenal week 2 from Benja, finally feeling comfortable. The map picks that SSG is going for, the game plan mentality, it feels like everything is finally there, and that's exactly what we saw in week 2 when it came down to what maps they were going to, how they wanted to play. Those are baby steps for SSG. That's what we wanted to see, so everything is looking good. Now, the biggest decider from year 1 last year of why they were so inconsistent into this year was obviously their attacking and their defending, specifically their defending, and you can see there's been a huge improvement since picking up Newers. Their defenses have been locked down, and that's what we wanted to see. They're the 3rd best defending team. Attacks still consistent as ever. One of the most aggressive attacking teams, very sporadic, different from the top 2 attacking teams that play a little bit more methodical, go for picks. SSG has a really good understanding of how they want to go about it, but the defenses since getting Newers has been so impactful on being able to play off of each other. We've been seeing so much more cohesion and trade-focused gameplay from their defenses, so now that aggression is not just on Ashen's shoulders. Now they have Benja and Newers to be able to play off of that over-aggression that he brings on defense.
Yeah, which I think it's important because game day reps are going to be the most important thing, especially when you're changing your style, you're putting people into different positions. As much as you scrim, as much as that might play a factor into it, it's the game day reps. And obviously seeing from week 1 versus week 2, that is a significant difference. And as long as they can continue to show that consistency, and especially for Benja to kind of be that linchpin player that he needs to be stepping into this new role, it's really going to be a positive outcome for SSG, just as long as we see that, even going into a game like this where you could realistically say they let their foot off the gas.
Yeah, but it feels like consistency specifically is maybe like a little bit of a curse when it comes to teams here in the NAL. We've seen teams like Shopify struggle against lower ranked teams. We've seen Orgas been able to take away a game when, if anything, coming into the season, we said, oh, Orgas most likely is going to be the one at the bottom of the leaderboard, but it's Cruelty that's the case. So coming into this game today, when we're looking at the aggression that SSG is throwing at them, and then the fact that Orgas can maybe get a little lost in the sauce, this could be a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we said, it always comes down to the map bans for me. SSG has been very vocal of what they like to play. Consulate, Cafe, Border. Very small maps. Obviously, it's a best of 1. You have 4 bans. You can get rid of the big X factors. But I really want to be able to see Orgas take it to a map that is bigger or that we haven't seen SSG be contested on. And that would be a good testament to Orgas kind of becoming more veterans in the Siege. We've seen that, we've talked about that they're all kind of rookies. So the mentality of being a veteran team is what we need to see, especially in these map bans.
No, SSG is doing a good job getting rid of that layer where they did find that success. They are removing the big maps, but ending on a big map. So this is exactly what we both were talking about, what you just said. We want to see a bigger map out of them. But interesting enough, I did talk to Fens just prior to the game, trying to get his head where everything is at. He also is their best player, by the way, on the roster. And I was asking him, you know, what's your biggest takeaway since joining T1 to T2? And his biggest takeaway, what he said is, in T2, you can just roam around, get away with whatever you want. As long as you can outgun your opponent, you're fine. You don't need to think about anything. But in T1, he says you get punished so much just doing that it really does revolve around team play. And now you're playing a map like Bank that is heavily revolved around team play. But not just that, you're going to be going against that aggressive where you need to be a better fragger than the players on SSG, because as we know, they are going to meet you with nothing but aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the maps that we talked about, Consulate, Cafe, Border, instantly Orgas taking it off the board. Going to a map like Bank, I agree. SSG is really going to be down your throat, in your face on their attacks, taking control of positions fast. I really want to see Orgas put up some walls up front.
Yes.
You can't just roam aimlessly. You have to be able to stall and then fall back to site. If we can see an Orgas consistently stall SSG, make it back to site without losing those opening picks, honestly, I would say that's huge improvement from Orgas that we haven't seen yet. So that's what I'm going to be looking forward to going into Bank.
Yeah, but it also brings the question if the time that Orgas has had off is enough time to actually be able to make some of these changes and the improvements, because it is, back-to-back play days, and yeah, they have next week, but they got to step up today. But when it comes to the predictions, I also kind of want to discuss this because you said specifically that it depends on the maps.
Yeah.
And we're now seeing a bigger map. Does that sway your decision, or are you going to be sticking with the fact that SSG is most likely?
Yeah, SSG is still going to be the one in the driver's seat. I mean, they're third in the standings right now. I don't expect them to lose. It's going to be their game to lose. So if anything, this matchup will be a testament to SSG because it's the first time we've seen them on a big map. We'll have to see how this new roster, the new style of play that they're bringing, can affect and roamingly clear with enough time, be able to stall out on defense. So I'm excited to see the difference in play style that hopefully will come from SSG.
Again, and the beauty of the bottom half, everyone's relatively close to each other. So the fact of the matter is, even if they do lose here, if they can keep taking away and then apply that into their next game, that can really be a big motivator just to get a few more points, like I said, to secure themselves in the top 6. So for me, I definitely think SSG does take this. But as you were saying, I want to see something from LFO to be able to stall out SSG's attacks and slowly start piggybacking off of that until they need to force their hand where they need it to be forced.
Yeah, I mean, they want to be in the top 6 because they want to make it to playoffs, but we've already had a little bit of a look at the standings specifically, and it's not looking that great because yes, you need to win a couple of games to be able to qualify into that, but we've already looked at their schedule, and that's still, you still have to play C9, you're now playing SSG. Realistically, are those teams going to give you points to be able to move up in the ranking?
I mean, you're never sure, but at the end of the day, overtime games, give you a point. Every little bit matters. Going to a map like Bank absolutely can bring it through, and Orgas has kept it very close. Even all of their games, besides their first 2 against Shopify and DZ, it has been very close, specifically against OXG. So if they can still keep it close on a map like Bank, everything's kind of in their favor to have it a lot closer than we'd expect.
All right, well, it does feel like this is SSG's game to lose, so whether or not Orgas is going to be able to throw a little bit of a spanner in the work, we're ready to find out as we're heading into the first game of today with Lynx and Xtroika.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Now, this is not Orglas' first outing on Bank Ollie, but the last time they played it was at the beginning of the stage against Shopify, a team that is quite good at keeping things simple. Now they're playing it against SSG, a team that can do anything but.
A team that love to make things complicated and can honestly look like one of the best teams in the world and one of the worst teams in the world on the same day and sometimes on the same map. We're really confused as to what we're going to expect with SSG at the moment, aren't we? It's one of those situations where we look at them and they have really good performances against some of the bottom teams inside of the league, which is to be expected. And then other times, struggling against Wildcard, struggling a little bit in a couple of rounds last week against Cloud9. The Envy game, it was fairly straightforward, but again, there was some glaring holes in that we were discussing at the time. It just does beg a little bit of a question, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the question it really raises is, of course, there's something Fox talked about, which is what Orgas are we going to see, but also what SSG are we going to see? On a map like Bank, it is very large, and as the desk very rightly pointed out, a large map could be where SSG struggles, and one of the reasons it is, SSG can make a good game plan. Keep to it, toward the end of the round, that's where the overcomplication starts entering the fray, and Bank might be attacker-sided, it might be difficult to defend, but if you struggle to get a coherent game plan on attack, there's a lot of map control you need to secure to mount an effective offense. And if the defense can throw up obstacles in your way, or you could struggle to get your hands around in the first place, SG could struggle on the attacking side. But in the past 6 months, it's the defenses that have been their problem. In about 6 plays or so, they have rarely got more than 2 rounds on the defense. And they're currently on a 4-game losing streak on it, with the defense being the primary weak side that they have. So even if their attacks go great, if Orglas actually surprise us, and they have a really good handle on how to roam clear, how to take control, or if we see the SSG we did see in that wildcard game, hopping out of consulate windows when they don't need to, swinging when they don't need to. In a best of one, Orgas have plenty of ways in.
Yeah, I think something that really is going to go into SSG's favor in this matchup is their entries. They're currently third in the league for entries. They've got a 57% entry rate. LFO, on the flip side, only 44. So you're going to be looking toward those entry engagements with a keen eye, and you're going to be looking at players like Benja as to how that entry engagement is going to go. Players like Ashen, are they going to be getting themselves in there and converting on those entries? Because Bank, whilst it's a big map, whilst it's a map that has got plenty of opportunity for both sides, obviously depending on the bans, it really hinges on having bodies in the right spaces. And this is one of the things you tend to find on bigger maps, is that certain key positions become even more important. And if you've not got somebody over there watching the flank on blue, or you've not got someone on main, it can be quite a difficult task. And that's really where I think both these two teams are going to struggle.
Or you've got somebody where if the round is starting to go awry, somebody that can't chance it on a 50-50 in Janitor when they're attacking CEO, can't maybe push Garage late round to try to relieve some pressure on the site. Those positions too on attack can make things very, very difficult. A lot of confidence in SSG going into this first game of the day against Orgas. 91% believing that the veteran talent, the longtime North American team Space Station Gaming, can show up against Orgas inside of Bank as the bans start coming through. I would not be shocked, as I was about to say, we see the defense, or the attack, take their sights on one of two kinds of bans, either tackling the extension or the site hold. With Castle going down and now Mira going down, obviously Ollie, Mira has some applications on CCTV and lockers, but Orgas very weary of the potential roam game from SSG and wanting to take out tools that allow them to extend to the first and second floor.
And the attacker bans as well, pretty brutal. You know, Hibana and an ace. Obviously, the Hibana, that's who you're going to be looking for those hatches. That is the hatch opening operator. Obviously, you've got Maverick and you've got other ways and means of doing it. And Bino is actually going to switch onto a Maverick for the, at least for the start of this prep phase. There's potential for him to switch off, but what's your second option going to be? Especially when you know there's a danger now that something like a Cade could be up as well. Obviously, Space Station not choosing to run that, instead going for a little bit more of that soak. The Clash being, the Castle being banned, it forces other things into the fray, doesn't it? It forces things like an Aruni, and in this case, a Clash as well.
Something else that I think is worth mentioning and could also, I mean, Mira is a very strong operator in general. I mean, think of that Mira window on the basement site. It's standard for a reason. You basically can't thermite that wall. There's actually something I saw Fett talking about last week. If Mira's left up when you have a Hibana and an Ace ban, your only options, as you said, are Thermite and Maverick. And mapping that wall takes a long time, and the Thermite, depending on where that Mira window is placed, might not even really be able to destroy the wall all that effectively. So when you're attacking on Bank and you see the potential for Hibana Ace ban, taking out that Mira is a necessity because a server plant might be completely foreclosed as an option if Mira is left on the board, just because of the way that Exothermic interacts with the Black Mirror Black Mirror placed in that door. But obviously, not going to happen, as Orgas did take the Mirror off board. And as we're 30 seconds in, see a Blackbeard coming out quite quickly, and him sitting above stock. Ollie, I think we know where he wants to move in from.
Drone at his feet, and he's going to start working through that top floor. We can see on the outlines here that there is going to be nobody home on the side of Space Station. They're not choosing to extend, and obviously with that Castle band, it makes holding on to open area a lot more difficult. Blackbeard, as such, isn't really going to come up against any obstacle. And to be honest, it's probably a good job, because Bino is going to have to spend quite a lot of time opening up these hatches. Maverick, whilst is perfectly capable of opening up the hatches, it does take a long time. The secondary hard breach utility as well is going to be crucial. And I would imagine that we see that main lobby hatch getting opened up as well. No attention at the moment inside of server. But as we've already mentioned, with the Maverick ban, you kind of forced into other... Sorry, with the Thermite ban, you kind of forced into other avenues. And I think Orgas are going to use this time quite rightly to give themselves a lot of options.
Yeah, when you bring that Thermite, you obviously aren't telegraphing to Orgas or to Space Station necessarily, unless they see it. You're certainly telegraphing to us that you're really thinking about that CCTV plant, because you're limiting a lot of your vertical options. You could have brought hard breach charges and some different primary utility. If you're bringing the exothermics, you want that big hole in the wall. You want to be able to go for that server default. But since we don't see it, and as we can see from what Orgas are doing, most of the hatches are open. 2 hard breach charges used by Eddie. A Rooney Gate burned. Fens will now put the next one on the server hatch. This is where Fultz was playing on that Clash earlier, but Given it's still a 5v5, I imagine he's backed off, and frankly, I'm getting really worried. How effective have these shock drones been? How effective have these nades been? Have they actually cleared any of the utility in sight?
That's the danger, isn't it? There's going to be a lot of those Vulcan canisters available. Obviously, you've got the Clash and the Shield as well to contend with. We just saw Fultz placing that down there. He's going to be hanging around this main stair area. He should be pretty safe here, to be honest. He can provide really good cover right now, and a lot's going to come down to this execute. Eddie throws in Sense Gadget, and that is going to block off the line of sight, but with the smoke just stunning things out in only 20 seconds, I don't really see a way for Orgas through here.
No, it seems like round one's going to result in a pretty quiet death for Orgas. 5v5, now only 5v4. Opening kill acquired by Newers with 14 seconds remaining, and Orgas feed themselves one by one to the myriad of angles held by Space Station. Held, might I add, since the beginning of the round. I have to say, Ollie, pretty disappointed. We saw Orgas move in and take control of stock within 30 seconds. When it came to actually assaulting the site afterwards, we didn't see anything until that haphazard execute with 15 seconds remaining.
Did Benja leave Vault?
I don't know.
think he did.
I think that man had his sights trained on Vault for 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Some serious patience right there.
That's what
This is what we were
for.
talking about with SSG. They can be that patient team and play arguably what was a textbook round of Siege. They knew that they didn't need to roam too much. They had plenty of little mini games upstairs that the attackers were forced to play with. They had to burn some smokes. They had to burn some throwables, get those hatches open, disable the Aruni gates. It was all part of the greater plan. When you look at that clock and you see 20 seconds, 5 versus 5, and there's still a clash up, it's GG. Like it's going to take a miracle for something to happen there, because there are only a couple of ways that you can get in. And SSG, they had a body to watch every single one of the angles. Whichever hatch drop it was, whichever doorway it was being watched.
If we were worried about SSG overcomplicating things, if those are the kinds of rounds we're going to see on the defense, Orgas are not going to have... They're going to have their work cut out for them, pretty much. They're not going to be given as many easy openings. They're not going to be given as many chances that SSG will open up for them to allow a way into these attacks. They might cede control, but of the stuff they're going to hold, they're not going to swing when they don't need to. They're not going to move when they don't need to. Now, I will say, Ollie, it's pretty easy to do that on a basement site. What's really hard is to do it on a site like CEO, where not only holding the site in the exterior positions, basically run right into the attack. You're right up against the attackers on rappel. You're right up against the guy holding stock. And potentially the key tool in SSG's arsenal, if they want to try to maintain that disciplined playstyle, is going to be the Sazami.
Absolutely. And it's even easier to do it on a basement where both primary hard breaches, should I say, are going to be banned out. Obviously, you still got a thermite, but it isn't the very same. The site, you don't really need the hard breach. Yeah, it's nice to open up long, and it's nice to open up next to elevator, but the rappel is where a lot of this action is going to go down. And you can see there, Ashen just getting tempted for a little bit of pressure on the window, maybe even a bit of a jump out here if the time is right. Knows that there's a couple of players out there, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for it. Instead, just gets a super skinny angle onto Kixrow and can get himself into that rotate and replace his Kiba.
This, honestly, to me, the way Ashen is playing this is even better an example of the kind of SSG we're going to see today. Ashen was one of the players when I was talking about on Consulate, hopping out of windows when he didn't need to. He had the option right there, and if he had hopped out, he probably would have killed that Grim. Instead, he plays it safe, is moving the Kibas to allow himself to aggress onto those windows, but instead takes that narrow angle, waits for the opportunity to present itself, doesn't force it when he doesn't need to. And his patience is rewarded. He takes out the Grim, such an important operator, and now is drawing even more attention. He's backed off from CEO. He's hanging out in Marble in a position where he can't get shot from below. That Deimos that's tracking him can't shoot him through the floor. Ashen has been such a good player this round, and quite a disciplined player. Somebody who I wasn't quite sure we'd get that from today.
Stall out is pretty serious as well from Orgas right now. Still not really with any sort of main control, and Ashen going to pick himself up yet another.
Oh my god.
Kills are just going to continue to flood. This is a bloodbath. I'm not even sure that Orgas have made it into the building successfully yet.
I literally think one guy walked in ATM. I genuinely think that's the only guy. We saw him opening up the door and moving in. I actually think one Orgas attacker walked into the building. The rest have been challenged on rappel. The rest have, again, just like round one, fallen to angles held by SSG since the beginning of the round, since the moment they felt they needed to. SSG have held powerful positions, but passive angles and waited for Orgas to peak, waited for an opening. This round is done and dusted. It's going to be 2-0 SSG. And we were worried that maybe they wouldn't be able to break that 2-round threshold that has been a ceiling on their defenses the past 6 to 8 months. They've just hit it and basically only lost 1 body in 2 rounds.
Seems like a different level of patience coming out here from
Zen-like
SSG
almost.
tonight. They are just... It's almost as if they've been told, do not move. Like, if we're going to win the round, we're not going to give them a single exit frag. We're not going to give them a single kill that doesn't count. It doesn't matter if we win the round. We're just going to break them mentally in the first few, and then the rest of the game's almost just going to do itself, because they are giving nothing away. I'm not even sure that Fultz got to use his Toxic Babe canisters. I remember glancing down and seeing he still had a full 3. It didn't even come down to it. Like, there was just no point. Oh, it was Benja, sorry, on the smoke in that last round. But okay, so we got one guy into the top of square.
And he was down. That's it.
Maybe and down. Maybe
actually,
a guy
wait,
in
no,
ATM.
that guy was downed by a different person. He just finished off that kill. He had 3 before that. He didn't even shoot that guy. Benji didn't even shoot anybody. To be fair, though, he didn't shoot anybody, but he is 3-0 so far. Obviously, limited sample size, but after last week, a lot of SSG players got a much-needed boost in the stats, and Benjo is one of the only people not to get a substantial benefit from it. Going into today's playday, every single SSG player had above a 100 EPS, except Benjo, who was still down at 91, not in the, or down in the 35-30 area, whereas everyone else has more than, and well then, breached the top 20. So Benja is a player that we have been looking to show up a little bit more, especially given his reputation. Still MVP of SI, though now obviously 2 years, a long time ago in esports. But still somebody that, if he is doing well, it's probably because SSG are just laying back, playing it safe, and Benja actually gets a lot of action on the site for once.
It's nice as well because it isn't reliant on SSG doing well and Benja doing well anymore either. It's more of a well-rounded sort of arrangement that they've got going on.
I mean, everyone's got 2 or 3 kills, as well-rounded as you can get.
It's going to be difficult again. Orgas, it's a big worry this because they're going for a very similar lineup. Obviously, they brought the Ram this time, which is going to help them to open up that floor, but they've not got a good plan for dealing with Ashen right now. They're just trying to do exactly the same things, and it isn't going to work. Ashen knows the angles that he's going to be vulnerable to. My biggest worry would be somebody swinging onto him. Now, Benja is going to fall first there. Fens, he's going to be in position to take him out, and that's going to be the first time that we see Orgas with an advantage going into the first half of the round.
All right, there we go. Not only an advantage, but widen further. It's taken almost half the round, but Orgas' patient game paid off. Honestly, you know what the ironic thing is, Ollie? Maybe Ashen could have afforded to move there. Maybe he could have afforded to chance it on a rotation a little bit, especially with Kanto wall fully reinforced, but he tries to stick it out a little bit too long, and it's been a flawless game for SSG so far, but 5-1 as these kills have just dropped piecemeal, 1 at a time, into a flawless victory for Orgas. As at the end of round 3, we finally have a ball game.
We literally said it in the opening credits of this game. SSG, they can look like the best team in the world and the worst team in the world on the same day in the same game. Now, it's not to say that they look like the worst team in the world that last round in round 3, but what went on? Because Orgas didn't really do anything too differently. SSG were looking to hold in a very similar way to what they were successful in round number 2. And it was just over peaks, over swinging. Benja, not sure where he died. He died in and around square, maybe in
first floor square
maybe
on
sort of
blue. I think
blue, like it looks that sort of area. Yeah, so he's maybe got done from a skylight. It's maybe a bit of a chance kill. But then for Ashen to fall as well, you just start thinking to yourself, what happened there? Credit to Orgas for being able to attack that, but I don't see how that's repeatable. And SSG with the Azami really should be able to hold down that top floor a lot better. They're going to be going down to the basement again this time, so we can all the SSG fans, should I say, can breathe a sigh of relief because it looked very good on this side. Now, the biggest change that I can see coming into it is we've actually got a Tubarão being brought. No Clash, but Tubarão and the Cade. It is going to make opening those hatches a lot more difficult, and maybe that's what they're going to sort of rely on this time for that delay.
And not only is that going to just be important in general whenever you see those kinds of operators come into play on a defensive side, but is also SSG perfectly reading into the flaws that Orgas had. No Tubarão Cade was present, and they still executed with 15 seconds remaining. 2 minutes and 45 seconds pass with nobody even shooting at each other in a first-person shooter in Rainbow Six Siege. And SSG have seen that and said, oh, well, we gave you a mini game to play on the hatches with the Aruni gates. Now, there's no game. You don't get to play. You can clear the electric claws and the Zoto canisters, but it's not like a little quirky, oh, throw a projectile and burn it. No, you're going to have to work pretty damn hard to open up these hatches now, because we see how long you took when things were better for you.
To add on to that, SSG have gone for a little bit of phantom pressure upstairs as well. They've got a couple of hatches open. There's a nice line that Ashen's got right now. Just shows a bit of patience. Did see Kixrow just trying to burst open that barricade the way that Blackbeard can. Ashen was holding the angle, and I don't know if he had a chance, but he didn't give the game away. And he can, of course, still choose to rotate down those main stairs if he needs, but this is priceless time wasting right now from SSG. With Ashen still upstairs, he is eventually going to drop. Now, the two barrel's great if you've got a hatch to throw it on, but there isn't a hatch to throw it on there inside of open anymore. We can see Benja, he's going to drop himself in that elevator hatch as well. So some of the work here has already been done for Orgas, and that could affect things.
It could, but you really got to commend SSG there. I mean, really frame-perfect retreat on the roam. Ashen leaving, just as I saw him looking over towards that printer window, I was like, he should probably leave right now, and he does. Benja literally leaving right as the Blackbeard turns the corner, squeezing as much time out of that roam as possible. And now, Orgas still have the Zoto canisters. They still have the electric claws, and the very same Vulcan packs and smoke canisters that messed them up before. We see them popped earlier. I actually don't even think we saw that one pop that we just saw explode. I don't think we saw it popped in round one. But one electric claw, excuse me, one shock drone is nabbed by Space Station. This is looking like another really low time execute, Ollie, unless Orgas have something vastly different to show us in the final minute.
You know, we'll get that hatch open. That is going to allow a drop into gold, but Benja is going to have his sights trained on that position. We've got Fultz in on the main stairs. J90 starts to deploy these Toxic Babe canisters, and Kixrow, well, there's nothing really that you can do about that right now. Still 3 Nitro cells in pocket as well, so even if you're guessing at a plant spot, even if it isn't a default spot, you've got a very good chance of getting it. And it's looking like it's going to be another execute with very little time remaining. Again, in that 5 versus 5.
In the 5 versus 5, you just really cannot give a single criticism to the way SSG are playing this right now. So patient, so expertly crafted. The Warden brought in round 4 after seeing the sends, seeing the smokes in round 1. Ashen will fall, but it's only Eddie to cover this defuse plant. And J90 walks right under the hatch to do away with Orgas' chances at another attack.
I'll be honest, I was expecting it to be a little bit cleaner there. That looked a little bit scrappy. There was a lot going on in the final 5 seconds of that, and you're just waiting to see who's going to come out round winner. SSG played it great, very patient, nice little extension on the roam this time. Again, they're very hamstrung because the castle's been banned. It's not like you can hold open for a really long time. And if you're going to play inside of open with a hatch open, then you've really got to get the most out of that. You can't be giving that ground up and just giving a hatch free to the attackers. I think that Ashen did a fantastic job along with Benja of playing that roam game and just having that little bit of presence upstairs to slow things down for Orgas, because it was quite slow. 15 seconds as we can see these replays coming in, and there's still 8 people alive at that point. Plant was attempted, but it was never really going to go off. We can see there on the screen J90 and Newers, but you've still got Benja. He was just at the back of main stairs there, so he was still, you know, going to be the difference maker. He was going to be the winner if both of those 2 players fell. As it stands, SSG lead 3 rounds to 1.
And I think we can give some credit to Orgas. I mean, the opening kill happened at 22 seconds instead of 15. That's 7. But in all fairness, they were at least down on the server floor trying to go for a plant soon around the 30-second mark. But when you're facing a utility setup like that, you got to be burning utility much, much earlier than that. And lockers won't be a factor anymore. SSG have won it twice. Hopefully they can try and learn something from it and move it to the CEO side, as we are going to have a lot more utility again. Zoto canisters and smoke canisters being the 2 big ones. Surprising, I have to say, Ollie, dropping the Azami. Despite how well it works, Space Station feeling they can only get 1 round of that Orgas might have an adaptation for it. So they'll drop it completely, and instead we see the Solus, Fultz, normally the one to wield this operator, all the way down in the basement.
I think it's strange. I think the Azami's a good pick and something that you're going to want to try and play, but maybe thinking that Orgas are just going to bring the DMRs and rip through it. I mean, that's kind of what they've done, right? They've got 2 DMRs, so the Azami barricades, they're not going to last for as long, but it's still a risk to swing, to hit it. I mean, I think the time that it buys and certainly the position that Ashen's then allowed to play is priceless. Eddie with a snipe off the rip there is going to rip J90's head clean off. That was the Warden that we saw pinged out on drones earlier on. It's a good drone that's still giving a lot of information away.
Yeah, it's found 2 people now. Not only the Warden inside of office, but also, you know the smoke is around Janitor, and you know that Benja is likely going to be playing either that position or playing aggressive on the Janitor door. So really, really good find. Really good constant information to have right there. Ooh, Ashen running around main lobby. Fultz has now walked upstairs, helped the teammate, made it a 4v4. That's the Dokeby taken down 2. Looking for a run out here. As Orgas are starting to move in a bit of a tricky position. They want to go for that execute, and they are finding these kills. But whenever the attack is at that setup, whenever they're about to transition into that site take, they can be particularly vulnerable. But Orgas not leaving anything to chance. They have so much time waiting, or remaining at 1:10 seconds left. But oh, kick throw! He avails himself to the angle by Benja, and there's another one. Bino with the diffuser. Aiming for a solo clear of Fultz. He spotted them, but this could be so risky. A 50-50 gunfight, nobody to trade him. If he doesn't come away with this could be the round for Space Station. Fultz isn't even getting away aggressively. Smoke comes in on the door. Bino takes his shot, but again, with nobody to support, all he's done is seed the diffuser to Fultz.
Ben just won the round there. Orgas should have had the presence of mind to rush the site when they had a 4 versus 2 advantage. As it stands, they're still chasing. And Fultz is just going to clean up from ATMs. He's got info on the last as well. Shouldn't really have even ever got to this point. SSG were really looking down and out there, and Fultz was going for a bit of a Hail Mary, to be honest, in that ATMs area, because it's a big 50-50 as to whether you're actually going to see anyone and even then come away with the kill.
4K.
Fultz going to secure his 4th there. Big round. Fultz might have got 4 kills, but for me, it was Benja that sealed the deal. He got that player on rappel. Fultz was really badly pinned into ATMs there. And if Orgas have had a little bit more coordination about him and a bit more sort of urgency, and if they'd have known, I mean, they had the sight drone, so they should have known what was going on. They knew that there was a player in ATMs. Yeah. They had the sight drone inside a meeting room. Just, you know, someone's off site. Push the site. It's 4 versus 2.
Well, and not only is it 4 versus 2, the person you saw is the Solus. So obviously you're thinking, oh, we can't just let that guy stay out in the wild. Like, that guy could deny the plant. Fultz could easily walk from ATMs into archives and deny the plant from below. And I think that's absolutely right. But it's also a 4v2 effectively on site. One guy down below. You could easily try to go for rappel, one guy with the diffuser, one guy covering him inside, one guy on the rappel, and then you send one guy up ATMs to try to take down Fultz as he's distracted looking upstairs. You might be guaranteed a 3v2 at that point. So I do think it is maybe missing the forest for the trees a little bit from Orgas, seeing a very real problem and trying to validly create a solution for it, but going about it in a way that ended up just giving a 1v1 to Fultz, who he's been a very, very strong player in North America for almost 6 years now. He's going to win a fight like that, especially when he knows you're coming.
I think he won 3. He won 3 1 versus 1s.
And
one of them was one of them was baiting the hell out of Ashen, which was great.
Ollie, you know what? You know what we can say? That's the first time we've seen SSG go for like a pretty big, risky gamble. And in almost a 3v5 like that, that's the exact time to make that kind of play. The one time you've seen them do it, it was really well thought out. And the exact time you should make a gamble.
No, it was calculated as well, and I think they were all in for the gamble as well, because Fultz was being supported at the same time, so it worked out really nicely. 4-1 right now for Space Station. Going to be taking us on a little tour right now. Very different lineup we're seeing. I don't think we've seen any of these ops before, apart from maybe the Clash in round number 1, but we've got things like Ephemeria, we've got Elysium. We're really starting to try and get into the nitty-gritty and slow these players down quite a lot for this mid-floor site. Benja going to be rolling around on the Oryx as well, so someone really to keep an eye out on there for any sort of late round rotates. Now, Orgas have seen a little bit of success in the early part of the round, but it feels as though SSG are wising up to their tricks, because at the moment they look a little bit one-dimensional. It's another round that's starting with them repelling into CEO upstairs.
Ooh, another one. Kickstar will get that engagement, but there's another player up top. Ashen was here on Legion, but he's playing pretty further back, and yeah, now he's fallen back to open area. So not trying to overstay his welcome. Contrast that with how Ashen was playing the CEO position when they were defending open area. Ashen was right up inside his CEO as a zombie for a good portion of the round, then only started to back off once Orgas had already set up angles on him. This time, he was at the back line more closer to Marble Stairs since the beginning. He was feigning that pressure, getting Orgas to look at him, then backing off. While Newers goes down, he does get the Blackbeard. That is a fantastic one-for-one trade since all of Newers' intel is down. And with Ashen getting out alive, playing that CEO position a lot more passive, a lot more impactfully, really strong early round from SSG. Really good setup for this execute.
So the floor's starting to get ripped open now by the boogie drones, but there's no real value to being inside of the site at the moment for SSG. It's much better if they hang in the periphery. That's exactly where they're going to be. Fultz got a great position right now. Walls reinforced. He's got the elevators behind him if he needs to try and drop him. Maybe even a hatch open, and he's got some support on those main stairs. Can just peek out, grab a little bit of information. Once again, we're seeing this sort of late round stall out from Orgas. They've got all that vertical control, but there's nothing that they can do with it. Ashen going to take one out, and well, 3 versus 3 with 20 seconds, the kills will start to fly.
Oh, the kills will start to fly. What I was going to say, Eddie set up for that backstab. That's what we needed to see from Orgas. Something different, something to break that stalemate. Janano will find one. That's the play where opened everything for Orgas. And they're both pushing from ATMs. He can win this. They're lining up for him. He's found one. Can peek around, wait for the second. No, just waste time. There's nothing Kixrow can do. What a play from J90. Isolate the 1v1, isolate the next, and win on time to secure 5 rounds on defense.
The thing I really like about watching J90 play is that whenever he gets a big play like that, he's always just smiling. He's always
cheesing.
so he can't hide it. There's no like playing cool and just like, yeah, another day at the office. He's buzzing to get it yet again. And I can only imagine that that's the team gassing him up for making that play. Cold as ice in the clutch there, and he had some great information. He knew that both players were coming from a single doorway. And if Orgas have had another 20, 30 seconds on the clock at that time, it would have been an entirely different round. They could have really manipulated and worked that 2 versus 1 together. But as it stands, they just had no time left. And that was really the story of their attacks. And I think one of the reasons why SSG was more than happy to play Bank here tonight, knowing that Orgas was going to struggle a little bit with that clock.
Not only knowing that they were going to struggle with the clock, but also fully prepared to show us that, hey, we can play disciplined. In fact, we can rival some of the most stalwart teams on defense. The one time on open area defense where maybe somebody pushed a little too far or overstayed their welcome, that was an aberration. You're going to see literally Buddhist-level patience from us. We are going to be so chill, you're not going to believe it. And I didn't for a little bit. I was like, surely this isn't the SSG I know. But the utility, always there. The aggression, always extremely calculated, and also oftentimes the last resort option. SSG more than willing to win a round on time and patience than taking the fight to them, and that is the card, or a card that we've not really seen from them, and also for this to be the first time they have got more than 4 rounds on the defense in the past 9 months of playing this map, the exact kind of play style to do it, and exactly against the kind of team too.
Well, the sides swapped. The bans have changed a little bit. We've had a clash ban as opposed to the castle. But now is the time. Ashen on the blitz, but Benja on the glass as well. So there's going to be plenty of Overwatch here. There's actually a double shield strat going right now. It's going to allow Space Station to very quickly take a lot of this map control and almost ignore some of this utility. I mean, the FNAT's gone off, but Ashen's already through it. Is he tempted for a drop? He's going to continue to clear the way for his team. I mean, that's one way of taking a lot of map control in 40 seconds.
I mean, can you believe that? Think of where we were in an Orgas attack at this point. Maybe they'd be in the building, but they would just be getting in the building. SSG have just done a bank full clear in 40 seconds. I feel like I'm watching that 92 Dream Team game from like the 2019 SI quals. Just somehow everyone's pushed back. There's a blitz in play too. I mean, honestly, just beyond insanity that they have been able to take that much map control that early on. You wish maybe Orgas could have stayed a little bit longer. It was a really good setup for SSG, but so much pressure now being put on this blue stairs, theoretically and physically. 2 players up top, 2 on the bottom. Eddie's completely by himself. He swings around, downs Benja, but Folt's taking up so much attention. He just manages to get back alive. The fact that he's not taken a single bit of damage there is beyond impressive and beyond insanity.
How has he been able to make that run? That was ridiculous.
Oh, we're planting.
Okay, so the plant's going to start going down
This
now,
is
and
so
it's being
smart.
covered by Ashen with a pistol. In and amongst the chaos, SSG are just going to fully capitalize right now, and they've got 2 shields and Vert for the post plant.
I mean, sure, it's a 4v5, but God, I don't know how you lose this if you're SSG. Monty acting as the mirror window. Ashen can cause chaos on the blitz still. You've got full vert control. You've even got a B from J9O if you want to cover that diffuser. Allow somebody to play back. They're starting to line up for Newers. A lot of HP to get that first kill. Lined up head level for the second, but Kicks are able to land the shot quicker. Consistent disadvantage widened further by SSG. But look at the time. Only 5 seconds remaining. Smoke's going out. Bolts has an angle on this position. Will run forth with the utilities there. It's clean, and Ashen in the middle of a maelstrom on the bottom floor. Almost a second remaining, but just enough time for Bino to land the counter diffuse and win an incredibly hectic round 1 on defense.
We talk about Hail Mary rounds. That was really one of them right there. SSG choosing to get the plant down in the man disadvantage. Given everything that they had, it was a really good play because they had lost the opening pick, they still had 2 shields, and they had vert control. But let's rewind to something that we were speaking about at the start of this playday. Bank is a very big map. If you haven't got somebody that's able to sit and watch those main stairs and keep control of the open area hatches, then you are going to struggle. You need to have that flank watched. And as soon as Newers loses that second engagement, there's not a lot that can happen. The whole plan really starts to fail because the shields can start to get zoned off. And because the plan went down so quickly, there was still a ton of utility for Orgas to use. They still had smokes. They still had ability to deny a little bit of space and time. So on one hand, credit for SSG. I think they did a great job in clearing the map. And, you know, it was a ballsy play to get the plant down. But in hindsight, Orgas reacted really well. There was no overreaction. And I think that that's something that's going to stand them in good stead.
No, the 2 biggest things in my mind that cost SSG were things that you can't necessarily foresee. I mean, like you said, not having a gun on the main stairs is rough, but you're sitting there watching that Monty play on blue. You're like, man, I really wish Ashen wasn't on blitz right now. I really wish he had an assault rifle to be able to, like, move to a different position. But how are you supposed to know if that'd be necessary when you pick the ops at the beginning of the round? Same with the smoke. You think that's such a good call to go for that? My screen is frozen. We good?
Oh, you just stopped talking entirely. I thought it was me.
No, I guess I just lagged out briefly, but we're chilling now. We're all good. I was stunned by you, petrified, mortified, stupefied by you. What movie is that from?
Shrek?
No.
Oh, I have no idea. I thought it sounded like something Donkey would say.
No, I actually don't. What movie is it from? I can't remember. Anyway, Eddie with the first kill. Clean little headshot on defaults just now. Losing your OSA on a CEO direct is not great, but big shock. Direct inside of the site. They secured 1 kill. Ashen hops back out. I have no idea what just happened. That's even with watching the game.
A little 1-for-1. Kicksrow can flick onto those yokai drones now. Newers does still have a couple of Candelas left as well, but with Fultz going down, the main focus, that shield and where those are going to be placed, I think there's one at the top of those square stairs, but I mean, that's only really just to hold a bit of a passive angle. It's not something that you're really looking to try and base a whole plan off. Big problem is going to be these Keybers. It was something that Orgas themselves really struggled to deal with, but Ashen's going to go for quite a direct approach right now.
Now you can see taking that long angle. Of course, there's a Warden in play on the defense. But Epic being real aggressive with that. Oh my god, look at this find from Benja. He's walked right in, but Epic, the foresight. That Kanto player definitely slacking a little bit, but you're glad Epic adds in that redundancy. Newer's now flying on in. Epic put to 1 HP as Janano puts this plant down. Another quick call by Space Station. Another flurry of kills between the 2 teams. Eddie on for 10 after that one. And now locked down in the 2v2. Eddie deep into sight. Inside of Janitor, the main player to contest with Newers in all likelihood. Ashen peppering a couple shots from Banana as he's worked his way up, worked his way deeper. No, actually the opposite side, hip fired, and he walks right into him. The mistake of the round, as it seems match point for Space Station is right within their grasp. Not a lot of utility for Bino, holding the angle, holding the aggressive line. All 5 for Ashen, all 5 for match point.
Some great opportunity spotting tonight from Space Station. I'm
Absolutely.
really happy with the way that they're playing. They are making some fantastic calls.
Ooh.
And it isn't... where we've seen Space Station lack a little bit previously, I've always thought, is that when plan A doesn't work, plans B, C, they're sometimes a little bit shaky. Sometimes they're just not very good. It kind of turns into every man for himself. Where they've done really well here tonight is they've done a great job of taking that first blow. So for that last round, for example, they lose Fultz, they lose the Ossa, and then all of a sudden, it's, right, we're going to play this, and there's no hesitation. It's straight in. I mean, it helps when Ashen hits 5 kills. That's always going to help when any player aces. But I think the decision-making and their ability to rally around each other as a team tonight, it's just been a little bit higher than we've seen usually.
And when it's failed, it's not because the initial plan didn't work. It's because of eventualities that are difficult to control when you're suddenly entering a world of probabilities. When you're deciding to hit a quick execute with Monty on basement, you probably have everything going for you to get that plant down, and you were correct, but that's like, oh, wait. Oh, we didn't waste a lot of smokes, did we? We sacrificed clearing out that utility to gain the time advantage that we did use effectively. And sometimes you don't calculate all the options, sometimes you just don't see all of it, but there, as you said, it's a bit hectic. These attacks definitely have been a bit Space Station-y in that they're not perfect, they are not completely flawless. But as you said, that moment-to-moment calling, recognizing opportunities, it's not that they're winning the round at 80% margins, but both of those calls felt like they could be won at a 50 to 50 or 51 to 55%. And even if it's narrow, it could still be a victory.
Now, interesting, we kind of glossed over the timeout. Was it a Space Station timeout? Because that was the icon that was on the screen. Which
I believe, I would assume that was an Orgas timeout because they're down 4 rounds.
I would assume as well. But either way, it's not unusual to see a timeout just before the conclusion of the round. I guess the question for Orgas is, why didn't you call it a bit sooner? This was kind of telegraphed as to how it was going to play out. It was actually an SSG timeout, so they just wanted to compose themselves ahead of this last round just in case they lose the next 4. I mean stranger things have happened, but really...
To be fair, they lose 2 opening duels. They especially lose an important piece in the attack like Folds. I think there is good reason to talk about it, especially because both rounds were pivots to plan B or C. My call probably like, hey, so what if we gave plan A a shot?
I've got a crazy idea. It's called Plan A. Plan A in this instance is going to be an oldie but a goldie. Trying to walk a Monty into cafeteria. Often relies on having blue pressure, having top of square pressure, and having something going on inside of tellers and archives. Kixrow currently going to be inside of archives. He's going to be the point man really for Orgas on this defense. A lot depends on how long he sticks around for. J90 playing on that Nomad, he can secure his own flank, and alongside of the Lion Scan, it seems as though SSG are going to have a pretty good stranglehold on a lot of these defenders and the positions that they occupy.
I mean, just such a different trend from Orgas. I mean, SSG have been unrelenting on this pressure at every single point. Oh, there we go. Okay. I thought there were no holes in that wall for a second, but the F-Naut was occluding my vision too. Smoke goes out as SSG have now taken complete control of the Archives position, but as Ashen hops in, loses his life. 3 opening picks in a row for Orgas, 3 in a row particularly for Eddie on this defensive side, putting Orgas up that 5v4 and forcing, he is the player forcing SSG to pivot to plan B. As losing that glass, they wanted to smoke that door, have him sit in the smoke and cover. But now J90 losing his life on the back line. Again, Eddie on a tear this game, 12 and 5. And while Fultz has made it into the site, look at how separate he is from the team. But he's just whipped out the pistol, taking the kill behind him. And he's still massacring SSG's back line. And Newers has it all to do. Watching the back, Fultz somehow going to get this plant down. With the smoke out of position, he can't use his Toxic Babes to deny the plant. And neither Bino nor Epic in a position to hold that long angle. A must-win fight for Newers against a big pop-off player. It's instead Fultz to remove the smoke, the terror, the menace from the board. And in another 2v2. They were able to close it out last time, but with the wraparound, Newer's able to put it into a 1v1. A potential layup for Fultz, but on such low HP. If Epic just spots those feet for 1 second, he might be able to get the kill. But Fultz trying to draw him away from that diffuser. Try and put as much time on the clock, not only into the rotation, but as little time remaining for Epic to even have a chance. The kill comes through as we move beyond the pale. Another 7-2 for SSG.
Epic there, just going to try and soften the blow with a couple of exit frags, but SSG have played that last round very well indeed. They had no business winning that one. Man disadvantage, but somehow, some way, Fultz gets the all-important kill onto the Azami. If you're not able to open up quad wall, it makes it very difficult to attack open areas through that double door, because as we saw, an Azami can just tuck on in. A lights out game there from SSG. I think there are some things that they're going to want to go away and work on, particularly that opening death statistic, but it really didn't slow them down on the night. Still coming away with a very dominant 7-2 win on Bank, which, to be honest, was a map that we had a little bit of a question mark about. We're going to hit to a break. Let's see what our desk has to say when we get back.
A 7-2 dominant performance from SSG going up against Orgas. I mean, coming into this, we said there was a world. There was hope if Orgas did X, Y, and Z. But SSG came out of the gate swinging and didn't even give them the opportunity to be able to do that.
Yeah, it was expected. We knew how aggressive SSG was going to play. I was actually more impressed that they took a timeout after their first round that they did end up bringing back when Ashton ended up getting that ace, because it just goes to show that they know that they weren't perfect. They know where they went wrong, and sure, they didn't need to take the timeout, but they still took the timeout, which just shows me that not only are they showing respect to the other team, but also to themselves to just be like, we can be better. And this is the SSG that we've talked about of being hot and cold. I think they're making the right strides of being more hot.
Yeah, and the blacklight detail is going to be going to that final round, which I think only further highlights the discipline that we're seeing from SSG.
Yeah, no, SSG played it phenomenally in that last round. I mean, the 2vx situation that they're in to be able to focus on going for the execute. I mean, before they even get this diffuse down, Fultz jumps in, gets an angle with the Monty to get the first pick.
What?
Look at this blunder right here. I mean, obviously, you never know what's going to be on the other side of the wall, but just peeking out with the C4, I mean, maybe should have taken a second, and then Fultz just needs to buy the time. He's just slowly falling back. I was looking at this and I was saying, oh, maybe Fultz is going to have to go for a gunfight, but he plays it so smart because he's just worried about the time. Even at the end, even when he could easily go for an ego 1v1 challenge, he just focuses on winning that round. Obviously, Epic's going to get his little nice 2K for the celebration, but loses the game indefinitely. But I really want to say, like, Fultz's shield play right there was beautiful. The coverage, I believe that was Newer's on the line. The coverage was amazing too. But at the start, they didn't show it. But when Fultz walked in, he's slowly viewing everything inside of Kitchen, tries to get an isolation on the guy on the mute hiding in the corner. It was so smart. Well done from start to finish.
Yeah, SSG walk away with the win, so that also means that we have them ready for an interview. Another congratulations in point this time around. Another win on the board, starting off the week incredibly strong. How was it preparing for this game? Because you're going up against Orgas, which is a team that hasn't necessarily been doing that well. Was there anything specific that you just prepared for, or was just another game, another opponent?
I mean, we kind of just did what we do for every other team and just had a good week of preparation, like just hard, intense practice, and yeah, executed.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, also nice 1v3. I believe that was round 4 where you ran back in. Obviously, when you're in a situation like that and you're the last one, just tell the viewers what it's like. What are the comms like from your teammates? What do you feel in that moment? Is there much thinking involved, or are you just playing?
I mean, my heart's definitely going, but my teammates do a good job at like keeping the comms calm and everything. And yeah, I just try to play it the best I can and shoot the enemy.
Hey, you did pretty good.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, J9, congrats on the win. I want to ask you, you guys took a timeout. You guys were up. You guys brought that round back. I believe it was the round Ashton ends up getting that clutch. I kind of want to know, what was the timeout for and what was being said?
I mean, Call-Out was kind of just getting us back on the rails. It wasn't really the best round from us. And yeah, he had a couple niche things to say, but I'm not going to get too much into it.
Not even a little bit? You aren't even going to give me something to go off of? You're going to give the audience a little piece?
I'm going to get ripped up by Call-Out.
Okay.
Okay, well, nice try, Lex. I respect it.
Yeah. Good try.
You gotta do what you gotta do. All right, well, thank you so much for...
You can't let him go just yet.
What? You want more?
There's skins out. He hasn't even said anything about buying their skin. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Buy the new Mira skin. It's the best one.
That's all you got?
That's it?
Yeah, you really sold me.
All right, you know...
SSG, grab me. I'll sell it for you.
Nah, you should be getting a cut of those
That's what I'm saying.
But either way, I'm actually going to let you go before this gets any worse. Thank you so much for your time for the interview. Congrats once again. Who knows? We might speak to you again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. Lex, the salesman you are.
Speak to him tomorrow. I'm speaking to the org. I mean, we're going to make something happen either way.
Yeah, let me get a free skin, SSG. Send me one, please. All right, guys, next game. Honestly, great performance from SSG. Phenomenal work. You know, we got another heater, C9 Envy coming up next. Take it away, Ginny.
I just want to say this.
No.
What?
Why is no one talking?
No, I want Lex to speak first.
Yeah, I was going to say, as much as they did lose, as much as LFL lost, I do want to praise Eddie, though. That looked like a far better performance out of him, and that's something that should be expected from a more experienced player. Like, he looked like he was really in those moments, reading the situations properly, not just giving up his life, not just giving up in the game. So really want to give my commiserations to Eddie for being a real threat to SSG and bringing the fight to them.
Good individual play from Eddie. The team was such a threat that they got 2 rounds. Honestly, I have nothing good to say about them. Really embarrassing performance, constantly getting picked one by one. The droning was so sloppy. Ashen was just tearing them apart in those opening kill department. A lot for them to work on. I would just say baby steps, focus on not dying first. Drone before you get into the building.
See, that's what I wanted before I was hyping up next game. I wanted to hear something about Orgas, so thanks both for doing that. But now we're actually ready to talk to you guys about the next game. It's going to be C9 going up against Envy. This is the game of the day. Hopefully not a 7-2 and maybe a little bit more close and competitive, so stick around because it's coming up after the break.
And dash together.
Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro.
There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
who is Dream? I'm just a chill guy from Wisconsin who maybe likes playing Siege a little bit too much.
Unwanted, his sidearm will have to come out. It's a flawless close.
I'm not the guy with the big ego. I really try and relate to people, and like, I'm just here to have a good time, and I want you guys to have a good time watching me too. I am living the dream, yeah.
Welcome back to the NAL, where we have C9 going up against Envy. Who is Dream? That is a great question, and he is actually on C9, so we're gonna have the opportunity to talk about him a little bit more, but also a former teammate.
Yeah, former teammate of ours. Dream, you know, Dream on Cloud9, get it? Because like when you dream, you're in the clouds.
Hey, he's just a chill
Really
guy.
good. Yeah, chill guy. Great teammate. Honestly, I would say so humble, one of the best teammates that I've ever had, just because he's always focused on winning. I'm really glad in this last year he's been able to find success, find a new team, be the leader of that team. Such a humble guy. So happy I pulled him off that Mirage roster to join our team way back when during the NAL. So, you know, fortunate for us.
Yeah, I mean, as much as, you know, he did find himself on a team, unfortunately, he hasn't really found the right team, I think, that truly is fitting his play style in terms of his former success. Definitely needs us.
Dream, again.
You
need
guys
us.
are retired, by the way.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, roster, Cloud9. The team that he actually is on hasn't really necessarily found a lot of success. But, however, when it comes to the fact that their schedule and what that looks like, it's also something that leaves a couple of question marks in regards to how strong it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, they're back on solid ground. Cloud9 can start to feel more comfortable in their matches because when you look right out the gate, I mean, Wildcard, obviously, they get their win. It was cool. It was great. They found some stride, but then immediately go against M80, go against Space Station, go against Dark Zero. Just back-to-back-to-back losses.
They should be able to beat these teams.
Right, so this is a situation. This is why this is the game of the day, because this is a situation now that C9 can be more comfortable, find their footing once again, and find more points and get more points on the board just to secure themselves at least top 6. But when we talk about confidence and when we're just talking about Dream is a player that me and you and just everyone across, we need to start seeing more from him, because what we've been seeing so far hasn't been that Dream that we saw back on Oxygen. Right now, he is actually currently rated the 2nd lowest player in the league. And now I don't want to focus too much on the stats side of things, because you have to look at it from a wide spectrum of reasons why Dream might not be finding success. And it really has to do with the simple fact is this team isn't finding success.
Yeah.
If you're playing that support player, you're playing that pivotal role that's going to allow you an entry into site, open up the walls, expose the enemy, you need to rely on your front line. You need to rely on Kobilax. You need to rely on Packer. And when all of those are failing, of course you're not going to be having the game of your life. Of course you're not statistically going to be the best player. And this is why I'm heavily emphasizing that they're back on solid ground, is because they have a lot easier games. So realistically, not only for the rest of Cloud9, even for Dream, they can actually start to find success and boost their stats going into these next
But if anything, that would also be like a little bit disappointing considering how C9 had done at Reload and considering what we expected of them coming into here. You'd expect them to be able to hang with the top dogs, so then to come into one of these these games where the teams are lower rated at the moment in the standings and only then start doing well, still brings a lot of questions in terms of how solid C9 actually is in the ecosystem. But they are going to be going up against Envy, and that is a team that coming in we had a lot of questions about, and we said, can they show up? Can they show us what they're capable of? Can they bring that tier 2 experience into tier 1 and come out of the gate swinging? And they haven't necessarily been able to do that.
Not yet, but we can't be upset at the natural growing pains that Envy's been going through. Honestly, there's been a lot of improvements. I have been impressed. We talked about at the start of the stage, the NAL, they have the most potential out of the teams that qualified throughout the T2 scene, and they've had good bones. I mean, they have a really good understanding of where the gaps are, where to take advantage of teams, and how to execute fundamentally. That's their biggest strength, is they really got the strategy behind it. They just need to be able to have a little bit more confidence when it comes to inside the game server against some of these bigger teams.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the biggest thing, is it is going to be a growing pain. We've talked about with all the new teams, it really is coming a live and learn situation. But the thing for me with Envy, they keep repeating the same mistakes. As much as we want to give them praise, as much as we want to say that, that should already be now instilled in their play. Now going into week 3, where you need these points. You desperately need these points. So if you can't find success today going against Cloud9, where you can definitely say they're an equal playing field, then it's, to me, I'm not going to be as confident going forward.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the mistakes, because something that we saw throughout week 1 and week 2 was over-peaking, sloppy plays due to overconfidence, especially against OXG. But what we saw against SSG was a different style of Envy. It was a scared Envy, honestly, and that's what I'm talking about, is gaining their confidence, because in rounds that they should be cleaning up, they're making aggressive decisions like this. For no reason should Rival as a smoke be pushed up. You're in a man advantage situation, and then your top floor flank player for pressure with 10 seconds left overextends. You have JJ Blast in the game-winning position. No reason for you to over push. And look at this. Where's Snake? Snake is hiding behind inside of Rice, just completely baiting his teammates. And yes, they did win that round, but this is time and time again, we see the scaredness affect them against these top teams. Envy gets the site taken away from them. And then look at the rest of Envy. They're just kind of walking around. There's no real game plan of how they're going to be able to retake into the site. Sloppiness from all fronts. They don't know where the rest of SSG is going to be. And it's just one round after the other. And then on the next round that we're going to see is they have a good understanding. They know that they want to be able to use this 2-on-1 situation against Ashen at the front door. But then for some reason, Emilio overswings before the C4 even comes out. He was supposed to be the information to call when Ashen walks through that front door, so the C4 can just clear him out. So they have a good idea, but we saw it against OXG, overconfidence. We see now underconfidence against SSG, making plays that don't need to be made. So Envy has the understanding of how to win these rounds. We just need to see them shake off any type of stress and focus and believe in the game plan, believe in the strategy that they have going into it, because it is fundamentally sound.
So maybe because week 1 we see overconfidence, week 2 we see underconfidence, and now it's gonna be like the perfect middle ground, right? It's gonna be balanced. They're gonna be going up against Cloud9. They're gonna find a good map pick. Lax, when it comes to maps, what are we looking at?
I really hope we actually might see a Chalet. I think it'd be a great counter for Envy to be able to have that VOD on top. No, okay, it's going to be Skyscraper. I mean, we have yet to see Skyscraper from both these teams. Obviously, especially for Envy, we've never seen how these players play on, where we have seen players like Cloud9 play on this map. This is a map that really is defender-sided, but if you can find some sort of success, at least 2 rounds on attacks, you realistically should win off of your defenses here. And basically what we've seen from Envy and what Fox is pointing out is they understand how they want to approach some rounds. It's just a matter of what that end round looks like and how they want to execute.
Yeah, but that's like saying scrim results matter, because like at the end of the day, like it comes to when you're actually on the server, on the game day, in a best of 1, which is a lot of different components that you're looking at, but they have to do it against Cloud9 on Skyscraper. It can't be potential, because potential is obviously not fulfilled.
No, not at all. And it's going to come down to big players that we talked about. I mean, we saw the reason Cloud9 won their only matchup against Wildcard was because of Packer. And I think Skyscraper falls into the same type of map as Chalet, where the lurkability is going to be the biggest factor that sets it aside, because the rest of Cloud9 doesn't really have those hungry go-getter entries that are going to be able to get those picks. And Envy is very sporadic, unpredictable. There's not much footage on them on their Skyscraper. So it's all going to come down to if C9 can get into those corners, find the picks, and abuse the fact that Envy is so sloppy or split up. But in my opinion, I feel like this is a perfect map for Envy to go to, because so unpredictable. There's so much talent that's untapped on this team. If they can start it off hot, get that confidence in those gunfights, a lot of these 1v1 situations will be taking place on Skyscraper. I would give the edge to Envy.
All right, if and potential, those are the 2 keywords that Fox is going for when it comes to actually going for that prediction against Envy. C9, however, they need to really show us what they're made of and whether or not they can hang in the NAL, not just with the top dogs, but also with the teams under them. We're ready to head into Skyscraper with Lynx and
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. We are going to Skyscraper, not only for the first time tonight, but for the first time in the NAL this stage. We've got Envy, we have got Cloud9. What are we to expect here tonight, Lynx?
Well, I do think while we did see a very disciplined game from SSG, I think this is going to be a little more, shall we say, scrappy of a game between Cloud9 and Envy, who've shown a lot of potential and also a lot of mistakes. And something the desk highlighted is Envy giving away a lot of picks. And I actually will differ from Fox. I don't think that kind of play style will favor Envy. I think it's going to favor C9 more, just because, in my opinion, pound for pound, bar for bar, C9 has better shooters. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. And I think if it's going to be a game of who's giving away too many fights, or the flip side, who's capitalizing on more advantages, I think Cloud9 might have the better players to actually win those fights when the opportunity is given to them. But of course, we'll see how that is. It also doesn't help that Cloud9 are starting out on the defense. They can run up the scoreboard pretty early on, potentially get a 4-2, 5-1 half, which is always difficult, even if you're going to a disadvantaged side. And as the ban phase transpires, Ollie, we've got a Grim ban. I'm hyped.
We have got a Grim ban.
I am hyped. It's like literally my favorite. One of my favorite things because of this new ban system is Grim actually gets banned now. Because before he's always like number 3. Now we're getting some Grim bans.
Is Grim number 3 though?
Attackers need to locate.
Well, I mean, think about it this way, right? Like, well, okay,
You've got number 1,
true.
2, and 3 all left. You've got a Monty, a Blitz, and a Ying.
That's true. I'll give you that. There's actually something Gabe and I have talked about is sometimes teams will like do a ban strategy that like only takes out one op from like the big play styles, like one shield, one execute op. And like you said, it's like, okay, I get it, but I could still run 2 shields. I could still run a Ying and a Capital.
10 seconds left.
The world is not enough when it comes to bans.
Yeah,
never
especially
gonna
in a
have
game like
enough.
Siege. You're never
enough.
gonna have enough.
I think we're all dying for it to just be like year 1, you know.
Ideally,
we're never going to get that many bans.
Ideally, I think the ban phase should take 15 minutes. We take off half the ops in the game. Anyway.
Banned it in a Clash ban. Now, the Clash is obviously worth talking about. Clash has got incredible power, and on a map that's already very defender-favoured, you don't really want to add into that too much, but it is going to leave a couple of other things open. Now, his army isn't being played yet, but his army is a bit of a mainstay here on Sky, so I expect to see some play time with that, but moving very quickly for the opening part of the round, but a C4 from Packer puts a very quick end to JJ Blast.
Yeah, that was a Pyrrhic victory from Packer right there, but able to detonate the C4 as he falls back. And it seems Envy has completely fallen out of sorts in round 1. A quick execute, a quick blitz into karaoke, and an even quicker exit from round 1.
Okay. 35 seconds was that?
Remember how...
we trying to set new world records?
In the SSG game, it took 2 minutes and 45 seconds for literally anything to happen in round 1?
We had 5 versus 5, 10 players alive, and there's 15 seconds on the clock. Yeah, that's not this. These two things are not the same. Did we even get into the... No, we didn't. The round didn't last a minute.
It actually was just a killing floor in Geisha.
It honestly lasted about 55 seconds. That isn't going to fly, Envy. You are going to have to come up with a little bit more than that. Skyscraper is, without doubt, one of the most technical maps in the game when it comes to attack, because there is just so much to deal with. There is so much information to grab. And whereas on some maps you can get away with just rushing in with a blitz, playing aggressively and playing off the back of your gun skill, Skyscraper isn't really one of those maps. It does play a little bit more tight. These pushes, they're far easier to defend from, just in the very nature, the very bricks and mortar of Sky. So we're going to have to see something else come from Envy, and they're going to be forced into showing it because, of course, we are changing bomb sites. We're going over to second choice site right now, Exhibition. But I think that Cloud9 are probably going to be somewhat happy with how that first round went. They're thinking, well, if that's what Envy are going to throw at us, we're happy to receive that, and we're happy to battle it back.
You're not going to be unhappy. I'll tell you that much. You're not going to be unhappy whatsoever. A little bit of an early aggression, a little bit of a jump out from C9. Nothing comes of it. No damage exchanged either way. Silent instead rotating over to Geisha. He actually was sitting in that exact doorway last time on T-Karaoke defense. Now he's on the opposite side of the map doing the same thing. I like this change from Envy. What I literally, as you were talking, Ali, I was like, let me go rewind. What was their setup that round? It was almost entirely on Geisha with one karaoke and with one over by the top black door. And what I was thinking to myself, man, a Deimos would have been really nice. Slightly to get him below, pressure those vertical angles, maybe cut off Packer down below on the bottom floor. And that's exactly what we have right here. And guess what? He's entering with Snake from the bottom floor on this clear. This is quite a heavy roam clear from Envy, and considering C9 have fallen back so quickly, the downside is you've spent a lot of time to clear nothing. And Ali, as anybody who watched Skyscraper know, but you and I know especially, the two big time sinks are trying to get past trying to get past Terrace and trying to get past Drum.
Yeah, you can essentially cut the top floor in half, and when you've got an Azami, Kobe Lax is going to be playing that. It gets even easier. A little deployable shield there for Dream to play behind. He is going to get droned out, and the shield will be destroyed. But look at what it does to the clock. Still a minute left to go, and only now we're starting to see some okay-ish control. There's still a bit of uncertainty downstairs. We've got Rival still droning for himself, and he's right to be curious because Packer is still below and has a great chance at playing spoiler right now, especially if Rival does start to try and rip open this floor with the shotgun or even the pistol. It's going to be difficult, and I think Packer primed and ready. He's going to find his man.
He had no idea. Excellent patience for Packer there. Unfortunately, very poor drone work from Envy, especially with 6 drones remaining. A minute 22, you had time to clear out that whole position. And now look, Dream rotates down below. He'll play the stairs, allow Packer to safely hold this position, use that C4 in the late round. Envy have got good control. They have taken top house, but JJ already softened up, felled by Silent, on for 2, Giddy cutting down Emilio in the process, and all that's left is that house stairs pressure when the attack has fallen to pieces around it. Man, you gotta be thinking, what impact could that Deimos have had to open up that round had Envy just been a little more thorough with their drone work?
A little bit more thorough with the drone work, and maybe just a little bit smarter with the Monty. You know that someone's going to be playing inside a Dragon. Like, that's just a given. You don't necessarily need the Monty to challenge onto that. It wasn't control that you needed at that point in the round because you're putting the cart above the horse. If you haven't got downstairs cleared, there's no point transitioning in through Dragon. So rotate the Monty out, get the Monty downstairs. If you can't drone him, just do a full clear downstairs with the Monty, and you're going to find him anyway. That's going to buy you the time back, and that's also going to give you that surety to start working from below. Deimos' kit was fantastic for that round. Shotgun and the pistol on Rival. He was ready to do so much work. That Vendetta rips open soft surfaces and the shotgun. He's going to be able to find his kills no problem. So for me, it was just a little bit too disjointed from Envy.
100%, and even think about it this way. Even in what we saw, in going for that control, they acquired control of top house. Those defenders have nowhere to retreat to now. They can't rotate up house stairs. You could send somebody down below, maybe cut off their rotate from delivery and send that Monty to push in on bottom house and pressure them. They're completely boxed in at that point because you've acquired control of top house. So not only putting the cart before the horse in the element you mentioned, but even in the strategy they ended up doing, it still felt like there were more options instead of just sending it into the site through the doorway you entirely telegraphed you're going to be pushing from anyway. So Envy not only taking things too quick in round 1 and not securing enough, but same mistake in round 2 despite it happening a minute and a half after the fact. Now looking to try and secure the tertiary site. Shield spotted top black with 1 defender behind it. That's Giddy on the smoke. Expected operator in the expected position. He'll back off using the toxic canister to retreat. So he does have some support on that top floor. In fact, he's got some support and then some.
Look at what Giddy was expecting then as well. He was expecting, right, I'm getting pushed from top black. There's surely someone going to be pushing me from downstairs, or surely someone challenging on the window. There's nothing. You know, it's, again, pretty one-dimensional from Envy. They're trying to do everything with the Monty. And the Monty, whilst it can be a fantastic beachhead, it does need to be used smartly. Giddy could actually rotate out of this position, no problem. And the fact that he's still here now tells me that, you know what, he's probably more than happy to just stay there and play his life. Eventually, JJ is going to get himself in through, but there's still the small problem of Packer to deal with. What a shot that is from Twist.
I will say, he was making it a little easy for Twist to get that kill, holding that angle passively, pretty exposed to the doorway as well. Not really holding a particularly tight angle on that door. Could have maybe exposed himself a little less. Ooh, that's some poor Monty play right there. But finally, we get that bottom black pressure. Silent from the top ropes will still fall. Stabbed in the back by Twist on 1 HP. And now holding a passive angle as he anticipates the follow-through from remaining defenders upstairs. Snake, who's been lurking on the bottom floor, lurking in every single one of these rounds so far, has only found 1 kill for his troubles, similar to the rest of the team, struggling for impact. Now in the 2v2, HP almost even, Dream just a little bit better than that. Sends, Kobilax hears the hop in, lands that pre-fire, lands that headshot, and makes the right move. You've already got that kill. Fall back. No need to push the issue. No need to re-aggress. But everyone on about 1 to 2 bullets away from death. But Twist doesn't know. He'll give up the sends to cover his cross. But you can walk through those walls. You can still take that gunfight. Kobilax catches him off guard. It's C9 for 3.
Silent played really well inside of that round. Kobilax played really well inside of that round. Gitty played really well. Like, I think Cloud9, they're firing right now. They're making some really smart decisions. Envy eventually managed to string together the coordination to deal with somebody on black stairs. Like, it's the same as any staircase in the game where you've got either a door or window at the top, a door or window at the bottom. You are going to get pinched. And there are so many different examples that you can think of. Think of Solar on Chalet. It's the same stuff. Everybody knows how to do it. And it just took so long for Envy to get themselves into position to do it. Twist really opened things up. And I think had he not got that kill, there would have been no response for Packer tucked into Geisha, because he would have been very safe indeed.
And I think we should say it really did come down to the wire there. I mean, I think on 2 very tight angles, it was very possible for Kobilax to lose that fight and it be a 2v1. I have to say, very shocked we do not have a tactical timeout right now. Very, very surprised we don't have a tactical timeout. I mean, Skyscraper's defined by, I suppose defined by its defenses, but the flip side is defined by who can just win 1 more attack. On a very defender-sided map, who can just have that 150-50 attack go their way, the 1v1 or the 2v2 that we just saw. And we don't hit the pause button? Little perplexing.
Yeah, we always say, you know,
especially 3
1
rounds
or
in
2
a row.
rounds. Yeah, 3 rounds in a row, you've seen a full rotation. What are you going to do differently? You've got to have a different plan. And the thing that scares the life out of me right now is that JJ's back on the blitz. This is the lineup that we saw in round 1.
Let's be fair. Maybe they figured it out in round. Maybe they didn't need to call the timeout, and we will see something different. I should say that. But we have to assume that they have figured it out in round, and if, like you said, we see JJ on the blitz, if we see more of the same, that's the worry I have.
They've got a very similar setup to go up against. We've got laser gates, banshees, all of this to try and delay a little bit of time, and a couple of early warning systems thrown in there for good measure as well. An extension into office as Gitty. Got a couple of mute jammers to play around, and he's going to need to try and dodge out of the way of this shock drone that will be coming in, but JJ immediately takes the push.
All right.
It's going to be Twist to find the opener.
But Twist to immediately exit round 4 right afterwards. Silent, excellent trade. Holding that long angle from Drum. Kobilax trying to retreat, shooting the feet of the blitz. He's got that shield to play behind. Good entry, but Silent, man, what a game he is having. 8-1 so far. He's one of the players that basically undid Envy completely in round 1. He has been a consistent thorn in their side, matter of fact. And he's just continuing to do so. On for 3. Rival wide swinging the door. No information. Snake decimates JJ in the back of the head. All at the cost of, what, a 1v3 now? On 1 HP. If we were hoping for a different look from Envy, we're staring at more of the same. Up 4-0. Cloud9 looking excellent.
Feels like Cloud9 have got somewhere to be. I mean, it feels like Envy have got somewhere to be, really, because they're not taking the pace out of any of these rounds. They're still just running headlong into this brick wall. It's the same stuff. Using a blitz to take ground. It's a great strategy. It's used all over the world. It's used by some of the best teams in the world. But if there's nothing behind it, it's pointless. And it really does start to get a little bit old a little bit quickly. And Cloud9 more than capable of dealing with it. I think Silent positioned himself fantastically in that middle portion of the map. A real crucial area and is able to have so much impact, not only into what's happening into office, but can also rotate out, get himself over toward main stairs, affect the site a little bit. He's got a soft wall in between him and Dragon. At that terrace area, you can't let somebody like that operate in that position for free. I mean, it's a double window near there. You know, you've got to try and push him in and get something happening. Just strange stuff, really, from Envy. And again, no timeout. I mean, are they waiting for the other half? Are they thinking that they're going to be able to get a few defenses themselves, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, what half are you waiting for? You're down 4-0. Like, what are you waiting for? And you don't get me wrong, like, that round was different. It wasn't just a site rush, Ollie. We can agree to that. They tried to go for the full clear, but oh, well. Let's do a little positive, little negative. Oh, please don't swing this. Oh, for the love of God, Kobe, please do not swing this. Let sleeping dogs lie. There we go. A little bit of positive, a little bit of negative. Positive. Twist got that kill. Good reaction. Negative. That was some major whiffage from Silent, and it's pretty clear Twist had no intel in that position. That could have very easily been a 5v4 had Silent not whiffed and gotten his 10th kill of the map. Oh, all right, well. What is happening? Okay.
Eventually gets shut down. Gitty is able to stabilize the ship, but he's on 1 HP.
What was that?
And it's now 3 versus 4.
What was that? This is like we saw that C9 game where they were doing well and they just hopped in sandwich window. It's like we're getting a little too loose now.
Getting limber.
Getting a little too fluid, a little too limber, if you ask me. 4v3 for Envy, though. Can't complain about that, though. They have had 4 opening picks in a row now. And maybe the difference maker will be removing that playmaker early on. Silent on for 2 different 3Ks in round 2 and round 4. One of them on this site back in round 2. And with getting on 1 HP, this should be a layup for Envy first attack. I mean, sure you don't have the shields anymore, and you I think are a bit light on utility. No Yings, no obviously Grim Bees, but just able to get the frags, finish up that kill. Giddy put down a 1 HP so early on. What does Kobe and Dream to do?
5 drones and a minute. Kobe knows that he's getting pressed from house stairs here, but Dream is able to find himself 1. It's still a real tall order, but look at him go.
I mean, surely not. I mean, he's trapped in this corner. Secondary shot. He got the C4, but you're in such a difficult position. Too scared to even reload at the moment. Ironically, he would have had time, but you're just too much to worry about, too much to consider. Envy will take their first off of the back of some big early round plays by C9 that are very, very quickly dispatched by Twist outside and Twist inside.
I think Silent was doing the Envy, wasn't he?
A little bit. A little bit.
Just a little bit aggro. Arguably, I mean, especially with hindsight, very unnecessary.
It's also the 3rd time he's been at that door specifically.
Yeah,
at the
he
beginning
kind
of
of
these
likes
rounds.
it, doesn't he? It's a habit. It's a tendency. Oh dear.
Oh, that one hurts.
I think it's one of the first times he's actually found an engagement there as well. He's been there 3 times, and the first time he does, he just whips.
He's been prepping for this moment. Stage fright.
Fortunate. I think one thing we can credit Envy with is that they were able to take a lot of the pace out of that last round. We've seen them play a lot of rush rounds, and we've really questioned why. You aren't catching Cloud9 off guard, and they're really good at reacting to what you're doing, and they're more than capable of hanging at a mechanical level. So taking some of the pressure out and taking some of that energy out of the round and just relying, right, we've got some drones, we've got some time, you know, we can just start to work this out a little bit. It's what led Envy to the round. Yeah, they get lucky on the opening pick, and they're able to pick up a second very shortly after. Oh dear.
I tell you, C9 love these windows, man. Every single round, you got somebody sitting at an exterior door or window, and this time, it's a C4 from the... Oh, I literally was looking at it, I'm like, how does he have a C4? I forgot it's Sentry. I'm not used to seeing it. It's not Brazil. I just assume Sentry doesn't get played in a region that's not Brazil. We've actually got Striker and Sentry in this game. I don't know if I've seen that in NA in a while.
No, I felt like the novelty of that wore off, and there was a lot of other things that you could pick.
we could bring Striker, or we could bring Ying. Ironically, Envy were like, no, we actually do want to bring the Striker.
Why did Envy ban the Fenrir, by the way? Can we just sort of have a moment for that? We didn't really see Cloud9 play a lot of Fenrir.
We saw it once on barbecue.
That's enough. So Cloud9 have banned the Monty, something that's been played nearly every single round, and Envy choose to ban the Fenrir.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about that, but yeah, it's kind of like, all right. Cool. 5v4 for Cloud9. Ooh, I thought that was going to be a 4v4, but Rival definitely kicking himself. He missed that one. Another gunfight volleyed up towards him, but that second C4 has an impact. Emilio looking for the full swing into Geisha, but Kobilax chances that 1v1. Able to reestablish C9's lead. Twist on the cutoff has let Giddy sprint at top speed, breaking the sound barrier down Black Stairs. And it's still C9 with the advantage.
They've still got a little bit of time here. They've got the floors that they can try and leverage to open up some of this soft floor. JJ and Twist, both still healthy. Gitty, he's down a little bit. With Toxic Babes, they are going to be able to burn a lot of this 45 seconds that remains. And having used those Rotero drones upstairs to make the vert, the castle barricade's likely going to stay intact now. Do they know about Kobilax? The answer's no.
Ooh! A little bit of a highlight reel, a little bit of a montage right there at the end. That one's going on Twitter. Same Envy. That's my takeaway from that half, Ollie. Same Envy. Still misdroning. Still taking engagements they don't need to. Still not thinking the plan all the way through. It's what we saw last week against SSG. It's what we saw last week against OXG. And not taking a tactical timeout whatsoever on a must-win side. Thankfully, you got that one. But really, really need to be clean on these defenses on a map that Envy have, to be fair, not played since Challenger Series, but have 2 wins on. So maybe they do have FaZe Clan level defensive half in them. A little 6-0 comeback.
It would be a fairly weighty comeback. And especially when you think back to some of those basics that, let's be honest, are kind of lacking. It was something that Lax was talking about on the desk. It's time for Envy to be stepping up. You know, we can't afford to be continuing to misdrone people, continuing to just plainly not know where people are and let it cost you round and round and round. So I think for Envy, yeah, they managed to snag a round, but often Skyscraper is defined by 2 rounds.
Yep.
And Cloud9, they have to try and prove that right now. A different ban setup has come through. Blackbeard and the Glaz both being removed. Cade and the Clash once again. So, some more options. Cloud9 have got the Grim. They've got the Bees. Lynx, does that make you happy? They've got one of the big 7.
I'm very happy. I mean, I'm more happy when Grim is taken off the board because, like, I think he's just a really good operator, and I really, really like him. And so in a weird paradoxical way, I like seeing him banned because it, like, validates my love for him. Had the Grim and the Ying and the Dokkaebi out, but decided not to play any of them.
Yeah, I had Dokkaebi, Ying, Capital. Play the Bees.
And the Deimos. You got 2 different kinds of, like, weird little artificial metallic insect-looking things. I think the Deathmark trackers are like more like a helicopter, but you get the vision.
I understand.
You're picking up what I'm putting down. Big concern here is if, now to be fair, we're already down 4 drones 30 seconds in, but Cloud9 are playing things very, very differently the way Envy did. Envy obviously went for a clear, but they were very shield-centric. 4 rounds in a row running those shields. Packer is known for playing those shields, and he's not played it. And his main one, Blitz, is still on the board. Instead, they're looking to try and activate Kobilax and likely Silent 2 over by Exhibition and Office. Spotting some of that utility, of course, but putting a hot drone in front of those 2, maybe using that Deathmark tracker to try to break through control on this part of the map. They've lost 2 more drones since then, but Kobilax looking to put that Ash Charge down, immediately sprint on in. My big worry, though, 1 player right to his left in Drum, Legion just around the corner, too. There are a lot of different angles Kobilax can get exposed to and get hit by, and yep, there he goes, and he's shot by both of them. Packer's able to get on for the trade. Emilio cut down, but Kobilax has fed himself to the wolves in a way that honestly is quite reminiscent of Envy.
It's a shame because it looks a lot more considered than what we saw Envy do.
Agreed.
But that's only because it's happening at a later point inside of the round. The result is likely going to be very similar. C4 sent out there by Twist, but he should... Oh, isn't allowed to rotate. Packer with the catch from below. That actually keeps things competitive here and gives Cloud9 the edge. There's still 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and Gitty is yet to make his way into the building now, but they know that the majority of this office and exhibition side is clear. Biggest problem, they have one drone for this next minute, and I don't think they know where anyone is.
I don't think they do either. You could see that final Deathmark tracker being used. So much utility and time expended acquiring a side on the opposite side of the map. That big saving grace, though, is taking the Azami off the board. And all of JJ's smokes being wasted. All 3 toxic canisters have been used, but you still have the same issue, those 2 perennial choke points. Shrine and Drum. JJ can hold that with SMG-11 and Shotgun. Giddy trying to push in. There's still one on the opposite side of that panel. He doesn't even know he's there. He's let Giddy cross. Rival does land the trade. But it's back to even. Back to razor-thin margins, but that is what can define Sky in a BO1. As Packer hits the rappel, he's trapped in this corner. Stuck between 2 defenders, and Rival hits the shot. Silent spotted inside a Drum, very little to do. And defenders on opposite sides, easy pickings. 3K for Rival, as Envy win their first since round 5.
Envy coming away with a very well-deserved round win there. They set up nice extension into office and exhibition, and really made Cloud9 work for any control. Cloud9, they brought the intel ops, but as much as you can bring a Deimos, as much as you can bring a Grim, if you haven't got the tracks for your Deimos, and you haven't got a single idea where anybody is to send the Grim Bees, I'm not going to go as far as to say that they're useless, but their use is far less than it would be if you know where somebody is or what operators somebody is playing on, and whether it's worth even putting a track down on them. So Cloud9 falling foul there of the clock as well. You know, that was a bit of a factor there. It was causing a little bit of a rush. They were essentially trying to mount an attack through single doorways, and I mean, they managed to get into Geisha, but that was very short-lived. It wasn't taken properly at all. Envy, that's going to feel pretty good for them. It gives them a chance, and it gives them something to build on right now.
It's something. You do got to start somewhere, and on Skyscraper, more than most other maps, you can not treat as a given, but treat as a fair assumption that, okay, we will have competitive defenses. Now, hopefully, ideally, not as competitive as what we just saw. You don't want everything coming down to a 2v2, but Skyscraper is just that defender-sided. It's baked into the map with those choke points at the center on the top floor, with how much the defense gets for quite a small amount of control, and often quite a small amount of utility invested. It's something that the attack will, no matter what game, no matter the teams, will always have to reckon with and consider. So there's a strong foundation built in that you can start moving forward from, and with 1 round under your belt, you're going to look to Exhibition and Office now to try to build it again. Mavline created in the wall, trying to spot something. Couple shots fired as Giddy will now fall back off, maybe just for flank watch. Spot and see if anybody's rotating around top house in the late round once they forgot about that Maverick, and now instead rotating to the opposite side of the map, clearing from T Karaoke on over.
It's quite a surprise not to see Packer rocking those shields again.
Trying to keep them on their toes, not be predictable.
Well, I mean, trying to be, you know, unpredictable is one thing, but it's been a big part of the Cloud9 playstyle. They're going to try and open up this Geisha wall. There is going to be somebody playing over inside of Garden, which has been rotated, so Bandit battery removed. The tin opener can be placed. Opening that is almost sometimes as dangerous as leaving it closed, but the benefit of using a tin opener, someone would have to vault out, and they're not just going to be able to waddle on out of there. Still not any closer to really nailing down one of these opening engagements, and Envy is sitting extremely tight right now. Kobilax at the top of Black Stairs. He's just entered in from the balcony. He's now also going to turn his attention over toward this Geisha, but an immediate hop in, that's a risky play.
That's a very risky play and one I'm very not sure Dream should have taken. Silent down. It seemed like we had a solid play there, but we're all just sprinting around the building. We're all running like chickens with our heads cut off. 1v3 for Giddy, who's trying to pick up the pieces. But Diffuser all the way on the opposite side. Snake perfectly framed in the feet holes. Has spotted somebody over by Drum. All 5 Bs in his possession. One around the corner. Oh, but looking the wrong way. Sight completely covers JJ. And be able to now string together 2 in a row. But Ollie, wasted potential with that setup. You have one guy in Geisha, Kobe holding his cutoff with the AK, and Dream up front with the pressure. And we don't use our Candelas. We don't use our Bs to try to pinch that guy. Instead, we just sprint up into house in the center of the whole defensive matrix. We just hop in the double window, giving that guy there a 50-50. Feels like we skipped a couple steps.
We really did. I think that a lot was really being hoped on with Silence walk up main. And he was able to get one.
Got one.
But, I mean, yeah, it's the classic, you know, oh, I got my one. That's what I would have said. I'm sure that isn't what Silence said. I don't know why there was no one in Geisha. I don't know why they didn't use any utility for it. Cloud9, they're playing very half-pregnant right now. They need to commit fully. And if they're going to try and clear someone out of Geisha, it needs to be the focus for everybody. And then when these things start to get a little bit easier, and when you're on a map that isn't Skyscraper, by the way, you can just send 2-3 people to go and clear somebody out. And you don't need to all focus on it. But I feel like their resources would be far better spent right now if everything was pushing in that one direction of clearing that player and then starting to mount something from that point in the round. That's often sometimes how Skyscraper plays out. You do have to put a lot of attention onto one thing to give yourself that foothold to be able to then mount something on this map, because as we've seen so far, extremely defender-sided. And to be honest, that isn't too unusual for Skyscraper, and it especially isn't unusual when you've got teams of this caliber playing against each other on the map.
No, not unusual at all. But this is the spot for Cloud9 to get in. That's the issue with the 5-1-half on Sky, is if you are just able to do the normal thing attacks can do on a defender-sided map, win the tertiary site, you win the game in regulation. It's the end of the day. It's that simple. That's why the 5-1 is so worrisome, and why Ollie and I are both surprised that we didn't see Envy hit the pause at all to try to mount something a bit more compelling, because 2-4, that's OT. 5-1, you just lose barbecue twice and you're cooked. Job done. We do finally, though, not just see the entrance of one shield into this round, both 2 Silent holding the blitz, despite being 10-5, though most of that being on the defense, to be fair. And Packer on the Monty, pressuring this ward in top black. C4 goes out, and yeah, he's done for. GG in the early round, 5-4 for Envy.
Actually, hard breach. Still have the ace. Still have one Selma. It isn't going to make anything easier from here on out. Kobe. He's got a chance of trying to peek onto this doorway, but I mean, there's nothing really for him to go on here. Typically, you'd maybe want a shield to try and, you know, really face check that.
What's the plan
Everybody
here?
knows where everybody is. I don't think there is much of a plan. We've got Gitty waiting outside on the rappel. Silent's going to be the player to watch. The diffuser cold on the ground, so we're not really looking at a plan. Looks like Silent's just going to go for a clear and get himself into T.
I mean, that's good, and Twist will completely turn his back. Giddy able to level this to a 3v3, but Silent, 2 rounds in a row, is on top of House in the middle of the entire defense. And when it's a 3v1 like that, your chances aren't great, even if your front is completely covered. Kobe picks up 1, and as with every single one of these rounds, it feels like, despite the odds, there's 2 players left standing on each side, every single defense. The winning team, Envy both times, have had 2 left. These Cloud9 2vx's and 1vx's have been fleeting at best. But now they've had some time to reset, and both defenders aren't on the site. Cloud9 have recognized this. They're giving it a little bit of time, but they're in the right position. Smoke goes out, no Warden to look through, potentially no BPs either. They can try to go for the vertical angle, but they have no idea where Kobilax is planting. But out here comes the retake. Both attackers reduced HP. Doesn't matter as they still get that kill. Snake now creeping down as the rest of the attack completely swaps sites. 1 goes upstairs, 2 to retake the vertical angles entirely. And now it's Snake on the back foot. Now it's Snake uncertain. Spotted through the wall. Kobilax somehow goes down. And can Giddy spot this? Just 1 bullet necessary. Can he spot the angle from up above? He can see it horizontally. He doesn't commit. He sprays all around him. And Snake just gets away with the counter defuse. 3 in a row. Envy making miracles in the kitchen.
I can't believe what I've just watched. I really cannot believe what we've just watched there. Cloud9 played it really well. 2 versus 2. They decide to hit site. They recognize if these players are off site, then we've got a chance at hitting site. The vert wasn't made. There wasn't sufficient vert upstairs to try and hold it. If there had been, Cloud9 would have won the round being able to hold from upstairs. That wasn't the case. Envy should have realized what was going on. Oh, it's quiet. Oh, the clock's ticking down. We can't hear any attackers. We can't see anything. I wonder where they might be. Well, let me tell you, they're on the site and they're getting the plant down. So you need to try and rotate and do something about that. Not too much of a surprise to see a timeout here for Cloud9. Gitty on the rotate, that's a question mark. I don't know why he has to rotate there. I feel like he just plays inside a barbecue, inside a kitchen, and just peaks at the right time. Because the clock's running out, there's pressure for Snake to get onto that disable. There's no chance that Snake's able to pick up the kill and disable the diffuser. You've just got to play the game, stay tucked, stay safe, and peek out at the right time. Blunders from both sides, and Cloud9, they really should be sat here on a match point.
You do feel for Giddy a bit, though. I mean, I think he just really, because in theory, Ollie, I think we could both agree going for the vertical angles is a perfectly fine idea, something that's very sensible on the attack. But as you said with the timing there, it took a long time to establish that rotation. And once you get there, and unfortunately you got a bit unlucky that there were no vertical angles because that rotate did take so long, you don't really have much. I will say, if we want to start all the way back to the beginning, I really am curious about what happened with Packer right there because... I mean, obviously, I know what happened. He got C4'd. But he's just walking in top black. There's nobody behind him to play that trade, really, whatsoever. Everybody was on drone. Everybody was holding passive angles. I know Packer wasn't pushing too far. Was just trying to explore a little bit, but just availed himself to the defense in a way that I just don't think needed to happen at that point, especially with no pressure going on anywhere else. I mean, maybe stand in the doorway and then back off. That way, if you get a C4, you can walk back outside. When you're committing to top black on the inside, in a way, you just don't need to 45 seconds into the round. I know it's a small thing to highlight with how that round ended with a huge 1v1 and a 2v2 overall, but even going back to the beginning, you commit to the double shield and you lose it in that simple of a way. We were giving Envy a lot of flack on those attacks, and Cloud9, to be perfectly frank, are not impressing whatsoever.
No. And then you sort of put this into the context of the game and the map, and you think, well, were Cloud9 ever really that good in this series? Or were they just playing Skyscraper on the defense? Because Envy have looked good. You know, they're playing with the backup against the wall to some degree.
And Ollie, when they lose 4 of the opening duels on defense as well on Sky... Maybe that defense really not just was a Skyscraper defense, so you put an asterisk there. Maybe it was a bit of a paper tiger for C9 overall. If Envy are still getting the advantage in most of those first 6 rounds.
Well, Cloud9 have taken their tactical timeout. It's a good time to use it. They don't really want to give Envy a chance to draw level here or, heaven forbid, take a lead. And we'll be expecting to close this game out. Envy on the flip side, they've got a couple of rounds under the belt now. It also gives them a time just to take a breath, take a moment, and to understand how they are going to move forward. Cloud9 again with a very strange lineup, and again not choosing to bring any of those big, powerful operators. Snake, opening engagement onto Dream. Yet another engagement that's going to go Envy's way.
7 opening duel victories. 7 for Envy so far, 4 on the defense, and now 4 on the attack, and now 3 out of 4 defensive rounds. Getting this opening, they are set up in a much better position than even Cloud9 were on their defenses when they got 5-1. 5-1 Cloud9 went. In a worse position, fighting from a 4v5 throughout rounds 2 and 4, 2 through 4. And now Cloud9 have attacked, they're down a man. A minute remaining. No Azami, to be fair, and they have taken remarkably quick control of Drum. I'm a little worried about that. You've still got JJ on for 3 smokes. Geisha, full control of the defense with players around the corner to trade. All right, well, never mind. Kobe just immediately domed him, but it's again Envy showing that Fox was correct. Maybe I was wrong. Envy are pound for pound, bar for bar, going toe to toe with C9, and Giddy unaware of Twist's position on the close reinforcement is now the second 18th kill for Envy to get 4 defenses in a row, and we are all tied up.
Envy locking it in 5-5 now. The hard work's done. They've mounted the comeback. A lot of pressure comes onto the shoulders of Cloud9 now. They have had the advantage. They have been only 2 rounds away from tying up this game in a nice little bow and moving on with everything. As it stands, it's going to feel like they're back at a square one right now. Nothing they have done on the attack has yielded any result so far. Finally, in round number 11, we are seeing a shield be brought by Cloud9. Finally, we are seeing a Dokkaebi being brought. These are things that have been available throughout the course of their attacking rounds. But now, enough is enough. They have said, we're going to 6-pick off them instead.
Now, hey, you know what? Hey, let's be fair. They did run 2 shields in round 9. It's just that, it's just one of them got C4'd immediately, and the other ran in the middle of the defense, got 1 kill, and died. So,
I mean, they've been 6-picked off now, so it's a mute point.
Moot point. It's a moot point.
It's a muted point.
You know, you could have played off it like, oh, we were spectating mute, so it was a pun. But you didn't do that, did you? But you didn't do that, did you? Yeah, for Cloud9, they've tried the shields, they've tried the executes, they've tried aggressive roam clears, and nothing has worked, even after the timeout. They lost the Sens immediately last round. They got the Ying, like they had last time on Exhibition and Office. When Silent went for that entry up main stage. Okay, all right.
Okay, JJ.
JJ getting silly with it.
Yeah, you just calm down a little bit there, buddy.
JJ for Kobe Lax, I make that deal.
Yeah, probably. I think Envy make any deal right now because whatever they're doing seems to be working. Envy can live with only 4 bodies in the site, but can Cloud9 attack with only 4 bodies? I don't know. It's a very different matter, isn't it? Silent has got himself in below, so he should be able to open up some of the flooring and give Rival a little bit of a hard time, maybe even force him out of the bomb site. Where's the pressure going to come from outside, though? He's going to get himself into that Flores drone. Great way of not only gathering a bit of information, but also destroying some utility. And that's exactly what it's going to do. Takes down the FNAP. It's going to be placed up there on that sword's window. And it's going to allow him a clear line of entry at a later point in the round.
But again, as with all these C9 rounds, I'm thinking, what's the plan? What are we doing here? Is it just going to be a standard office plant? You got the Yings, you got the hard reach for it, but we have 6 drones. We have 6 drones. We have 6 drones. And Snake isn't droned. Now Silent goes for that backstab. 6 drones at a minute left, and Snake isn't droned. And Silent dies. Now you're in a 3v4. You use 2 Candelas. Dream literally cannot walk in that breach. Packer does not know Snake is there either, but manages to win because he's got a C4 in hand. He's sprinted in with the pistol, again, into the center of the defense. And Giddy's in a 1v3 on sword window. Rival has left the game, and Envy have still won. 5 rounds in a row. Match point Envy. Hole in 1.
Is that what that is? I never realized. I didn't realize that what JJ was doing there was a hole in 1.
I don't know if it was. I extrapolated. Rival DC'd in a 1v3. Like, that affected nothing. But, like, it feels symbolic, Ollie. In that Rival... It
does.
These rounds have been close. But...
Some rounds have been close. I will asterisk that. Some rounds have been close.
That's what to say. Rounds 7 through 9 were close. Round 10, 4 people left alive for Envy. Round 11, 3. We're getting
Cloud9
worse.
are at total head loss right now.
Full mental loss. I mean, I don't even know. I truly don't even know. Cloud9, you can clearly see it on their face, is a bit mentally boomed at this point. And as we take some time to get Rival back in the game, we'll take a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is 6-5 as Envy have actually done it. Mounted 5 rounds in a row, down 1-5 at the half. After clinching a narrow victory on Exhibition and Office in round 5, and now we're here. Ollie, I said, how could they not take a timeout? 4 rounds lost, how could they not take a timeout? Well, boy, do I feel stupid now. Because they had the defensive half of a lifetime in the back pocket.
You know, it's not often that we will talk about the match in a tech pause. Often we'll get a drink and we'll just rest for a moment or two. But we actually spoke at length about this matchup during that pause.
The moment the break started to the moment we came back.
And I think part of it was because it's a good game. All you need for Siege is 2 equally matched teams. And regardless of the mistakes that are being made here, these teams are fairly equally matched right now. Both teams can defend Skyscraper. We kind of knew that already. And we're slowly but surely learning that there's one team that can't attack Skyscraper, and at the moment it's looking like Cloud9. Yeah. Now, there's been a break, there's been some time to take some of that tension and angst out of the air, and I'm sure that Cloud9 have managed to steady themselves a little bit. Their approach here is going to be somewhat similar to what we've seen before, but already it looks a little bit more considered. We've got some good drones establishing some information, and Packet isn't running too far ahead of the pack right now. In fact, he's only just getting his way to that halfway point in the map.
But there's a shotgun around the corner. We've seen quite a few missed drones from C9 today, but no missed drone necessary there as Twist hops around the corner, reveals, hey, I'm here. I'm right here. Don't you worry. I'll just be chilling. He doesn't really have to do much. That wall's fully reinforced. He's got the shotgun on the close angle. Even Snake pushed up further. Another drone destroyed for C9. These Castle barricades, something we've not talked about that much. This is actually the 4th time we've seen Castle, a huge mainstay of Envy's defensive so far this half. It's been so kill heavy, we haven't really had much time to talk about it, but it's even wasting a little bit more time on the side of C9. Silent has to destroy it. Another C4 goes out. That's why you need that help, so he doesn't die to the C4, and it doesn't matter. Not one goddamn bit. 6 rounds. 7 through 12, boom for Envy as they complete the comeback of the day to topple C9 7-5.
I think it's a well-deserved result based on the siege that we saw. Envy had what it takes. We talk about Skyscraper as a map that is often defined by only 1 or 2 attacking grounds. Today, it was defined by a single one. Envy, the only team able to get around on the attack, and not only that, but go flawless on their defense. It is always a bit of a feat. It's always something that's nice to watch when the team that struggles on that first half of the game eventually vindicates themselves and wins out their attacks. But Cloud9 just didn't seem to have the answers here today. A lot of it was looking very one-dimensional, and I don't think we saw them play the best ops available or even play to within their comfort zone until those later portions of the map. And almost by that point, it was kind of a little bit too little too late, because the confidence from that side of Envy, you could see, was just growing round after round. Twist, he had a fantastic game, and it was coupled by his teammates as well. We're going to hit a very short break. After that, we'll be back with the desk, and I am sure they are ready and waiting to break this one down.
Last one go. It sounds like Keisha. Let's go.
Come on!
I'm hoping. No.
On your first win in regulation.
Let's fucking go, bro.
Yo, give me that interview clip.
Well, that definitely was a way to celebrate. You were sitting here shaking your head in disapproval.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not happy for either team. I mean, great, you get points, but both teams look really sloppy. And being a former player, I mean, I don't think there's either one of these teams. You won off defense on a very defender-sided map. Nothing was convincing.
I'm gonna cut you off. Okay, you're the negative Nancy.
Good.
You predicted Envy, and you were right. How does it feel?
It feels great. I mean, I, for one, don't like to be wrong, so I'm happy that Envy came out on top. It was really good resilience. At the end of the day, yes, both teams did play very sloppy. Really sad performance from Cloud9 on their attacks. A lot of just questionable plays. There wasn't much diversity in their play. They just kept trying to throw bodies at it. The trade game was horrendous. But as for Envy, I mean, to be down 5-1 and to then pull it back and have an undefeated defensive half.
You're on defense.
You're on defense,
I mean,
Skyscraper.
are we handing out participation points? Trophies?
Yes.
I mean, it's still amazing to do, to be such a new team to the league, to have that pressure of being down 1-5, to be able to have the resilience to come back and bring it back, and to be able to play off of each other. I mean, that was just, I mean, it was a really good performance on the latter half for Envy. Both teams' attacks struggled, but I think that
Don't
says
say
more.
struggled, they were shit.
Yeah, both teams' attacks were bad, but the thing is, that says more about Cloud9. You'd expect more from Cloud9 on attacks, as opposed to Envy that just relegated into the league. So the fact that they were able to at least bring the game back and win it out, that was amazing. Really good resilience. Mental game from Envy was really good. And yeah, I was correct on my prediction of Envy.
The Blacklight detail is going to be going specifically to round number 9, Lax.
Yeah, this was a little bit frustrating because this round realistically looked like this was going to go in Cloud9's favor. To put them at 6 rounds, which could have instilled a little more confidence. But, I mean, Silent, one hell of a game. I mean, I want to give it to you. Played great, but right here, you're in a 3v3. You have the shield. Well, it stops a little. It goes a little sooner. You see that player, but then you just want to focus on a player over in Geisha where one, Giddy can't support you. Kobe Lax isn't even with you. You give up this kill right here, and had you play this, sure, this is all in hindsight. You can't fully look back at this round and be like, oh, Silent, you lost this round, because this round plays out, goes down to a 2v2. Cloud9 end up just choking it, but it's just a domino effect of these small airs start to just build up one right after the other, and it's a huge reason why. When you lose rounds that you should win, especially when you're in a 5-5 situation like that, each round is just as important as the other. When you're losing to small micro things that you are in complete control of, it really does daunt on the mind.
Well, hindsight 2020, also a lesson you live and you learn specifically for Cloud9. Envy, however, has learned from the last 2 weeks because they're able to get some points on the board today. And we have JJ ready for an interview, who had a very great celebration at the end of the game. Congrats!
Let's run it!
Hey,
What's up, NAO?
You guys have done it! So you're obviously incredibly hyped going up against Cloud9 and actually being able to secure this win. Can you describe the emotions that you're feeling right now? Because the second you won, you like threw your chair back and you got up and, you know.
Well, I'm an electric guy, but first I would actually, if you don't mind, I would like to respond to the desk because, Fox, I appreciate all the love and support, but I completely side with Laxing. Our attacks were piss poor, and there's a lot to improve on as a new team in the Pro League. It's a completely different territory for most of us, especially on the attack side, which is harder. That's what always separated the T2 teams from the T1 teams anyway. They can perform on attack. So it's a big learning curve for us, and that's like a big focus. So obviously still needs a lot of work, but I'm ecstatic for the boys that we were able to come through because I think it's a big showing that you can be down 1-5 and you still find a way to grind it out and just take advantage of the other team's weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, it really was a testament to your guys' resilience. That being said, I mean, I feel like you've always sided with Lax over me. Like you're
I mean, I got his jersey. That guy's the guy
towards him. So,
that guy always got a 3-piece on the flank. Can't blame him. He got his.
Even when I predict you guys, somehow still Lax is right. But no, I mean, that being said, walk us through, as being a team that just came out from the T2 scene, you're down 1-5 against Cloud9. What's the communication like to keep everyone level-headed? Obviously, Skyscraper defense has its own perks to it, but still, to be able to not let that round count affect you as such a new team to the NAL, to the stage, tier 1 of the game, what's the communication like? How are you guys feeling in that moment?
Yeah, so I mean, just the main thing is just keeping the vibes high and having fun after going down 1-5. most teams, like when they go down like 1-5 on like a defender side of map coming from attack, like everyone knows you can bring it back if you use, but like the big thing is like the vibes and energy, and everyone's still playing confident even though you're like in the gutter. So that's like our biggest thing, is just keeping vibes high. I'm not a big fan of going to like the defender side of maps in a best of 1, but we thought we'd test the water today. So a big, like, just staying confident with the team. Like a big reason we went down was just like, we're still trying to find our footing on attack. Like our first couple pro games, we were really slow on attack and just kind of playing scared, like double droning things we knew were clear. So there's like times like in our last couple games, we've been trying to like do a lot more like faster things to get the comms flowing, the blood flowing in the game. And that hasn't been working either. So it's just kind of trial by fire. But I mean, just being able to capitalize on the defense is what was important today.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, congratulations, JJ. I think you guys obviously getting 3 points is big for yourselves. And I do respect your response to that and understanding, yes, you do agree that the attacks weren't great, because I think in order for yourself to grow and for the team to grow, you have to realize when things are great, you do get a win. There are a lot of things to take from that. So again, respect for that. I am kind of curious. I mean, what we were seeing on your guys' attacks, we were seeing a lot of missed drones, look like some miscommunication here. And when you're going to go into a best of 1, especially where you almost need to be perfect, I would think basically based off scrims and just prior matches, some of those things would be fixed, especially like the droning side of things.
Yeah, I'd have to watch the VOD back because it was kind of like, it was a blur, bro. I'm gonna be honest. There was just rounds were just like, I feel like there was a couple rounds where we were in good positions, but then like kind of just like inexperience of just not really playing composed when we put ourselves in a decent spot. For example, there was a I think one of like the early rounds where like everything went down on black stairs and like we knifed a guy. Yeah, it was a 2v2 and like we played it like 2 individual 1v1s, right?
Right.
So and then there's another round I think we had like almost like a 3v2 on a barbecue clear. So it's definitely like the mid round I feel like definitely has to improve on like actually working together when you get into the situations that aren't pre-planned out and you have to be off the script.
Just one question. With being a brand new team, because more experienced teams can kind of talk between the rounds. Do you guys just completely focus on the next round? You just dismiss anything that happened the round prior? Or do you guys kind of talk about it and then focus on the next round?
It's situational. I usually like kind of towards the end of the round, either if it's over, like in between the rounds, I kind of try and reel the team in and say like what we think we need to do. And Snake's also a big part of that on this team. Yeah. He's not like a shot calling vocal figure, but he's our best pro league experience, and he's very good with like keeping people calm and being like, okay guys, we need to switch up the pace. We need to be slower. We're playing like too jittery and stuff. So that like Snake's definitely like a bigger vocal like leader on the team than people would think.
All right, perfect.
Well, thank you so much for the insight. And again, congrats on the win that you guys really clawed your way to. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good luck for your game tomorrow.
I'll enjoy this one for once.
Yeah,
Yo, I actually get to get lit tonight, bro.
Oh, you got a game tomorrow.
Yeah, you do have a game tomorrow. Gotta remember that. See you then.
Oh, they
Bye.
cut him off. They cut the mic off. They cut the mic off.
Gotta get lit. I mean, you know what? I love the enthusiasm, because there have been instances, no shade to anyone, by the way, but there have been instances of
Well, anyways, go on, sorry.
of players coming on these interviews after a win, and you're like, you won, yay! And they're just like, yeah, we won. So this is really nice. I like this.
No, I don't like it at all. I predicted them to win, and I don't get no credit. Somehow Lax gets the credit. He's more happy about Lax saying what they did wrong than me predicting them when no one believed in Envy. Well, I'm not going to predict Envy anymore.
I mean, we're analysts. We got to analyze the game, and what we saw wasn't the best from out. And I mainly get upset because I know the potential of these players. We've seen many instances where they can be great. I just don't like to not see it at a consistent basis.
And the players came through from the Tier 2 seed, so a little bit of a reminder for you guys as well. Element, it has happened, but that is JJ after a win too. Register today. Qualifiers 20th to 22nd. That was in the past. Qualifiers number 2 are tomorrow. Tomorrow's 27?
Yeah.
Yes, tomorrow's the 27. Okay, I got my dates right this time. There we go. But the floor is now, or the desk, or the area for you two, because you would never play Tier 2, but you.
Yeah, Element is an amazing place for you to grow. I mean, we just saw the man on the screen, JJ Blast, qualify in for this last stage, gets an amazing org and backing with Envy, and now the team got their, great win today against Cloud9. So obviously just goes to show that, if you're hungry, if you're passionate about your dreams, anything can be possible. So if you're at home watching the pro teams play, definitely Elements where you want to be able to go to have that chance, or just get noticed by some of the top pro league teams. And
like Orgas.
Yeah, like Orgas, and potentially have a chance to play against some of these players that you've been watching. If you believe it, that you can beat them. It's a great run, great attempt, and it's really fun to do if you have like-minded friends.
All right, but that is just tier 2. We still have 3 more games coming up, with OXG going up against Shopify next. This has a chance to be one-sided. It has a chance to be a really close game. If you want to find out which one our analysts think it's going to be, stick around, because we're going to be back after the break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hi, I'm Gunner. I play for Amady, and this is Clutch Intel. Okay, what if we don't spell it correctly?
This is a spelling bee too. Lock in, buddy. If there's numbers in this, it's chalk though.
Wow.
Yeah, there's always numbers.
You should know this.
I do. It just takes me a second to get my bearings.
Oh, we have to do the...
Oh yeah,
All right,
hell yeah
bro.
you do.
Oh. Nice.
Wait,
Nice.
wait, the floor. Wait, no, but
Oh,
is the
that's
how does
second
this even
floor.
classify?
That is
Yeah,
second
like, is it not
floor.
the third floor? That's the second
Didn't know
floor.
that it was like called ground floor, first floor, instead of
That's-
like the second floor.
Are we dead ass right now?
Whoa, what is that?
I'm going for the actual gadget name.
Okay.
Oh. I was wrong.
What? Uh-huh. Purple earmuff back here. Nice try, guys.
I'm not over the ground floor. I'm still not over that.
Nope.
No one has ever called that though. Thanks for watching. Peace out, guys.
Later, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Welcome back to the NAL with our third game of today, OXG against Shopify. Both of these teams looking to prove themselves. Shopify, a couple close games last week. OXG, still a lot of questions that they need to answer in regards to our confidence in this roster and how they're approaching things.
Yeah, I think OXG's not been on the up and up in terms of SR. I think they still have yet to be tested, so I think today could be a very good day for them. But overall, I think in terms of this matchup, I think it should be a close one.
Yeah.
Based off just Oxygen's performance. So
Yeah, a lot closer on paper than it might seem.
Yeah, absolutely. And OXG's roster specifically is one that we've talked about a couple of times where like they have these players that they're bringing in from different systems. How is it going to work with these changes?
Yeah, I mean, they're still trying to find their identity. At the end of the day, OXG does have a good amount of points. They're, I believe, in 5th right now. They're pretty confident where they're standing, but we have to remember where they ended up playing, or the teams that they ended up playing, were 3 of the weakest teams in the league. They've beaten Envy, LFO, and Cruelty. Their best win was against Cruelty, which was a 7-4. The only real team that they played against that was Dark Zero. It was still pretty close as well, but for OXG, it only gets harder from here. And obviously not having the cleanest victories against some of the weaker teams in the league can cause issues going into it because they still have identity issues that they need to figure out.
I mean, you could argue, though, them starting out, being a brand new team, no identity, that starting with the newer teams actually could be a saving grace because you get to work out your kinks, so then when you finally start versing the top or the higher teams, you should realistically have solved all your issues and then now can implement them going into these.
Exactly, and you've had the chance to look at the other teams, look at them play as well, a couple more maps, couple more VODs available. But the thing with OXG as well is that they do rely sometimes on individual players stepping up, and there is one in particular.
Yeah, I mean, Grixer's obviously been the standout performer for OXG. He's the only player on Lax's fantasy team that's actually been getting points. That being said, to find an identity, it is that much easier when you have an all-star player that's just making the stats that much easier to manage. Grixer continuously is showing up for the team. The only caveat with Grixer showing up is he is on this secondary flex role, and all of these clips that you do see, he's in positions that he's locking down. He's not necessarily being the main spearhead, the entry that's taking these positions. You're not going to catch Grixer off guard, but one thing that we need to see from OXG going into this week and the future games, because they will only get that much harder, is a spearhead. Somebody that's going to be able to move players around into Grixer's crossfires, because against the weaker team, they'll do it themselves. They'll run around like a chicken with their head cut off, and Grixer will be there to make chicken cutlets. But at the end of the day, against the better teams, that's not something that's going to be that much easier, so we need somebody from OXG to step up and be that active line,
or
that
all
front
of
line.
them.
Or all of them.
And that's the worrisome part, that when you go against a team like SR, that they are going to try to look at your weaknesses. They're going to try to exploit that gap of not allowing Grixer to find that success, because a lot of the success that came from OXG has really been off Grixer's back.
Yeah. And we're talking about Shopify. This is a roster that, you know, we were saying, okay, there's a lot of firepower here. There's a lot of names here. How is this going to work out? And so far, it's been every single one of these players having standout performances rather than, when you're looking at the OXG side of things, only one player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this roster is no slouch by any means, and they're currently one of the only 2 teams in the league right now that are picture perfect in terms of their stat line. Maybe not in terms of overall how they've looked, but with how they look, they also do look like they can be beat. Granted, they are undefeated. A lot of their games, even in this last game against Cruelty, you know, they could have closed it out a 7-1, but Cruelty did bounce back. And so it just goes to show how good Shopify might look statistically. They still are finding some flaws within their own camp, which in some senses, it's great with it's your own issue. It's not another team's problem, but it can still is a cause for concern when you're going against a team like Oxygen or some more formidable opponents.
Yeah, because when we're looking at their schedule specifically, it has been a little bit of a back and forth in regards of the opponents that they have already gone up against. When you're looking at your Orgas, when you're looking at your Cruelty, when you're looking at your Envy. A Wildcard was the closest one, and even Wildcard at this point, how we've seen them perform in last week and how we've seen them perform in week 1, it doesn't instill a lot of confidence in me. So I do hope that Shopify has had the opportunity to learn from the last couple of weeks, because you still have DZ, you still have SSG. It's gonna be rough.
Yeah, I mean, and you could argue again, you know, even Envy was their closest game at an 8-6, being a brand new team in the org, being a brand new team in the league. But yeah, I mean, you really have to look at it. How good are Shopify actually? We talk them up so much, their stats are looking good, but it is off the backing off versus weaker teams where, again, the games were extremely close. So now we're actually going to be putting Shopify to the test here to see if everything that we've been hyping them up for is actually going to flourish and come true.
Yeah,
the map veto.
Yeah, the map
That's what we're going to do. We're going to do the map veto, and we're going to look where exactly we're going to be heading for this specific game. Because at the end of the day, you want to have the best playing ground to equalize your chances.
I mean, the difference for Shopify Rebellion compared to OXG is Shopify Rebellion, the rounds that they win are clean cut. They smoke the other team. But the rounds that they lose is because they just are too all over the place. Everyone's trying to do something. So if they can bring it to a map where you don't necessarily need to do that much, a smaller map, Chalet is going to be the map that goes through. I think that's a great matchup for both teams. I would say SR is in a comfortable position because their entry game has been phenomenal. It's what happens afterwards. But on a map like Chalet, it's almost set up as 2 boxes connected diagonally. So once you get into that library, you get into kitchen and you're able to get those first engagements, if they can just forcefully stop themselves, which the map implements that because you can't really get picked off from too many other places. So if SR can continue that reign of getting that opening kill, and then the map is going to force them to slow it down, I'd expect a lot cleaner of a map from them today. I was going to say, and vice versa, but Oxygen just do a good job at slowing that attack, slowing those initial entries from SR, keeping that man advantage, getting that first pick. Oxygen actually can be in a favorable position, and what we just recently saw in their last attacks from the previous game, they were actually in more cohesion with one another and understanding what they want to do, and I think Chalet will also play in a similar sense of how you need to be coordinated with one another, similar to Clubhouse. So I actually think this is a good common ground for both these teams. Neither have showed it yet, although I will say Troy does love Chalet. So in terms of being on an IGL sense for Shopify, kind of sitting pretty in that regard.
So in that regards, then, are you expecting Shopify to take this? Of course, everybody is expecting Shopify to take this. But is there a world where OXG has a chance? What's going on?
Because Oxygen already got mad one time when I didn't pick them.
Oh, is it personal?
No,
no,
not by any means.
No, but of course it's going to be Shopify. They've proven themselves a little bit more when it comes to the firepower and the names on the team. We're going to side with them until proven otherwise. OXG still has some identity issues that they need to figure out. But if they can focus on that entry, this is a map that's going to come down to getting in the building. That's the first step, getting those entries. If they can do that, set up Grixer for those late round post plants, late round executes, I think OXG definitely has a chance. But Shopify will be the go-to.
Well, it sounds like there's a game plan for both of these teams. Obviously, there is heading into the game, and we're ready to start off on Chalet with Lynx and Extroika. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ginny. And I know we labeled NVC 9 Game of the Day, but I have to say this is the one I am particularly most excited for, alongside, to be fair, our next game, DZ Wildcard. Really great 2 to 4 games today, Ollie. Very exciting middle bit of the sandwich of NAL play day number 5. But on Chalet, I also think this will be a particularly exciting game. Despite neither team seemingly having a very strong preference for this map in the past 6 months, I think both teams can be well suited for it.
I would agree. It's 7 preference map for both of these two teams, so it kind of makes sense that we end up here inside of a best of 1, right? We kind of go to something that neither team really hates, neither team really loves. We end up on a little bit of a middle ground. Speaking of Chalet, we haven't seen it too much so far inside of the NAL. We saw a little bit inside of Playday 1, but it's nice to be casting over some lesser trodden territory for a change. We seem to be having a bit of a preference for Cafe and Lair and all these sort of things, but I'm sure we'll get our fair share later on in the evening, but for now we avoid it yet again as we head over to Chalet. In terms of the bans, we have some of the Architect operators getting removed there, the Castle and the Azami, both of which have huge value here on this map. And on the flip side, we have Blackbeard gone, and this time a Capitao.
Now, the Capitao ban is pretty surprising, not because I think it's an unfair ban. It's just, you think of all the operators you might want to take off the board. I mean, Ying, Dokkaebi. I was literally gonna do a bit. You saw where I was going. I mean, he's still very important. The fire bolts and the Capitao and the smoke bolts, but also an operator Shopify does bring like pretty frequently. They love their executes, their smoke executes specifically. They are a lot more methodical of a team. This is how Canadians teams have always been. And Capitao is an operator that is rarely going to get banned, but likely always going to be played by that team. So just taking it out isn't necessarily a strong operator, but a very consistent part of Shopify's lineup. You mentioned Architect operators being taken off the board, being Castle and the Azami, but actually one Architect operator on the opposite side I wanted to mention is Rora. Not that I think OXG should have banned her, but this is an operator that Shopify I've seen run quite a bit and much more often than a lot of the other teams inside of the NA League, and they've been basically doing it from jump. And boy, is that an operator that can really carve up a site when you try to go for a plant.
Especially when you think about Chalet and just how many double doors there are. It's one of the reasons why something like Capcan is great in your rank games, just because there's loads of doors that you've got to check. And if you're able to Rorador any of those off, you can really start to slice through the site. There's some good information gathered here by Spoit. He's got his eyes on an FNAT. It looks as though he's chasing some roamers below and just leaving a nice little flank drone for a bit later on. He will get that information. It's going to be enough to turn him around and let him go the other way. Doesn't fancy the 1 versus 1 against the Goyo downstairs.
You don't need to push that far this early on. The nice thing about Chalet is because of how many, as you said, windows and doors there are, oftentimes you can get a pretty easy opportunity for a kill later on just by sitting outside one of them. It's one of the reasons defense on this map is so difficult. No matter where you're rotating, it's like the opposite of Consulate. No matter where you're rotating, it feels like you're walking in front of some exterior angle. Ambi, though, with only 2 drones remaining from Shopify. Walking up Solar Stairs with not a lot of intel. Canadian setup, throws a Ying all the way, lands perfectly right in front of the Solar single panel, and will force Gomez back. But that's not the site. It's a Bar Games defense at the moment. And so he's just pushed back to the library setup, which is entirely untouched.
It's a real heavy extension there from Oxygen. They've held that ground for a good portion of time as well in toward Master Bed. Like, that isn't something that you always see for this defense. Library is going to be a mainstay no matter what. But a lot of the time, Library's the main and only focus. In this instance, the Rebellion, they've had to force their pressure in through the other side, and it's cost them a little bit of utility to do so. Only now, with 55 seconds, can they start to really make something happen. Rorador there is going to be destroyed. Flores able to gather a little bit more information, but it's not enough to unseat Oxygen right now. They are not being given any reason to move, and it's a moment like this where something like a Capital could be really handy. Those Roradors will clear the path, and surely we see a bit of action soon.
Look at this, and then just flip the screen right open, take the fight on Yaga. Excellent use of those doors. Completely shuts off line of sight. That Blue Stairs player entirely isolated from the rest of the team. Then you just immediately flip them back open, take the fight. Really, really good usage on Chalet. 4v3 now, but not a lot of time remaining. That's the issue. It was a great play, but look at how much time it took to set up, let alone how much time it took to execute. But with the advantage, they're making good on it. But Gomez creeps up. 5 seconds left. So little intel for so long. He spots one as Canadian puts the diffuser down. He's got no C4, flips around the corner, but can't secure the kill, neither on coverage nor planter. Shopify Rebellion with the first.
Great round from Shopify Rebellion. And I almost feel like I need to apologize there, Lynx, because I was sort of commenting on, you know, oh, they've taken a lot of time, and they did. It cost them utility. It did. But the power of those Roradors was just too much to go up against. If you can secure that Ivy corridor in a way that the Rebellion did just then and put that pressure onto the blue player, things really start to open up. I don't think we saw anybody on the library balcony from Shopify Rebellion, but they didn't need to be. Sure, someone maybe could have got a catch there, but it maybe would have been even a little bit more dangerous than what they ended up going for. A brilliant full map clear from them and using a lot of the clock, which is obviously important on that attack. You've got to get the most out of it, and there's that real fine line between wasting time and playing to the time. And I think that they struck that balance really nicely.
And I think that's the thing that obviously I think Canadian teams have always been generally good at, even though when it's been more problematic than other times, is it always feels like you're going to get a good return on your investment when you're watching him IGL. It always feels like, okay, they are taking a lot of time, but I'm reasonably confident that we actually will see good work come from this, even if they don't end up winning the round. It'll feel like that all was going to a worthwhile purpose, and I think, like you said, that round is a fantastic example, especially with an inventive use of Rora on a map that we're only seeing the second time in all the NA League. Making really, really good use of that operator. And like I said, a team that, don't get me wrong, they're not playing her every round or even every other round on the attack. But in the first 2 playdays, brought her for, I think, 3 rounds on each of the 2 attacks, on each of the attacking sides they had in the playdays 1 and 2. It's an operator I think they really see a lot of potential of to facilitate their playstyle, which is isolating positions, denying people angles, and putting the diffuser down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's an op that we're going to see a lot more, especially when we start getting in toward majors and things like that, when teams have had a lot of time to really play with it and sort of hold some things back almost. I'm sure that we're going to see it a lot more in the future. No Rora in this round, though. Rexon has gone for the the budget roarer in a lot of ways. The sense creates a sort of smoke screen, but the pressure and the attention really ought to be on Fabian. 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 Canadian right now. I was slipping back to my like EU days. He's half health on the Monty. He was pushing through that bar, trying to get some sort of an advantage, but Atom has been able to rotate out of there. But again, the Rebellion taking some good early control here.
Some good early control to be sure, but I also do want to acknowledge, I mean, OXG are really trying to press as much of an advantage as they can in these early rounds while not actually taking a single gunfight. And 2 times now, they've drawn Shopify's attention, fallen back, and spent half the round, or made Shopify spend half the round to get not much from it. And in fact, now, Canadian falls. Forrest able to find that kill early with the Monty softened up by Adam. Shot taken and finished by Forrest. And OXG still hold onto Library, still hold onto this forward position. Gomez waiting for Rexon to push up. The Sen's cut down now. Ambi, limited intel, 1 player on the stairs. He's got no idea Adam is here. This is where we retreated. He's been here since he fell back from that roam 30 seconds prior, and he's felt no need to move beyond it. He's supporting that Warden. He's supporting that Mira. It's just a clean setup from Oxygen, and where they failed to make good on that setup before, failed to make good on that early round. This time, they're looking quite nice. Spoit will find 1. That's Yaga taken down. Fortunately, not much impact from him in round 2. But with the Fuser all the way down below and only 30 seconds remaining, it's looking grim.
Not looking good right now for the Rebellion. They will be able to get that wall open, but it's kind of at what cost, right? The diffuser's downstairs. OXG, they know this. Under the cover of smoke, is anyone going to be able to run in and grab it? Spoit will, but it almost overcomplicates something that's already very difficult.
2v2.
Will pick himself up another, but it's going to be all she wrote right there for round number 2.
I really was thinking, oh, okay. Little spicy kill. Adam off site. Even man count. Pushing the site. But sadly, no. OXG just doing what they did earlier on, which is we have a plan. We have a setup. And you know what we're going to do? We're just going to stick to it. Adam, waste about a minute and a half if you can. You don't need to. But when you feel the pressure, just fall back. Shoot a couple drones, fall back. Don't need to overcomplicate it. Play the stairs. Support us on top library, where our extension is. And that's all OXG did. It was profoundly simple siege, and it worked great. He drew all of Shopify's aggro down below. The Monty was committed to pushing him. Ambi was trying to shoot him through a wall. He had everybody looking at him. He drew immense resources, and then he just fell back. It's really effective roam game from Oxygen with very little invested. And sure, it's only 1-1, and Shopify did take the first round, but it had good success in the first one, sufficient success to net a victory in the second. And I think this is going to be a trend that'll continue haunting Shopify, and it really does look like OXG might have a strategy that'll give Shopify Rebellion a run for their money.
Absolutely. I think if they keep playing in that sort of structured play style where they give themselves... I mean, there's layers to Chalet, right? There's ability to play in sort of forward positions, for example, whether that be if you're defending down in bar and games, whether they extend into sort of office and master like we've seen them do previously, or whether it's the flip side and it's different and they extend into bar and games and the site's actually up in master. There's that option for such an in-depth extension and to play that layered game. And I think it has caught Shopify Rebellion out there a little bit. Obviously, round 1 went their way and they had a very clear and almost clinical plan as to how they were going to do that. And I think the Roradors was the key component into that. I think if Rex had fallen, if those Roradors hadn't got placed, the round would have gone very differently. And in this instance, I guess seeing Canadian go down early on the Monty was the sort of big signifier of, well, that round's gone a lot differently now that they haven't got that Monty to play off the back of. Kind of felt bad for Ambi when he was pushing the stairs because he was checking all the right angles and he was just so narrowly missing out on the head and the helmet of the Legion that was just crouched on the halfway point of the stair. But sometimes that do be siege. As it stands, we are back into the game. Thanks for bearing with us. We just had a small tech, but everything has resumed as planned.
10 seconds to go.
So we see the Roar again. I really like seeing it from Shopify. Even if it doesn't work, I just like seeing the inventiveness. I really appreciate that they have been the team, been so bold to bring it out, but deciding to switch things up. I hope we don't see OXG switch anything up. I mean, obviously, you know, keep your opponents on your toes, but I have really liked the game plan from them on the defense through these first 2 rounds. And we're going to see something similar in all likelihood. It's a kitchen dining defense. Ollie, as we all know, got to hold upstairs. No Mira in the lineup, surprisingly. We saw her in round 2, but no Mira to aid that extension upstairs. So it'll be a little more difficult to contest positions like Solar, for example. We still got a really good lineup. Got the C4 if Gomez wants to play down below. You got a lot of utility to burn time upstairs, such as those magnets. But Ambi wastes no time getting in. And hopefully we'll see Shopify collide with this setup momentarily.
Ambi's going to be playing that flank role at the moment, just placing those track stingers out and starting to cast the net in a lot of ways for this attack. Those track stingers get placed out, and it is going to restrict somewhat the movement of these defenders. And you can start to send the drones in and gather that information. We can see drones being flicked there. Spoit is ready and waiting. He's just waiting for the cue to call to hop into library, but he knows that somebody's going to be playing on that fireplace. And this is about that coordination. You've got to start thinking, where's Canadian? He's starting to walk up now, and he's just going to bold as brass make his way right up there, and he should push that kill into Spoit's arms.
He should, but here Adam remains. Boy, trying to peek around the corner. Gomez still gets the first. It's Rex into 4. How does Adam get away with that? How does he get away with 2? Canadian snapshotted on top of fireplace stairs. And Surf, nice little micro flick. But a 5-1. Boy, oh boy, OXG have not come to mess around. They have not come to just take half measures against Shopify. They are here and they are ready to play. I've not secured the lead yet on this Chalet defense, but Ollie, I would be amazed if Surf has a 5v1 in his back pocket.
He's got the time to do it. He hasn't got the diffuser. He's got a lot of utility to go up against, and I've got a good feeling that OXG are going to know where he's coming from. He's got no option but to shoot out these default cams. He's got no option but to telegraph his location. You can see with the way that he's checking every single corner. There are no cams really to be watched. Canadians flicking a few, but the rest of the team just locked in on Surf's POV. Great discipline from Oxygen, recognizing, hey, there's a lot of time. We don't want to give him any chances here. We don't want to isolate ourselves. It's going to be Gomez to put an end to Surf's worries there and his try of getting that round across. But OXG, fantastic hold. And I think they read into what the Rebellion was trying to do really well. I was so surprised that Spoit wasn't a little bit quicker to move. And to be honest with you, it looked as though they needed an extra body between them. We had Canadian at the top of the stairs. He was covered by the track stingers that Ambi had already placed down. He was very safe. We got Surf at the main door, and then we've got Spoit coming through library. It just didn't seem to have that third element to it. We needed somebody else there to try and deal with that player on fireplace, because that reinforced wall is keeping him as safe as houses. The fact that not only Spoit died, but also Canadian, because he dropped the shield, pretty terrible, honestly, from the Rebellion.
And you know what? Something I want to highlight, because you and I mentioned this phenomenon of like investment, right? Is like, okay, Canadian and his teams might be spending a lot of time, like they did in round 1, but it feels like they're usually getting things from it, in that case, a victory. But something I want to point out indicates that this phenomenon is not really translating to actually much success for Shopify, and it's specifically in their drones. I went back and looked. In round 1, when they actually go and start like moving into the defensive setup, contesting blue stairs, only down to 1 drone. When they start running into the setup in round 2, only 3 drones. When we see Canadian take the fight with Omai on Fireplace right there, as he takes that fight, as it's a 5v5, they go down to 3 drones. We are losing a lot of tools for gathering intel, and what are we gaining from it? A really slow execute in round 1, that to be fair wins, but in rounds 2 and 3, a 5v3 for OXG. In that round, almost a flawless save for 1 impactless frag from Surf. It's not that there's necessarily a problem in the droning from Shopify, but they are uncharacteristic to what they used to be doing, spending a lot of their utility, getting very little from it, or in rounds 2 and 3, not getting anything at all.
Need to pump up that ROI a little bit.
Definitely. Pump up those numbers, rookie numbers.
Something that I really want to see how Oxygen deal with is this is likely going to be a very similar attack, right? We've got the Aurora. We know roughly what the play is going to be. It's going to be a big full clear straight across in through Solar. You can see Spoit's leading that charge right now. What is the retaliation from OXG in terms of how they're going to deal with those Roradors? Because they get placed in the same spot, we're going to expect a very similar result. It's the only round that we've seen the Rebellion be successful in so far. And already in this time, I feel like they're moving a little bit quicker. We're not quite at the halfway point yet, but they can see on drones that a lot of this is clear.
I do like to see this, them changing that pace. They are looking at round one, seeing, even though they won it, the big flaw that did exist there. Hope to see a bit more success. Ooh, a bit of a mistake on the flash right there, but the Roradors go out again. BP destroyed. I'm sure OXG will be ready for this. Doesn't even seem like there's somebody actively playing on blue stairs. You got the BP right there. No, Forrest is there. So it is the exact same setup from OXG too, but you can see Gomez taking up a position prone inside of the connector. He's got a mirror window right there and a hole to contest around. So these doors are not the magical solution that they were before. But if I'm taking somebody to win these long angle fights, my money's going on Spoit, and it's going on Spoit every day of the week. They line up for him. 1 taps, 2 apiece. Bought one and got one free. It might just have netted the victory for Shopify Rebellion. 1 on blue stairs. He takes another fight behind the shield. It is all the boy wonder in round 4 with Grixer, the highest rated player on OXG, with the world to do.
Highest rated player who hasn't done too much yet inside of this series. Still yet to find his first kill. He's got 20 seconds to find 4 of them. Now, we've commented a couple of times about the information game, and it again seems to be lacking from Shopify, but Spoit will be able to give the call out there, and that should be the round said and done. They do still need to find this final kill or get the plant down under a flurry of Candelas. It will be Canadian with the pistol to see an end to that round. An exit frag there for Grixer to pad his stats a little bit further. And it seems that the Rebellion are very good at attacking one site and one site only here on Chalet, and that's Bar and Games.
That's true, but I was about to say, if we're being accurate, if we're being objective, that round was not looking great. It wasn't looking bad, but Adam gets a 5v4 for OXG at a minute remaining. The library setup is completely intact. The only reason is Spoit. The only reason the player on your screen is what unlocked that round for Shopify. A 1-tap onto Gomez, playing a little fast and loose on the reinforcement, and another one onto the player in library. If Spoit doesn't net both of those kills, if he only gets 1, I think that's a different round for Shopify.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't think it's one that ends well.
No, that's why you pick him. That's why they picked him up. He is that difference maker. It was a horrible angle. I mean, it was a nasty angle that Gomez was holding to begin with. The kill onto Yoga as well. I mean, Yoga's still got the deployable shield to play behind, but at that point, it's kind of panic stations, right? Because your whole defense has been looking rosy. And then you lose 2 players, and you kind of think, oh, I've got to kind of do something. Don't want to get caught behind the deployable if they're just going to rush me, or they might try and ice charge it, or something like that. So tries to take the gunfight, but Shopify do level up 2 rounds apiece. But as the timeout indicates, they're still not happy with that performance so far, and there's definitely room for improvement, especially on these alternate sites. Back up to the top floor now. We're going to see a pretty hefty 6-pick once again. 3-ops getting changed out there. We're going to get Ambi back on that gridlock. No Monty this time, but instead Spoit is obviously feeling himself now. Maybe he's earned his Deimos round. He's had a good couple of rounds on Ash. Get him on the Deimos.
Promoted to Deimos. And I'm glad you highlighted the Monty, because I think if we can criticize Shopify for 2 things, Ollie, this game, we've already done one. Very slow and on bar gaming, very linear attack. I think we found the big flaw in that Aurora strategy is it kind of really pigeonholes you into Ivy, and it's pretty easy to read into, as OXG demonstrated. But the other one, there's definitely seemed to be a bit of desync between the rest of the team Canadian on the Monty. Where the desync is, I'm not sure. But a couple times, Canadian has been caught out either by himself or finished off pretty early on or had minimal impact in the case of rounds 2 and 3. And as we go to Master Veteran Office, where we saw Canadian go down first on the Monty, he's on the Ying. They had success in it in the previous round. He's played it in round 1. It's the main operator he's been playing on Bar and Gaming. And likely going to try and, of course, be good for the execute. But also, I'd imagine, probably set up Surf and Spoit on this entry a little bit more with those Candelas in the early round.
These are the kind of rounds that we want to see, really, from the Rebellion, because we want to see that carefully orchestrated push. You can see it starting to come now as there's a track over on Atom. We will just find a little pocket of safety for the time being and avoid the shots from that Vendetta of Spoit. More work in the drones, though, to really sort of nail down this initial engagement, as Ambi will be allowed to rotate up those solar stairs. Bear in mind that this is a top floor attack. That's a really important area of the map to get control of. And now that Shopify have that, they should be able to mount something.
They should. And one big difference between their Bar Gaming attacks in here is we have a second dimension. We have that Deimos down below. And if it feels like we're talking a lot about Shopify, not OXG, I think the reason is OXG did the same thing 5 rounds in a row, which is put forth a setup and play behind it. Aside from Gomez or maybe the player library peaking, they have been quite patient to let Shopify push into them, and they've not had to do a whole lot. But again, it's Spoit finding a gunfight given to him, finding a player over peaking, taking it, and now Shopify ready to sprint with it, finding a way into the site. Surf needing to just shoot a couple holes in that wall to move and put the diffuser down. Yaga fights back, takes off the MVP for Shopify this game, but it's all for naught. He might get 2. It's still even. It's still a post plant. It's now Shopify in the lead, up 1 body in Adam on 1 HP. Vulcan Pack detonated behind Ambi, but he's still safe. He's still secure. He's not worried whatsoever. Grixer with a lengthy pre-fire against his former teammate comes away the loser. And switching to the secondary, it might be faster than reloading, but it does not seem good enough to secure you round 5 in the face of 3 attackers. Nice shot. We can at least give him his flowers there. With only 3 seconds remaining and not much else to do. Shopify with their first, truly, I would say, convincing round from start to finish.
That's what we want to see out of this Shopify Rebellion side. We want to see these attacks that on paper look extremely simple. That was just get control of Solar, walk in and plant. It's far much more than that. But the way that they're able to execute it off the back of an opening that Spoit creates, threads a headshot through the site, through all the openings and the reinforcements and the rotates that are made, and is able to gain that opening. And there's no questions asked from Surf. He's immediately straight through. The mirror window was popped, bang, the kill comes through, and then they're able to hold in the post. They don't overextend. Not even sure that Canadian left the rappel there. Big round from Shopify. The timeout paying dividends for them. Question now is, can they make it a 4-2 half? Oxygen, maybe this is the time to wake up a little bit. You commented there, Lynx, that they've done the same thing multiple rounds in a row now, and that is just they set the stall out and they sit behind it. We need to maybe see a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more willingness to rotate, and I think that these operators speak to that. It's going to be a kitchen site, which means that you have to control the top floor, which means that by the very nature of that, you have to be a little bit more flexible. You can't just set your stall up and play behind it.
And not only can you not only do you have to be a little bit more flexible because of the extension, but also as Shopify have shown, they said, okay, you were trying to go a little big brain with those strats, Roar pushes, Sens, Monty pushes. We recognize we were cooking a little too hard. We were overthinking it a little bit. So as we've just run a pretty default solar clear, now you're going to need to put obstacles in our way. Because if we get set up, we're going to smoke you. All we need is Spoit to get a kill, and we basically won the round. So OXG, hopefully we'll see a little bit more activity in that early round and actually try and stop Shopify from getting set up. Because it's no longer an attack that seemingly in this final round is going to be taking a lot of time investing early on. They're going to keep it very simple. And in order to stop just hellfire being rained down upon you in the late round, you're going to need to keep an eye on these flanks, but also keep your eye trained forward and stop Shopify from getting set up in the first place.
Spoit loves entering through the basement, doesn't he? I think he's entered there nearly every round so far. Gives him a lot of options, and while that drone information's being gathered elsewhere, you can then choose which direction he's sort of going to push in. Yoga is going to be on the library stairs above him at the moment, but Shouldn't be at risk in any way. Spoit will just be biding his time there, and the fact that he's gotten into that position and it feels like he's fairly unknown should be a good thing. But
oh, what? I'm not even entirely sure what's just occurred. I mean, Spoit, a lock on to Forest. 8-4, but now it's just him and Canadian. The new pickup in the veteran IGL. Try and clutch this 2v3, but look at the time they have. 1:14 seconds left. Spoit still has a Dokkaebi call. Canadian still has 3 Candelas. I'm not saying they will win it, but if you wanted any collection of utility to still have a very ample supply of, it would be these two. But Canadian sees the Wamai, and he takes far more damage than he dishes out in turn, just recovers the diffuser, but you're trapped now. He's trying to find ways to sprint across, dash back and forth. Y'all get taken down by Spoit. How has Canadian gotten out of here? And now you have a chance. You've got one hell of a chance. As Dokkaebi call's been used. Look at Canadian. Now rotating around to the front side. Candela thrown up. Vertical hole blinded. Both Gomez and Adam can wait, sitting on this second floor as Shopify move in for the defuse. EMP goes out. No smoke canisters, but this Warden can see through the Candelas. If Canadian tries to use them to blind, he won't. But he's right under the vertical angle. Do they know? Are they going to look? They've got sight on it. He's moving too late. Gomez indecisive. No intel. But Adam's still able to get Canadian on the cross, on the fall off. Spoit will need to break double digits to get this, but he's rotating. He's going to retake the vertical. Adam recognizes this. No, he's still down below. He can hold the side. He can swing in. He can get the kill. And now just one. As Gomez still upstairs, has to drop down. He's already been burned by a lack of intel. And now he's just playing on instinct, playing on game sense. He's got the call that the Dokkaebi was short, so he'll try to long arm it. Try to protect himself as Spoit swings. He doesn't die, but he's pushed off the defuse. Just one more time. Just one more burn. Spoit wins those every day of the week. MVP and then some on Chalet.
He's on a heater. He is on a serious heater here tonight. Spoit doing the business, showing why he is such a valuable player to have in the roster. Single-handedly winning the round there, and honestly, I mean, Spoit gets the kills and he does the glamorous side of things, and it's the big, you know, Hollywood moment. Oh, he's hit the shots. But rewind to Canadian getting out of that position, because I have no idea how he slipped the net. I have no idea how he slipped the net there. He should have been dead to rights, but he was able to recover the diffuser and recognized where the strength was. What little strength was left in that round for Shopify rested with Spoit and his positioning. He had a great spot just outside of the doorway there. He was able to cover getting the plant down. Sure, Canadian gets the plant down and dies, but it doesn't matter. Spoit had so much surety, and there must have been a drone assisting him there. They had an ample opportunity for there to be a drone inside the main lobby, a drone at the top of blue stairs, something to just give him that confidence to be able to play in that position. And OXG really didn't have a response for it. I'll tell you what, it didn't. After the first round and we saw the first push that Shopify did, I was thinking, blooming heck, these guys look good. We see rounds 2 and 3, and you sort of question, are they a bit of a one trick? Then they pull out that kind of a round. All right, it's not, you know, brilliant strategy or anything like that. It was, again, off the back of Spoit's gun skill. But you look at the scoreline now, you think, that's a 4-2 half. They're only 3 rounds away from tying this game up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, it's a 4-2 half, but it's a 4-2 half on Chalet attack, and you needed Spoit putting in the work to get you there. A 3K to open things up in round 4. And then, to be fair, a Spoit Canadian 2v4, but a Spoit 4K. And you also needed, as you rightly pointed out, Canadian literally like vanishing in a puff of smoke in Trophy to get the diffuser over to Fireplace in the first place. You needed a lot of really unlikely things to happen just to get a pretty standard lead on Chalet. I don't think OXG are going to be feeling too tough about not only that loss, but that half overall. Sure, you could have had more. You probably could have had a 4-2. And that sucks. But on Chalet, that's fine. That's A-okay.
A lot definitely rides on this opening round for OXG here. They really don't want momentum to get the better of them. And if Spoit's feeling himself, It'll be very difficult to try and battle back against that. One of the most mechanical players we have in this game. It's Ambi to open things up. Takes Forrest out. Forrest, a player that really has been struggling on this OXG roster this stage. Isn't going to have anything to say inside of round 1 here, and he was on the Monty.
Seems it's just an ill omen to pick Monty in today's bout on Chalet. Canadian meeting a couple very, very strange and impactful ends with the intention behind bringing that Monty, often the focal point of any strategy the attack wants to put through. Now Forrest understanding that same position intimately, but Surf, what is going on? Where are these kills happening? Another one going down on blue. We saw Gomez flanking up the blue stairs earlier. Now Yaga taking that same position. Diffuser is out. Is it in Fireplace? Is it outside? I don't even know. What has occurred? What has happened? If I said that this might be a very winnable half for OXG, which I did, Ambi has left the game, and it's basically just as unwinnable as it was before. Yaga does spot one, creeping up the blue stairs, and now I'm getting a little nervous. Not very nervous, but just a little bit. Yaga's only on 1 HP, but he's got 2 1v1s he can isolate here. One on the right side, he's just spotted him. The first chance at it doesn't go his way, so he'll try a different position. But he can still take this 1v1. The nade goes in the corner. Such a smart play. Instead, the Frost moves outside to dodge it. That's actually a really smart heads-up play by Rexon right there.
Oh my goodness.
And
not like this.
What?
Not like this. There's no way Yaga made us watch for 30 seconds as he tries to clutch it. Gets it into a 2 versus 1, which was actually winnable, and then just waltzes over into a frost mat. I'm not having it. I'm not having it.
No, what? Come on.
There was a peek that he did onto Rexon there, and he perfectly saw him, and he went for the 1-tap, and obviously missed. And I was just like, oh my, if he wins that, it's all on Canadian. So he's just got to clutch it up if he wants to win. Oh, all that for a Frostmat, eh? In the time that it took Yaga to bait all of that and to try and get someone to peek him and get a kill, Ambi returned. We're now in a tactical. This is an OXG tac timeout right now. And to be honest, it probably doesn't come at a better time. They need to do some soul searching right now because things haven't been going their way. And it's been a clear lack across the board. I think some of the performances that we've seen put in, it's been lacking for what you expect at this level, especially when you're going up against a team as talented as Shopify.
Well, and also now you are in the unfortunate position where now that you've lost that first attack at a pretty dominant margin, now you're like, man, it could be 4-3 right now, our favor, if Spoit doesn't go God mode in 2 rounds. But it's not. Now it's 5-2. It can definitely affect you a little bit, and I think it's a great time to take a pause, especially given the margins and also the importance of the attacking side. But to be honest with you, I am still really curious as to what was happening on this attack. And I don't mean that, like, OXG didn't have a plan. I mean, I just don't entirely know. It felt like Forrest either hopped in by himself or a bit unsupported. You'd think the Monty with the diffuser hopping in a window, that'd be a pretty good trade to get, but I mean, he just died to Ambi, and I've gone back to try and rewind, and I think he tried to hop in the garage single window, or like the fireplace single, and Ambi just caught him, like on the middle floor. And if I'm correct on that, nobody was supporting him. Nobody was behind him. Gomez was flanking up blue. Yaga was on top of office balcony double. One guy was outside library. Just seemed a bit disjointed is what I'm getting at. Seemed a little disjointed.
Something that I'm finding quite ironic in this game is, and it comes back to a point that Fox was making on the desk, that OXG don't really have that big standout playmaker at the moment. Their best player is Grixer, and in this game, Grixer's struggling to get going. He's still 2-5. He doesn't necessarily play that most glamorous sort of frag-heavy role. He's mainly going to be looking toward those flanks and hoping and getting his team to really funnel people into his direction and into his crossfires. And it's kind of ironic that Shopify on the flip side have essentially got to this 5-2 based off the back of Spoit and his gun. Because that is the player that's stepping up. It's polar opposites at the moment for both of these two teams. And OXG just do not have that figurehead to really get behind at the moment. They need a serious pop-off from somebody. because this game is going one way and one way only at the moment. We are going to see them try and attempt a little bit of a solar over here. They're going to be placing those Selmas out and trying to gain control of that top floor. We do actually manage to see Forest successfully manage to get himself in on the rappel.
I'll give him credit for that, but I mean, to be fair, Surf has kind of found a little bit of a gap here, but is Forrest again by himself and Gomez a little behind. Again, Forrest opening pick 2 rounds in a row, and it feels there's nobody really there to trade him out, but we can say this. Surf is cut down, and they're right outside the site. You got 2 players on the top floor at the moment, one directly above it, one all the way across, and OXG have worked themselves in very quickly. They have time to reset too. Only 4 drones, to be fair. They've got a Dokkaebi call, got flashes to open this up. Just going to be a question of how well they can deal with Shopify. Not only, of course, holding these horizontal angles, but also these vertical angles. As you can see on the defense. Adam looking to hop in. The West main single. He's still got the Dokkaebi call. A lot of time being spent on this setup. A lot of time being spent waiting.
Dokkaebi call is going to pull the defenders out of the cameras for now. As you've mentioned, there's a severe lack of presence upstairs. We are just left with players looking to try and desperately find angles. Canadian's in a great spot right now to call out for his team. Tucked in. Will get droned there, and I'm not sure if he realizes it. Will manage to find that drone. The nade now comes in. He's in a bit of a tough spot because if he moves, he's going to get shot, and if he stays, he's going to get exploded. There's no option here for Oxygen, but they have to try and push this. They have to try and nail this down.
It's taken a lot of investment, but there we go. It really does pay off for OXG. I thought we'd at least get the plant down, but all the angles around it come alive. I will say, we're starting to see them sitting outside the site for almost a full minute, and I'm just like, oh no. Oh no. Are we going to stall out? Are we going to stall out here at the finish line? But no, they spent a lot of time getting set up. They find Canadian side of the site. Really like that nade because, as you said, he's in a really difficult spot, and also you just know he's there now, and you can shoot through that table. So Canadian's able to be taken out pretty easily, and then OXG immediately move off of that. Again, I still really would like to know what's going on with Forrest here. It seems a couple times now he's been in an off spot, but maybe I can give him a pass there. It seemed like Surf might have just hit a timing, caught him off guard. Totally fine. Could have been a one-time thing. But now as we see him back on the Monty, and we're going to bar games, really want to make sure that Forrest is actually having an impact in these rounds because he's bringing operators like Ace, really important utility. Operators like Monty can have a lot of impact, so I want to make sure that Forrest, and on the Grim, has a lot of impact. I want to make sure that Forrest is having an impact later in the round because if OXG are able to win rounds like that, if Forrest is alive, it'll be even better.
Yeah, we don't just want Forrest to be the bait, you know, and he either gets traded or he doesn't. I think that previous death was probably pretty unfortunate, and I think that Surf probably just hit a bit of unlucky timing there on the window. Surf hit the fortunate timing on the rappel, but it's one of those things, isn't it? Let's see how Forrest chooses to go forward from here. Atom and Yoga slowly starting to ramp things up a little bit in the kill department as well, which is important for OXG. The timeout has worked out for them. Both teams have used their tactical timeouts now. It is worth noting it was required from Shopify in the early part of this game to really steady the ship, and it did them well. They were able to pick up a good couple of rounds off the back of it. I'm not sure how much the timeout really had to do with it, and it was more off the back of Spoit and his gun skill. But OXG did manage to get one away there as well. Now they're going to be looking toward this basement. Is it a basement or is it a bar? I think it's a bar defense right now. Seeing how they're going to try and take control of this library area. It can be called as clear right now. Yoga is going to waste no time, I'm sure, in getting himself in.
It's actually Forrest in first. Classic Forrest.
Of course it is.
He's up in the hatch, though, and immediately hop back out. You can see player tracked upstairs, and Oryx in play, who's now dashed behind that reinforcement, will dash right out. Worked himself in a bit of a tricky spot. Is OXG really confident on this library take? Ambi taking a big risk, but one that pays off. Yoga ends up being by himself. I don't think he expected Ambi to challenge him that aggressively, but Adam there for the trade. Good structure for OXG. Even if you do lose Yoga, of course, you obviously have the follow-through. But it's clear there's plans here. It's clear that even with Ambi getting aggressive in an unexpected way, they have players in standby positions to deal with it and keep a lid on things. Because now they've not lost that much progress. They do have to rotate somebody up to reestablish control of that library position, but they will, and it's actually Forrest who could put those Bs down and start pushing on in. But once they bait out this util, that has to come first.
The util shouldn't take much baiting out, though. There's only one Toxic Babe canister left, and there's 55 seconds on the clock, so if you're the defender, you're in a pretty good position at this point. That last Toxic Babe's going to get sent out right there as well. The info from the site is going to be diminished. Surely it's just wait for this to go and then send those Capital Firebolts in and 3-2-1 it. OXG, not in a bad position right now. Equal man count going into this final 30 seconds. Gomez, still just cautious that something might be happening upstairs. There isn't a load of information right now for Oxygen, and that could be their undoing. There are a couple of players offside. The Capital Fire goes in, and Surfly swings for a kill.
Swings for a kill, but Forrest again able to trade, but Shopify intrinsically favored here. They can win on time. They put Forrest to low HP. Gomez did spot Spoit, and with Gomez staying alive and winning that fight, he can get the diffuser back up. He allows Grixer to push forth. He doesn't have to recover. The gun's still alive, and the round's gone the way of OXG. We don't see it, but that gunfight between Gomez and Spoit, both weary of the other's position. With Gomez winning it, he Finka boosts, brings Forrest back up, and completely changes the dynamic and keeps OXG in the lead in round 9.
I've never seen Finka boost timing like that. Never. There's no way that it was planned or called for. I refuse to believe that was planned. That was just sheer timing.
Or it was great reaction. Or it was excellent reaction from Gomez.
But can you speak, like...
That's what I mean.
Can you speak quick enough?
I mean, like,
I
he
don't
probably
think he can.
He made, like, I'm saying, when I say great reaction, I mean, he might have just saw it on his screen.
He maybe saw it. I don't think that a human can speak. A brain can receive and react and process, and you can press a button all in that split second. The timing was absolutely unbelievable. They deserve it, though. I mean, hey, everyone gets a bit of timing sometimes, and the attack wasn't too bad, let's be honest. Shopify didn't have anything else to try and deny that. They had no C4, they'd used all the Toxic Babe canisters. It was going to come down to those gunfights. OXG just using the tools that they had available, and they're making this a very close game right now. On the flip side, you can look at it and think, well, you know, Shopify came into this with a pretty hefty lead. Yeah, it was a pretty hefty lead, but it was kind of all off the back of one player. Since then, Spoit, he's not really done too much. He's still on 12 kills. Still yet to have a real impact on the defense, especially compared to the impact that he was having on the attack. And Oxygen are just slowly but surely chugging away.
Putting their heads down, grinding. You want to highlight Gomez. Grind time, indeed. Feel like I'm watching SSG. Not in that way. The process. I do want to highlight Gomez. Obviously, I talked about that huge, like, unbelievably impactful engagement. Him being able to stay alive and use that Finka boost. But Gomez positive in this game has been a player that, while despite playing a lot of entry ops, or despite traditionally being a more frontline player, as we've been seeking somebody to stand alongside Grixer, not only on the scoreboard, but somebody to take up that mantle, we haven't really seen it. But if he can land high-impact frags like that, even if he's just 7 and 6, hopefully we can see him start to fill that gap. But Yaga and Adam, too. The next 2 highest-rated players in the league behind Grixer, though a pretty vast gap between Grixer and the rest. There is a gap. But still 8 and 7, 10 and 7. They are putting in the work. They're putting in some really good numbers this game, and on the attack, if they can just do it one more time, a tie game on Chalet, this might end up being the match of the day.
Gomez just cautiously probing there on that boiler door. A lot of pace has been removed from this attack in round 10 from OXG. They are playing in a cagey manner. Still trying to gather a bit of information, and quite rightly, trying to get one of those kills from outside to in. There are so many windows, so many angles, and if you can try and funnel one of those defenders or just catch someone on an unlucky rotate, then you can very often find what you are looking for. The sense will get thrown in along with the nade. It's usually a signal that some sort of a push is going to happen off the back of it, but it's almost a little bit of a bait. We see a smoke go out as well. OXG just probing for a reaction right now, maybe.
Will Shopify give it? How disciplined are they going to be? Will it be like OXG in those early rounds? Well, if Gomez was looking to be that tip of the spear, he's fallen. Adam able to find one, though. Able to take down Spoit. 12 and 8, but started to go silent. Utility going out. No more ROU projectors to follow up that one thrown in the bedroom window, and you'll see a very quick rotate. Benefit of that new repel system, though. Yager doesn't have to go down, rotate around, and all the way back up. He can immediately move from solar to the bedroom window. And the attack, just because of that mechanical change in Siege X, now not lost a lot of time. They might have just a couple patches ago. Still losing bodies, though. And be taking a fight. Adam, the player who opened things up, who kept it competitive for OXG, now gone down, and it's a 3v4, 2v4, almost a 1v4 as Forrest is put to 1 HP. It seemed like maybe they could have it, but with those early engagements, the hope slowly dies for Oxygen Esports as Shopify move up 6-4.
Bit of a strange round from OXG. I kind of questioned, are they trying to bait a reaction out of the Rebellion right now? Are they just throwing a little bit of utility out there and seeing if they can catch anyone on a wild swing? It wasn't the case. Shopify didn't give any wild swings away. They didn't immediately react by throwing a load of C4s and all that sort of stuff. It was kind of all down to Ambi, and a lot of the action happened off screen. You know, Ambi was just slowly plugging away, getting a kill here, getting a kill there. It just seemed, again, it just seemed a little bit disjointed from OXG. It's a huge boom for Shopify as well, because on a side that they're not having the most success on at the moment, to pick up that round and get themselves onto a match point, they can now go down to sanctity, the safety that is the basement. Bring things like a Tuberal, things like a Cade, make it very difficult to get those walls open. If Spoit plays on a little bit of a looser roam, or even in on the site with those Ella Candelas, we know he's a beast with that Scorpion.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds.
No, he's a beast in general. I mean, 12 and 8. Surf 10 and 7 too. Surf and having a pretty quiet stage so far, but he just hasn't had to do a lot of the work. Shopify going flawless, and players like Ambi and Spoit soaring all the way to the top 5 in the league, both of them haven't really had to do a lot of work. Sorry, actually not Spoit, Rexen. I'm just used to Spoit popping off this game, but Spoit will certainly find himself fighting alongside the rest of his Shopify teammates, Rexen and Ambi specifically, for that top spot. But Surf hasn't had to do a lot of work this stage, but he's really shining right now, handing the Scorpion to Spoit. Forced back on a shield. 2 rounds they'll need to win on this attacking side. And how will they decide to do it in the first time any team has defended basement in this game so far? What will they decide to do? It seems a full clear might be in order.
Forrest on the blitz, so a full clear shouldn't be too timely. And they are going to need that control, especially if they're going to start to throw these boogie drones around and try and rip open some of that floor. Gomez, got a good bit of information right now.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Fortunately, will be able to break the castle barricade. But it does kind of give the game up a little bit. Does provide a bit of sound.
Oh,
but he turns his back again!
Forrest!
Second time tonight!
Oh my god. I mean, he's just giving the game away there. Like you said. He's hopped in the window. You could even see he was surprised. He was expecting Gomez to be in the office with him, and he looks around, he almost does a double take. He's like, what? What's happened here? And then he just commits? Runs straight into top library. There's 2 defenders. We knew Ambi was by bathroom. We had a red ping on him. We knew he was by himself. And Forrest just commits to the murkier position. And Adam goes down too. Rough chances for this 3v4. Rough chances for this 3v4.
If you're going to go for a full clear, you need everyone to full clear with you as well. There's no point. You can't just do like a half full clear. That's not a thing. You do a half clear or do you a full clear? There's one or the other. It just felt, again, disjointed. Lack of information. Yeah, they've been able to throw some boogie drones. They might be able to get this wall open. Yoga's got a good bit of value out of this shock drone now as well. But I really don't fancy the chances. 2 C4s, 2 Toxic Babe canisters. Trained killers pointed in every direction. 30 seconds left to go. Now we'll start going to see this breach getting opened up. Tuberal, welcome. He's very cold.
I mean, you could see Yaga kind of. I think Yaga kind of understands the situation's happening here. 15 seconds. You're not going to be able to open this breach. Gomez has worked his way bottom fireplace, but he's spotted on a BP. He doesn't have diffuser. Ambi around the corner. Huge win on that gunfight, actually. And with the smoke's gone down, there's C4s. 2 coming around the corner. Yeah, C4s, smoke canisters. That's done and dusted. 7-4 for OXG. But I really have to look at that top floor clear. The boogie drone getting caught on the barricade, stopping Gomez from going in. And then Forrest still commits to the piano window hop in. For a game that had a lot of potential to go the distance, especially with a competitive first half, really, really sad how it ended.
Again, I think a story of the night. Both teams have got a lot to take away from this, good and bad. You know, from the Rebellion point of view, great game of Siege. They managed to win, but at what cost? You know, had it not been for Spoit in a few rounds, it would have been a very different affair indeed. OXG there, not able to get anything going and really just falling foul. Where on the defenses, they looked quite good. We're going to hit a short break. After that, we'll be back with the desk to break it down and get stuck in for our next game of the night. Don't go anywhere.
On my vert.
Walking down, beast, walking down, right side. Swinging you. Two.
The other one's on my bird. Can we see?
I can smoke. I smoke. Orange. Here, planning. Nice. Main.
Let's fucking go.
Nice! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Big game, bro! Big fucking game!
Keep pushing.
Let's go. No, you should keep doing that.
I felt like I was part of the team. Like, you know, it was our prediction. We're part of that win.
You
Nope.
wish.
All right.
No.
Well, forget what I said.
Anyways, Shopify do manage to close this one out, which for me, though, leaves a lot of question marks in regards to OXG specifically because, you know, we were saying Shopify played teams that weren't too strong, struggled, had some close games. Are they going to be able to do this cleanly? They did. Where does it leave OXG?
Well, I'll let you take the OXG point. For the SR
No, because
side,
I asked about OXG.
for the SR side, I do want to say, you know, with the games before, I felt like they were making a lot of their mistakes is why they were losing rounds, where this game it was a lot more convincing that it wasn't necessarily them making mistakes. Oxygen was just better within those rounds.
Yeah, Shopify was just playing the objective game really well on their attacks, and to the point where even when they're in man-down situations, they knew when the case is down, they have amazing players. Let's flex that. Let's focus on the objective, put them in places to win. But for OXG, I mean, it's a little expected, obviously. They played against the weaker teams, and both teams have gone through their run of beating the weaker teams, but OXG didn't look as comfortable as playmakers. It looked like OXG most of the time in those wins were sitting back and the enemies were making their mistakes. Whereas in this game, they sat back. They did the exact same thing. It sat back. They didn't seem like they were problem solving, whereas Shopify wasn't giving them openings. They weren't giving them a leg into the round. So that was the biggest issue, and that was what we highlighted. So for OXG, again, I think once they just figure out how to be able to get those opening kills, those entries, get in the building a little more, that's where you're going to find OXG to find a little bit more success, because the other parts of it are still pretty decent. But as for Shopify, I'm really happy with the performance. It was clean. It's what we wanted to see.
Still undefeated.
Still undefeated. Still, I would say against a team of a weaker caliber, I'm excited and hope they keep this same level of energy going into the harder opponents coming up for them.
Yeah, something to look forward to in the future. But for now, we're going to be talking about the present, which is this specific game and the Blacklight detail, going over to Spoit, because, I mean, it is Shopify. Any one of the players can pop off.
Well, it's finally nice, I think, for all the Spoit fans out there, even including myself. It's nice to see him in the spotlight here because he's just doing what Spoit does best, which is being a walking highlight reel, getting triple kills, getting quad kills. I mean, this is what you expect out of Spoit, but I think you didn't expect it as little as you're seeing it nowadays, being on the fact he is on the Shopify roster. Where for the simple, I mean, he does a good job just playing that post-plant situation, but it is good to be able to highlight him. I mean, 13 and 9 in the game. Again, Spoit is such a highlight reel of a player, and we don't get to talk about it as much or see these moments due to the fact that everyone on that roster, like you were saying, is able to pop off at any given moment.
Exactly, and one of the people who we haven't spoken to from this roster yet is Surf, who is ready for the interview. So, Surf, lovely to meet you. Congratulations. Another points added to the tally. How has the journey been for you with this Shopify roster? How have the last couple of games been? What has been your main takeaway?
Well, what's up, first of all? What's up?
There's that smile. I was wondering where it was. You had that stone cold killer face on you.
Right now, for us, we're just taking it game by game. I mean, we have a lot of good players on our team, so we're expected to win. But at the end of the day, we're still barely a team for like a month and a half now with Spoit. For me, my takeaway is kind of just let Spoit and Hemby kill everybody, and that kind of just cleaned up the round with Troy and Richie. So,
I mean, that's interesting that you say that, because you had a pretty big game today, and I feel like you're always consistent for SR. You're always that flex player that's being in those positions when needed, so I hope you give yourself some credit as well. My question is more or less, you guys have played some of the weaker teams, quote unquote, and your schedule only gets harder from here. Are there any key factors that you guys want to make sure you're tightening up on going into those games against better opponents, or anything that you guys are maybe worried about or looking forward to playing against better opponents?
Yeah, so for us, it's not really about who we're playing. Every team we take with the same amount of seriousness and the same amount of competitiveness. It's more so just taking it game by game and really just fixing what we need to fix, because every team will abuse our mistakes if we let them. So
For sure. Well, Surf, congratulations. I do want to see a little more of a smile out of you because I'm not getting enough energy from you because I saw you in that winter comms. But I want to talk about just your career in general. Obviously, we've talked about this before, but even for the newer people watching, I mean, your start in the beginning of your career wasn't the best. You found yourself joining the Sonics, now onto the Shopify Battle, still the same roster, just different org. I mean, what's been your biggest takeaway just so far in your career and being more of an established centerpiece in a roster than kind of what it was back in the day?
For me, I always pretty much held myself to a pretty high standard. So for me, it was just a matter of getting the same amount of, like, the same people around me that hold themselves to the same standard. And now that I have those people surrounding me with experience, it makes my job a whole lot easier because they have the experience, and I just kind of take away everything from them, pretty much.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time for the interview, and again, congratulations. Good luck in your game tomorrow. We'll see you around.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Aw. I love how you kept asking for a smile and more energy.
I need a little
but I
from
do
these
think
players.
it's been a long day for them.
It has. I mean, both me and you know, after 1 hour of a pro match, I am done and dusted the rest of the day. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to talk to anyone.
Yeah.
I just want to go lay down, hop on my phone, and chill.
I really used to love the group bubble baths we would take after our game
Those
wins.
were fun.
And then we'd cuddle up all in bed and watch a movie. And
Well, not even watch movies. We'd watch old VODs, kind of, where things went wrong, where things went right in the round. I mean, it was really good.
In the
bonding
bubble bath
experience.
or-
In the bubble
yeah.
bath.
Especially, no, Lax was so good at those foot rubs. You were amazing at it.
Schedule for today and the games that we still have coming your way, because I know nobody wants to listen to this. If you do, what's wrong with you? We have DZ against Wildcard and M80 Cruelty. Now, the last game, I do expect this to be more of a one-sided one, but the DZ Wildcard, this for me is, DZ is a top dog. The team that's, undefeated. They look incredibly strong. Probably the best team, definitely the best team at the moment
Best
in
team
NA.
in NA.
And then you look at Wildcard, and that used to be the best team in NA when we were looking at Reload.
Oh, yeah. When we were looking at
Reload, let me stay on the fine print.
They
Okay,
made it there.
calm
That's
down.
good. But, best team is a stretch. I mean, definitely impressive. But we got to see them, a little bit more consistency from them. But, best and Wildcard, I wouldn't necessarily put them. I think Wildcard is a perfect name for them. Some days they can be good. Some days they can be bad.
Maybe not good. I was going to say the other way, but I don't know if I can curse on the broadcast. I was like, someday maybe good, someday maybe not. But either way, we're going to be back with the maybe good game. Definitely the good game after the break, with DZ going up against Wildcard, so stick around.
Dodas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both downs.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Available now.
Top dogs of the league going up against the middle of the pack. Dark Zero against Wildcard here on the NAL on our 5th play day, first one of week 3. I'm Jeannie, joined with Fox and Lax. And this is the game that I have been looking forward to because why not?
Well, why? Why have you been looking?
Yeah, why would you
It's
be
a
looking forward
great
to
game of Siege that's probably going to be one-sided.
No, I think it could be potential to be, oh, my cards are flying over. I think it could be potential for a great game if Wildcard can bounce back. I really think Wildcard is a good strategic team of being able to break apart strategies. That's what we saw at Reload. Hopefully, if they can get over that hurdle, you know, the hurdles of issues that they've been going through. I mean, DZ is still a very structured team. It is really hard, though, to always overcome DZ. I feel like they look like the perfect team right now.
Yeah, maybe now you like actually jinx it. But DZ is a roster that has been so incredible. And just the fact that you have to ban out one player and then you have 4 more players left and everybody can pop off and everybody can show up. It's just like, what do you do at this point?
I mean, even if you ban out Spirits, he's just going to play another operator. So you can't really focus ban anyone because you're just going to hurt yourself at the end of the day. But I mean, this is the definition of being flawless. This roster is the Swiss Army knife of Swiss Army knives. They have everything in their toolkit to make it work. I mean, we talk about Spirits, how well he is and how impressive he is on those shields, but even players like Citizen, where on the front line, he's an aggressive attacker. He gets in, he's that spear. Then even on defense, he does a very good job at just being able to play a solid support line on defense. I mean, and then Pamba Party Time. We've been seeing him come alive, being one of the best players currently on the roster. A player that we haven't really spoke about too much has been NJR, but even then, in the shadows, he's still performing. He's still being at the top.
It's like you're rapping praise of every single player while the highlight was playing. You're like trying to like.
You
have to.
Yeah, you
I know,
have
it's
to.
pretty cool.
You know, it's a crazy comparison. Maybe they call me crazy. I would say Dark Zero is the closest to a Furia that North America will ever see. Just 5 players that can all play their role respectfully well. Everything's syncing. I mean, will they go on to win a whole year of tournaments? I don't know. I don't think so yet. But obviously, I will say when it comes to teams in North America and what team has looked the most well-rounded, I would say this iteration of DZ has looked the best out of every single team in the history of North America.
Yeah, and a big part of that as well is obviously going to be the IGL when it comes to DZ, just the calls that we're seeing from the rounds, but not just the fact that Nafe is doing well in his role, he's also doing great as an individual.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the DZ fans were like, wait, you didn't mention Nafe. Where's Nafe? Well, this is where Nafe is. He's at the IGL Summit, duh. And clearly, he's leading his team right now in first right now. I mean, you see Foltz third. Point is, when you are the IGL of your roster, you are also putting up numbers. And that's not typically a scenario where you see IGLs. You can see Troy right there sitting at a 72. It's the fact of the matter when your IGL is coming into the game, not only leading that charge, setting everyone up for success, being able to indulge and take everything in and set everything aligned, but also to be able to perform, that not only is a confident IGL, but that instills confidence into the rest of the team. Even for myself being a former player, if I know that my IGL is coming into the game, confident in his own play, confident in setting everyone up, confident in executing, that is going to ultimately make any attack significantly better. And speaking, obviously, from experience with you, Fox, if Fox is playing at the highest level he possibly can, being in the ranks with us and the scoreboard, that is only going to create success. And that's obviously what we're seeing in terms of all of DZ's play and looking flawless. I said that SR was one of the best teams in the league right now, which statistically right now they are off their wins. But when you put that in comparison to DZ is significantly better practically on all fronts in terms of just sheerly how they look.
Yeah, because they are also at the top of the standings starting today. It does corroborate the fact that they are the best.
Yeah, you're going to assume that if your IGL is the worst performer strategically, use your IGL or your support. But obviously, if your IGL is statistically, you're going to assume at the bottom, and he's finding so much success, that makes everything that much easier in calling. Also, to be able to call a strat and be able to, at the same time, micromanage yourself and focus on getting those kills. It is a big task to do because being an IGL, it's focusing on half of your team and then half on your own play. So to be able to do both makes everything that much easier. You're also not necessarily going into it playing 4v5, but you know, I guess it's not necessarily all up to individual performance because we saw Canadians up there in second, and it's not up to the bubble. It doesn't matter the size of the bubble, but it's about how the IGL uses the bubble. So I guess at the end of the day, there's caveats to both, but of course, it's always going to help if you're getting kills.
Yeah, they're going to go up against Wildcard, and if anything, this IGLing has been a little bit more difficult. I mean, we've had a conversation with Spiker already, and he has touched upon the fact that they're not all in the same location, but I feel like it gets to a point where there can no longer be an excuse because there are teams in exact same positions, Shopify being a great example of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that don't necessarily have team houses. Of course, team houses make things better, and maybe Reload, all the players being on the same unit made them power up, but obviously we're going into week 3. That can't be the excuse anymore, and we mentioned the IGLs. I mean, Spiker has been doing a great job when it comes to Wildcard, but the biggest issue with Wildcard now is the fact that their issues have created such an inconsistency and confidence that now no one's really believing in the IGL. No one's believing in the strategy. No one's believing in the fundamentals of those calls. Everyone's playing on their own, and you can see it in the stats. I mean, when it comes to everybody on the team, they've been struggling, and we look to big players at Reload like Dash, you know, and he's been underperforming. We know that. That's something that he needs to figure out. But Kansan is in the top 10 players of the world, of NA right now, and he's been putting out a lights-out performance. So we can't even talk about just performance. It really comes down to the lack of coordination and trust amongst everybody, and that's where we find ourselves when it comes to Wildcard. I mean, even in their game against M80, trust was the biggest factor onto why they were losing, and we have a round that displays that of the biggest issues of Wildcard in the fact that they're not playing off of each other. We're going for a piano execute just to be able to get a pick. Dash is here. Look at his teammate. Spiker completely hiding behind, looking at the holes above. Why is no one behind Dash? And then Spiker goes down to holes above. Trade ensues. But look at what Dash does. Immediately just goes, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll just go pick up the defuse. Like, are we not communicating to each other? Are we not figuring out what the problem is? How players are going down? What to look for? That just looks like sloppy play and not really listening to each other's communication. And that's the biggest issue with Wildcard right now.
Yeah, the map veto is already, we didn't even have to speak about it, but when it comes to where we're looking, when it comes to the maps that you are hoping Wildcard is going to be taking DZ to just to give themselves a fighting chance.
Border.
Clubhouse.
So honestly, this is
blind.
something that I actually do enjoy, just for the simple fact that Demo, when we were casting SAL, we've always talked about you don't want to bring a team that's you're better than to Clubhouse.
Yes.
But I also like the analogy, or what Demo said, is that when you go to Clubhouse, you're reassuring yourself that you are not going to allow a team to get any cheeky rounds out, that they aren't going to get any one-off rounds, because you can almost predict what a team is going to do just by based up where the side of the map is being approached and kind of where where operators are being moved around. So I actually don't mind this pick coming out. Sure, in some senses it does favor Wildcard in a sense, but I think it does a great job for DZ to be able to really lock down Wildcard and not be surprised by anything, to just play a perfect game of Siege, because it's realistically what you need when you go to Clubhouse is a perfect game of Siege, making the least amount of mistakes. So I actually don't dislike this pick from DZ.
Yeah, and obviously at the end of the day, that's why we're both picking DZ, just because they're the team to beat. They're going to be the ones in the driver's seat. And yes, Clubhouse is a toss-up of both teams, but at the end of the day, if you are a solid attacking team, which DZ has shown that they're formidable, it is more of a testament to their own teamwork. So obviously, if we can say, I see a clean closeout from Dark Zero, it puts them in a really good spot. I'm expecting a solid performance from them, so I'm not too worried too much about DZ. And I like the little UK slang you had there. So maybe if DZ wins, they'll get a little fish and chips, or in it, yeah.
Oh my gosh! You know what? We actually also have a UK caster on the other side of things, so maybe Ollie can give us a little bit of an insight. That is, wow. Maybe Ollie can give us a little bit of an insight on what they actually would be having as a celebratory meal. I'm not sure it's going to be bees on toast, because that's a no. But you know what, Ollie, just let us know, because this is terrible.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. We will have to ask Dark Zero, if they are successful, what they do have as a celebratory meal. But we are getting ready for our next matchup of the day. We've got DZ, and we are going to be headed over to Clubhouse. Wildcard on the other side of things. Now, Fox likened this DZ roster to Furia. Now, we kind of felt like he was cooking a little bit.
Yeah.
I did a little bit of digging. The last time that this map was played and won by Dark Zero, they beat Furia on it.
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it real with everybody. I'm about to get real, like a nerdy and annoying fan energy, and you're just gonna have to deal with it for 30 seconds. So I think Fox is cooking. Like, I'm not joking. I heard Fox say that. I went, Ollie, are you here? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, what do you think of that? And Ollie went, he's spitting. Like, I'm telling you, the way this team is playing, obviously it's only 4 BO1s, and I don't want to. Please clip this if it doesn't end up panning out this way. But they have looked so convincing in these BO1s, not only the individual performances. I mean, like we've talked about a gazillion times, it feels like 4 players in the top 20, 3 players in the top 10 going into today. But the fluidity with which they play, sometimes we criticize teams for not having a solid identity. But Dark Zero don't have an identity in a very unique way, where it feels like they can assume a different form at any given moment. It feels like they can play fast, they can play slow, they can play spread out, they can play coordinated. And if something goes wrong, they've got the star power to bail themselves out. That honestly strikes me pretty Furia-esque, and hopefully this doesn't age poorly. As always, we know these things can happen.
They can do, yep.
Takes can age poorly. What I'm seeing from DZ is really quite exciting, and unfortunately, I can't say the same for Wildcard, who have not lived up to the promise that we had put upon them at the start of the stage.
Wildcard came in as like, sort of in a weird like underdog favorite sort of scenario. And I know it's opposing to use those two terms to try and describe a team, but on one hand, they're the underdogs, and then on the flip side, they were the best performing NA team at Reload. And you sort of look at them like, right, do it again, like, when's it going to happen sort of thing? And we've kind of been waiting for it to happen week after week. The big challenge here tonight, playing Clubhouse against Dark Zero, playing any map against this DZ side is going to be a tough one. They are by far and away the best performing team that we have inside of North America at the moment. They've got a 72, near 73% attacking win rate. The defender win rate, 66%. These are big numbers. And I just think that it's going to take a lot to try and unseat them from that perch. We will see how it develops as the game continues. For the meantime, DZ, they're going to be starting off on that attacking side on which they have been so good. And they are going to be attacking into gym and bedroom.
I mean, another thing we can talk about, I mean, aside from NJR, every player on this roster has above a 70% cost. Above a 70%. 80% of your players have a 70% or more. Citizen and Pampas, you have 85 and 80. Nave's on 1 HP, so this is where you got to be careful with the praise. Sometimes you unleash bad juju into the world, and you got to be careful. C4 goes out in turn. Talk about players on Wildcard. Kansan, who's been the highlight player for this roster, this team, this org, no matter who he's playing around. Kansan has been one of the most consistent forces in North America, and frankly, the fact that he's not been picked up by somebody at this point is crazy, and they should be very thankful they've still got him, because as Bay goes down, Kansan was the only other factor on this roam, that and the Clash, but only factor with a gun. And Spiker's got to be real careful right now that Bay has fallen. If Kansan's pressured too much, Spiker might have to put that shield down, get aggressive, but also be careful on red stairs not to overstay his welcome.
It's really good from Dark Zero there not to commit too heavily to that guy inside a garage and instead just be ready for the catch. Just having those lines of sight open and the ability to move those players around. They've done a lot of work here without really expending too much. Yeah, they've got the they've got the Deimos and they've got the death marks that have been going out there, but that's exactly what this utility is going to be for. Nath still has an air job in pocket for a little bit later on into the round. Maybe when they've taken a bit more control, that's going to get sent out as well. We do see that jacuzzi wall has been opened now by NJR. Both exothermics used and used effectively. The Hibana, of course, brought to counter that castle, and those castle barricades lasted all of about 20 seconds into the round, and they were gone pretty much straight away. The next stage is the most important. It's all about this execute in the final 30 seconds. DZ have all of the options open, and well, if Spirits finds this kill, it might open things up even further, but Baby Shark comes in with one out of nowhere.
Ooh, and now Pambazoo falls as well. It has been a pretty slow attack, but Wildcard keeping it competitive. Baby Shark with what could be the finisher. Peeking out outside the gym window, able to cut down Citizen, and NJR, who's been out on this balcony. It's about 45 seconds now. Likely be his grave, be his resting place, and indeed it will. All that praise for DZ to start. And while it's a bit of a shaky beginning, Wildcard with a very clean finisher off the back of a slow take from DZ.
A little bit of a shame there for DZ. I feel like Spirits, if he wins that engagement, it just opens up Jim entirely. The pressure wasn't coming in from Jim window at the same time as he was sort of challenging onto it, and even then, is a player tucked in behind the weight rack, so it's always going to be a difficult one to challenge from the window. You kind of need to challenge it from the rappel. The lack, obviously, of an ace to further open up that bathroom wall and into showers. Obviously, with the thermite, you're a little bit more limited. You have to be on the wall to be able to place the exothermic. If an ace is there, you can often open that up and flush that player out. This is the engagement I was referencing there. Just unfortunate that Spirits decides to smoke at that moment, probably to get a bit of a better swing onto things. And it's Baby Shark in tucked behind the weights that does the business. And picks up Citizen as well on that gym window. So a little bit of unfortunate timing there for Dark Zero, but Wildcard reacted really well. They lost a player out on the roam, but realized, hey, it's not over. Let's retreat back to the site. Let's play where we're a little bit stronger and get the job done. They didn't overpeak and they didn't overextend.
No, really excellent resilience. I mean, I was already thinking to myself, like, oh, Kansas still here, Spiker's still here, they got to fall back soon. And right as I thought that, they did. Even honestly, like, I think they probably should have done it 5 to 10 seconds prior, but I'm not going to blame them for getting more than they bargained for. Not going to blame them for getting a good deal.
That's happened a few times tonight for you. You've been sort of thinking something. It's like, you need to be careful what you're thinking.
I mean, yeah, and you know, it's really great and really good evidence of my, you know, prowess, because I'm the only one who can verify that I actually thought that. So, you know, that's how you know it's good. You just have to take my word for it.
That's how you know it's true as well.
Exactly. That's like ultimate truth is when it's completely up to one person's subjectivity. But seriously, I'm very glad with Wildcard and their resilience in the first round. We'll see how they do in the second. CCTV cache, a bit easier for the attack, I would say. And something we actually didn't talk about much were the bans. Cade banned it. I don't think if you've seen Clubhouse at this point under the new ban system, pretty common early bans on the defense. But Blackbeard and Ying taken off the board will leave 2 different shields in the possession of DZ, of course, but particularly Spirits. Now, You know he can play the shields. You know you're going to be ready for it. Or you know you need to be ready for it. But how will Wildcard deal with it? We can see Spirits creeping over by the jacuzzi wall right now. All of Con being cleared within a minute, 10 seconds. Seeming like we're going to get Spirits to take this control pretty quickly and then maybe rotate from there.
Big emphasis on hard breach as well in this round from DZ. Bringing all three primary hard breaches. There should be no excuse for getting everything open. Selmas have been spent.
Oh!
C4 is going to go into that sort of no man's land between not getting the kill and not getting the Selma. And it's going to be Pamba to open up with a kill onto Dash. Knowing that there's someone below him. Well, Pamba's not finished. It takes a second onto Bay. This should just be a tap into the back of the net right now for DZ.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Pamba's got the kill. And I'm going to be honest. I mean, oh, you may disagree with me. I feel like that whoever threw that C4 got robbed a little bit. Can't even lie.
They just kind of, they've got nothing. It was, you know, don't get the Selma and don't get the kill.
Don't even get any
so
damage.
Unfortunate.
Don't even get any damage. Like, based on that placement, it looked like it should have got something at least. I feel really bad for Kansan there, but still, that wouldn't have affected Pamba's opening things up on the two separate players, Dash and Bay down. 50 seconds remaining. I mean, you got, sure, it's not 3 drones, but you got some utility to reset. You've got the flanks pretty well controlled just because Wildcard can't really rotate all that far. Baby Shark's going to want to play below for the C4, and then Kansan and Spiker probably going to have to hold down the site. But Darks, you have all the right positions. Pamazu down below. Blitz getting ready to hop in the CC window. He will push up, and that's a big win for Kansan. Big second win on a Citizen. He's isolated 2 key 1v1s, and so Spirits goes in for the kill. Smart move, good reaction to put Dark Zero back in the lead, but not clearing Garage. Will it be that original sin? Will it be the poison in the well? A Spirits caught in the smoke, caught in the spin cycle, will reassert his boundaries, will reassess. And alongside Nath, clear out CC. Only 7 seconds remaining. How much intel does Spiker have? No C4. He's got to take this fight. But the Blitz moves in around the corner. There's not much he can do. Spirits even wasting time, not getting too aggressive. Keeps the shield up to make sure that defuse goes down. And then he takes the engagement once round 2 is secure.
We know that Spirits is a good shield player, but boy, oh boy, he played that exceptionally well on the Blitz. There's a lot of areas of vulnerability, especially when you're in those close quarter engagements. He did a fantastic job of isolating players there and knowing exactly when to push and press the point, and also when to just back up for a second and get a slightly more advantageous position to work from. Super close round. And honestly, from going into that and seeing just the control and the level of sort of map dominance and control that DZ had, they had everything very early on, but it took them a long time to translate and to transition that into an actual execute where they are able to get the plan down. Kansan with a couple of, well, 2 there, massive kills. And to be honest with you, when I saw him activate the goggles, I was like, oh dear, this is going to be one of those moments where the Blitz just kind of forgets that the Warden is the best counter for him in that sort of situation. And if he flashes and drops the shield immediately, he's going to be met with a flurry of bullets. As it stands, DZ, they stabilize, level things up 1 round apiece.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Let's see how they move from here. As I think something that is worthwhile to mention, a very, very peculiar site rotation, Ollie. We start on gym bedroom, then CCTV. Now we go to basement. Maybe just something small. Something small just to try and trip DZ up a little bit. But now
I think
we
with
will
the
go to
bans,
the
this is the weakest site though.
Why is that?
Well, you got the K ban, you've got the Bandit ban. You're going to struggle to hold on to triple wall. It's impossible to hold on to the hatches. You're going to be left with impact tricks. They've got a couple of impacts to be able to do that with, but this is going to be a real bread and butter attack for DZ.
Well, and especially with the tools you see that they have. Obviously, you have the Blitz to open things up, but I know I've talked about them a lot tonight, but you got the Grim too, and for a position like Blue, that's so claustrophobic. Just a couple Bs go in there, and you really can't enter that position. Of course, it's fine right now, is within the first minute. You can see Baby Shark taking that long line to make sure that they actually can retreat safely. And I like the discipline from Wildcard. We saw the early investment up top, put some reinforcements up there, force them to clear it, and then you just immediately fall back because you don't need to. Especially, as Ollie pointed out, without the Cade on the board to delay those hatches, you really don't want to give DZ any more opening because they're already going to be able to get those hatches pretty easily if no impact trick comes through, which there are 3 impacts on the board and a C4. Could see some counterplay through the vert hole.
Especially with no Hibana. Hibana typically fantastic at countering that impact trick. I'm also quite intrigued as to why there's not a mirror window placed on that church wall. I know it's likely that the church wall's going to get open, but it could just be a little bit more of a deterrent. It looked soft on the overview there, we can see it's actually confirmed as being soft. Selma will be deployed onto that. Obviously, it can be shot through quite easily, but it looks as though that is going to fly. Look at the position Citizen's got himself in, by the way, inside a moto.
Oh! Really risky counter swing by Dash, but it pays off. The Citizen falls off the angle. He swings forward. It's still DZ with the advantage, though. The awkward thing about this soft wall, you actually will have to rotate Pambazoo into position to open up this wall and allow Spirits to run through. It is a bit tricky, but he is on that Moto hatch, and we still got 45 seconds remaining. Blue control effectively established, save for Baby Shark playing passively on the corner. And so NJR will put the rest of his utility down. There's no execute coming from behind it, though.
No C4s, no Toxic Babes. Nothing really to deny this time.
No.
Spirits could be in a good position right now, and he's going to try and push in off the cover of that smoke.
It's good. Pambazoo on the line. Baby Shark swinging around the corner. Yeah, it's just cleaned from DZ. That's it. That's all that matters. They take that 45 seconds, they reset, throw some utility down, get some more information, and execute off of that. Drop the first round, but rounds 2 and 3, Ollie, they're looking very good.
There's got to be a hiccup in the setup there, I think, from Wildcard. I feel like they just left too many gaps, and there was never a potential for a late round flank. There was never a potential for somebody to, you know, pop up out of nowhere and really cause a ruckus. That's maybe where they fell. They just gave up a little bit too much control too quickly. I'd have maybe liked to see somebody playing on main stairs for a little bit longer, not with any sort of reason or want and need to peak, just to have a presence there and to sort of slow Dark Zero down a little bit, because you just can't afford to be giving that much space away, especially with the bans and everything the way that it is. I thought it was a nice touch from Citizen there to try and stay alive by shooting one of the new ingredients there, popped on the wall to give himself a bit of cover, but I think he was maybe clutching at straws a little bit for it. And as we can see, it didn't really pay too much attention to what ended up happening for him. He did get sent to the cameras, but DZ come away with a round win.
And heading back to Gym Bedroom now. Only round they've dropped so far. First one, Wildcard were able to win. Talked about resilience, and it was very much, not only in terms of how the round played out, but also in the formality. NGR got the first kill on Bay, and Wildcard were able to withstand that, come back and win from a man disadvantage. Bay was playing Garage before on the Azami. This time he is now flipped to the Clash, which we saw Spiker playing. Now Spiker's playing the Mira, which Kansan was playing before last time, so now he's bringing the Mute, but nobody's playing Mute last time. So the trail ends there. Seems like it's going to be a pretty similar setup, though, Ollie, from what I recall before. Still, I think we had the Mirror window on the double wall last time, but still a lot of the same operators in the same positions, even if the players have changed pretty dramatically for what they are playing.
I like the addition of the Mute, and that's a good read. Obviously, DZ haven't chose the Deimos this time, so it isn't going to have the same level of impact. Citizen was a bit of a menace on the Deimos previously. Obviously, the Mute providing a little bit of sanctity for when you are tracked with that death mark. Nothing going to stop the wall from getting opened nice and early. That exthermic can be placed nice and high from Nath. He's switched over onto the Thermite instead of NJR this time. Spirit's still going to be rocking that Glaz, and we didn't really see the true potential of it. The biggest question mark, I guess, is going to be the Cali pick. It's fantastic for opening a lot of these castle barricades and the hatch, of course. But beyond that, you've got a sniper and then a really fast-firing SMG. So care for Pambazoo and the engagements and the sort of ranges that he's going to be operating in. Now, the across clear didn't really have too much... Oh, that's a bit of an oopsie from Spirits. He's not having too much luck with those smoke canisters tonight, is he?
No, not really. Thankfully, you do have Pambazoo with a lot of redundancy, so you can rotate him over and... Ooh, C4 goes out. Ooh, and destroys that exothermic. Really nice lineup from Spiker there. It's Nate's last one. No more hard breaching. That is actually a massive pickup. Jacuzzi wall going to remain reinforced for the rest of the round. Holy, that's big.
Not too much that can be done with that sort of a height of an angle as well, because it's not something you can take advantage of on the rappel. You're kind of going to have to be stood next to it, peeking it, and it's not really an engagement anybody wants to take. Bay going to start to feel the pressure as Spirits charges on in now. He's going to get head-to-head with that Clash.
Ooh, head-to-head with the Clash. Tags Kansan. Nath also on the cutoffs. Look at how quickly Dark Zero have rotated. They fail to open Jacuzzi wall, and immediately 2 players on plat. Spirits pushing in. Nath holding the construction cutoff and gets 2 kills. One on Aroma rotating back, and one on Baby Shark trying to play the bridge. Bay hops out, though, and catches one on Drone. There's another prone beneath, and it's Nath's third. gunning for a fourth potentially as he looks towards Logi. But not only the confidence in each Dark Zero player, but they trust they have in each other to make that rotation work. Everybody take up that position and not let off the pace for a single second. A Spiker, as one C4 goes out, it will cut down Nath, and Wildcard have just a little bit to breathe.
The speed of that rotation is crucial, but it might not matter at all as Dash picks up another and levels it out 2-2. There's 20 seconds left now, but remember, Jacuzzi's closed. This is going to be a hop-in.
No! Spiker rotating right in front of the window, caught lacking. Dash still going huge. We've looked for so many good games from him, and he finally shows up after weeks of poor performances. 4K into a 1v2 to keep Wildcard in the game.
This is slightly off topic, but I had a really difficult decision this week because these two were playing each other and I wanted to make a substitute in my fantasy. Dash was my lowest rated player and I wanted Nath. So it was like, do I get rid of Dash or on the chance that they're playing each other and one of them's going to do quite... It was a very difficult decision. I chose to keep Dash and I, of course, picked Nath up as well. So I'm happy regardless of the outcome of this game here tonight, Lynx. But what a close nail-biting round. Honestly, I thought that DZ had nailed it. You mentioned it in the cast. As soon as that Jacuzzi breach fails to open, everyone's sprinting across to the other side. And if that Jacuzzi breach had been opened, there's no way Dash would have been able to play there to the same effect. So a huge swing for him in that round. And DZ just left scrambling at, you know, single windows, single doorways, not having the sufficient util to open up those walls, which, to be honest, pretty uncharacteristic for them. Coming into this game, they had a 72% attacking win rate. So that is going to be diminished a little bit, I would imagine, by the end of this first half.
Then we'll hard breach again now. You do have two operators bringing the secondary hard breach charges, so 4 total. And it is basement. It is basement. You're going to open up 3 hatches. And the last time, as we saw, Wildcard kept that triple panel soft. Who knows if they'll do it again? It is possible. We'll have to see later on. We're not exactly long on it, especially since Hibana is unbanned. All the hard breachers are unbanned. Pamazu moving in very quickly. Remember, Bay was rotating up top for a decent amount of time last time. I think Pamazu probably just moving in a position to cut him off.
Pamba does have a great line there through the bottom of Bar, and you can see some drones working ahead of him. A full stack, a full roster of players ready and waiting to be tracked, and Spirits already starting to zero down on a few. Kansan playing at the top of these cast stairs. We've seen him do some damage from this position before. He hasn't really got the same level of support or utility around him. He does have a mirror window to play off the back of. He has got Bay, but that's about the limit of things at the moment. As Bay gets droned there inside a garage, he's going to be forced down.
Ooh, Kansan able to light him up a little bit. C4 goes out, but Spirits... I feel like that C4 went off. I'm not entirely sure if Spirits is still alive, but either way, he somehow gets away with it. Bay 2 trying to vault over. I was going to point this out, but it's gone even worse than I thought it would. Oh, he's not actually sure. Going to spot the Castle, who is the main support and is actually, I think, yeah, was around blue stairs. This is what I was going to say. Unfortunately for Wildcard, despite having 2 people up top, did not really have anybody playing around blue stairs aggressively to actually help their entry back. Really nice play by Dash, but still a 4v3. So as a result, Dark Zero not only felt confident to flood in, there was also a lot of people cutting off those rotations back to the site anyway. So good read for Dark Zero. But only a minute remaining. Sure, you lose Dash and sure, you lose one guy and Baby Shark is 1 HP, but they'll have to make good on this utility with only 50 seconds remaining.
I think the problem that they're going to have at the moment is that it's going to be down to Citizen to swing that hammer and open up a lot of this vert. Ideally, Pambazu would have still been alive to do that with the book and the skeleton key, and it would have happened a little bit quicker and a little bit safer. As it stands, it looks as though they've already got people in very key positions. NJR inside of blue, and Spirits, he's going to be locking down inside of Moto. Albeit he's flamed off for the time being, but he still has a death mark left, and he should be able to track somebody.
Ooh. Look at this rotation by Dash. Baby Shark calling somebody's in Moto. Dash moving in, but instead he swings main, and Citizen is ready for the cover. Nath now moves down, spotted, but easy pick up on the diffuser. Ooh, a little flick by Baby Shark there. But Dark Zero just have the man advantage. They've got the lead. 5 opening picks in a row, by the way, and now 3 conversions. Not 100%, but they're still keeping it close in a game that's proving to be decently competitive.
a good back and forth game so far. It isn't horrendously one-sided. I think that last round is probably one of the most defining rounds that we've seen so far. DZ with a super quick clear. Yeah, they lose Pambazoo early on, but it doesn't really slow them down too much. Look at this. We've got a brilliant like free view there of just seeing multiple guns all trained in one direction. Dark Zero really committing to that roam clear. And quite rightly so. If you're attacking the basement, you need to full commit. You've got to have everybody pulling in the same direction. And if there's a couple of players upstairs off-site, get them cut off and get them dealt with. It's always going to make your life a lot easier in the later portion of the round. Wildcard choosing to mix things up, choosing to stick to a bit of a rotation here and take us up to CCTV for their last defense. Of course, a very close round last time, single-handedly won by Spirits on the Blitz. This time, he will be playing the Monty, but still a good support of hard breaches being brought. Not quite the 3 that we saw in round number two, sorry, but still 2 hard breaches.
Heck, they went a little overboard last time, didn't they? Honestly, you should have taken one of those hard breachers from round 2 and put it in round 4.
This is what I'm saying. I think they've maybe, you know, someone's misread there, haven't they?
Yeah. Like, oh,
it was
sorry.
that round you wanted me to play him.
Sorry, I thought it was the
now.
other second floor site. My bad. My bad, guys. It's a pretty standard setup, though. I mean, you got the 2 hard breaching, of course, and the thing we introduced off of it is Pambazoo floating from the Hibana to the gridlock. Probably going to focus a lot more attention on Garage with Spirits on the Monty, and maybe going to put the track stingers up on the rafters or on the stairs. And either way, it's just good for flank watch. You're not going to complain. Especially once Pambazoo puts it all down, he can just focus on using the F90, throwing the nades, let him do his job as the entry.
Spirits is just put off at the moment from walking through. The Wubub's there, and he knows there's going to be a player up on the catwalk. Bay, you can hear that as well. It's a nice little proximity alarm, giving a bit of information across. It's fairly obvious if there's a Monty walking through with a great big shield thrust in front of his face. The drones at the moment just struggling to find that exact location. And well, Dash, he's going to be in a nice little spot here. There's no one that's going to be accounting for him in this round.
Seen this quite a few times in the past week. A lot of players wanting to get aggressive either on that double window or the double door and lounge to catch anybody off guard outside of garage. It's not really where Dark Zero are. This Monty has been slowly creeping, moving up then moving back, but always taking net 1 step forward. Now he's worked himself all the way to the top of the rafters. There's no Legion, there's no Frost. Only trapped to this F-Naught, and he is completely spotted to Amai, prone on the floor. And what is he to do? Spirits is not getting aggressive at all. Playing this as best you can. They've got Firebolts as well, though. They can get caught by the ADSs and the Magnets. So they are in a bit of a tricky position. I mean, what are they to do, especially now that Dash has creeped into Oil Pit? Can he find an angle on this Monty? Can he find something? Because right now, Dark Zero are basically stuck in unstoppable force meets an immovable object. But finally, the Firebolts go in. Do they know about Dash down below?
If Dash doesn't get a kill from here, it's going to be a big shame, and it will likely result in the round being lost here for Wildcard. He has to try and get something of value. As the time ticks, the value that he's going to gain increases, but the fact that he's out there and not with the rest of his team, it's going to leave them a little bit short. Spirits is able to get through, and he's no doubt going to start to get that plant down.
Yeah, he's putting it down, and Dash will come up, but this diffuser's going down fully intact. He gets Nafe, and Spirits falls off. Okay, there's something. Dash sprints out the door, down Citizen, gunning for a third. Oh, but he misses the shots. And now it's just in a 1v3. Maybe it doesn't pan out, but Dash had almost a home run lined up right there, and just missing that 1 kill. Maybe that's the difference maker. It's still such a strong round for DZ, and such a strong half up 4-2.
DZ make it look so simple. All they did was take Garage and open up CCTV wall. There was no frills. There was nothing else going on. It was just as plain and as simple as that. Get a Monty. I think the Monty must have used an EMP to disable because there was so many magnets and ADSs in and around the player on catwalk. You were thinking there's no way a Capital Bolt gets through. And sure enough, he gets cut off. He gets burned from one side and shot from the other. Good synergy from Dark Zero. That much can be said. And a 4-2 half, they will be more than happy with that. Switching over onto that defense side right now And this is really Wildcard's time to prove themselves, in my opinion.
I think it is too. I mean, obviously, we've done a lot of hyping up DZ for fair reasons. But now they've gone up 4-2, where Wildcard really have needed to improve has been these defensive sides. And as we have it stands right now, we have Dash putting in really good numbers. Dash has been one of the weakest players, not only for Wildcard, but in the league as a whole. Baby Shark, same story. Sure, he's not 10-4, but 5-5, putting in good work. It's the other players who are actually slacking a little bit on the Wildcard side, but if we can see them start to pop off here, start to make things competitive, this is the side where it'd be really impactful to see Wildcard make this a close game, especially starting on CCTV. No matter the op lineup we see them bring, if they're going to go for a garage take, I want to see really strong coordination clearing out garage. We've seen a lot of disjointment in the Wildcard calling. Dash ahead in a different position, operators changing hands pretty frequently. I want to see them look at a position, whether it's Con or Red Stairs or Garage, and even if they don't win the round, I want to see all of the pieces work out there, them take the control. I want to see the plan and see everyone trust in it and everyone do their part.
Thermite and a Capitao to be banned out as well. Not exactly what you would call meta operators. Obviously, Capitao has a ton of usage on this map, don't get me wrong. It's going to leave open quite a few toys for Wildcard to play with. The Thermite maybe being the bigger surprise out of the two, and it is going to force out a Maverick. Spiker going to be looking to try and get open those walls, delete those reinforcements, make way for Baby Shark on that skeleton key to start opening some things up. The Jacuzzi has been opened nice and early as well. Bit of info on the drones as well, as there are some good pre-placed out there. But the defenders from Dark Zero, they are spread thin. There's people downstairs on a CCTV cache defense.
Putting up a barricade too, on top of Secret right there. Kamazu likely just going to hold lounge, use some of the angles made in bottom garage to make it difficult for Dash to push in. Be my guess based off his current position, also be consistent with what we've seen DZ do before. Wall gets opened up. Trying to find that angle onto the very player in Rafters at the moment. Trying to tell, is that Citizen top Rafters? No, it's Spirit's actually top Rafters. That's what I was curious about. Smoke FMG9 in Rafters. Ollie, this is not one we see often.
It's like when you spin the random wheel, isn't it?
Well,
You've got to play Smoke in Rafters with the FMG.
Baby Shark's found Citizen though. You can see Nave, look at this off angle he's taken. As Wildcard are fully committing to the full clear. Dash pushes in. Do they know? As NGR's taking so much of the attention. No, they don't! Nave just pops up Domes Bay and falls back. Opens the hatch too. They were spread really thin, but boy, has that roam paid off.
Big engagement for NJR right now. He's 1v1, knows that there's a guy inside a Logi. Baby Shark does take a bit of damage there. Only one more bullet. Where's the backup from the rest of the team? You'd thought they got control of that area of the map by now. Nave dropped out of there ages ago.
He's killed two more. He's trolling him. He didn't have to do all that. Ollie, he didn't have to do all that. It's 4v3. They haven't cleared out Garage. He doesn't have to swing Condor. And does he keep doing it? Yeah, against better judgment. I think so. But does he get one kill? No. NGR gets 2 kills. Well, if we were hoping for Wildcard to commit to a plan and do so successfully, round 7 was not it.
No, it really wasn't. Time for a timeout. Wildcard are going to use this time to try and compose themselves a little bit. Because boy, oh boy, do they need it. This game is really starting to run away from them. There's some basic things that you're looking at and you think, okay, you've lost a player walking through Jacuzzi Breach. Nath has now dropped out of Gym. Surely you start to try and transition and move through. You've got a player inside a Logi. So why are you not helping them? Why are you not freeing Baby Shark up there and taking some of that pressure off and challenging onto NJR and then allowing to further that attack? Take a little bit more ground, hit a rotate, get something open, start to pressure Garage. It seems to be taking all of Wildcard's energy right now to do the simplest thing and to just push in that one direction. That really isn't going to cut it.
No, it's not. And it's unfortunately characteristic of some of the problems we've seen them have on attack previously. Not only taking ages to do the simple things, but even when they get a game plan figured out, it seems just the pieces aren't all there. Not saying this happens, but sometimes it's Dash being too far ahead. Sometimes it's Baby Shark being on an island. Sometimes it's Bay just not being put in the position to pop off. Kansan also having a uncharacteristically rough day so far. 3 and 7. I mean, take the tactical timeout. We'll see how they can improve. Clubhouse is not particularly defender or attacker sided one way or the other. It's a very played out map. Very well known map. You can find a way back on either side here. If Wildcard failed to do so in round 8, it'll be up 6-2, and I just don't think they've got a 4-round comeback in them.
That's what it comes down to now, isn't it? Mentally, have they got 4-round comeback in them when you look at the side of DZ? You got Citizen on 2 and 7. I'm not saying he's had no impact in the game, but that's a Hollywood player. That's a standout performer. And it's not that he's not getting the kills, it's that it's not required at the moment. NJR 10 and 4, Nath 8 and 4, double positive, Spirits 5 and 2. There's not enough kills to go around at the moment for everyone that wants one on the side of DZ. That's the big problem that they're facing. It's a lack of kills that are available. There's no shortage of players that are able to get them. Flip over to that wildcard side and there's some pretty damning stat lines over on that side of things, and it's not going to get any easier on the attack. DZ have made themselves a little labyrinth over there with some key barricades, some nice rotates. They've got plenty of soak to go with it as well. Vulcan canisters, a couple of C4s, and of course the Tuberau. All of which is going to be designed to slow down this push from Wildcard.
Based on where the setup is, you hope Citizen, even without the kills, he's got those Zotos trained on Logi. Bees go in. Smoke canisters go out, and in goes Dash on the blitz, running into sight. Bay and Baby Shark both find one. That's the site almost hollowed out, but Dash blinded in the process, yet finds NJR nonetheless. Spins around the corner for the next. This is the kind of round we needed to see. All the pieces placed, the setup established, and Citizen boxed out of his own bomb site. He got 2 kills too. Started 2 and 7, now up 4. But the diffuser's down. The whole team's collapsed around him and collapsed ages beforehand. Got no way to retake right now with that fire in his way, which has given time for Wildcard to completely set up in their post-plant positions. 1 in Logi, 2 in Logi actually. And 1 over by the gym hallway. Nothing you can do. Might have taken a brief intermission in round 7, but after the tactical timeout, that is what we needed to see from Wildcard.
Much better from Wildcard. I think they've pulled something out of their back pocket there. A nice little pocket play. Everybody knowing the position that they need to hold. DZ maybe just not aware and not ready for something quite so quick and effective. The rounds up until this point have been fairly slow going. Everything's been fairly well telegraphed. That was blink and you miss it stuff. You've got a blitz that's able to push in aggressively and start to gain a lot of control very quickly, getting themselves in and of course taken out, but there was the backlash for it as well, the drop in through Logi and the players that were able to move through and start to get that plant down. DZ just caught a little bit flat-footed there in round number 8, but it isn't going to knock their stride immediately. They're going to take us downstairs to the basement.
A bit easier to do a set play down here too. That is the one asterisk on that round. Like you said, little coming out of the timeout, the call's made, everyone knows their positions, and the timeline between setup and acquiring map control to execute is very small. You don't have a lot of execute. You're coming from outside the building, directly inside, right by the site. Here on basement, you can't really do that. You can. There are ways, but it's a lot more difficult, and it usually requires acquiring some intel in the round. So really, whereas last round was great to get their head back in the game, it was also great to see they can commit and fulfill a plan set at the beginning of the round. Ali, I don't know if you disagree, but I'm really looking right here because there's going to be something called the beginning to be sure. You're going to have to react a little bit more to what Dark Zero actually do in the round, in the defense. And if Wildcard can coordinate well there, could have a game on our hands.
Simple things like knowing now that Pambazoo's inside of Garage. Is there anybody else that's looking to try and push this, or are we just going to let Pambazoo get away? Smokes get tossed out, and there's the catch. Baby Shark from those main stairs. Some great coordination. Good information being gained on the drone from Kansan. No overpeak. And look at Dash's position. He's already down blue.
He's already down blue, but Dark Zero have the contingencies for it. No hesitation on popping that Vulcan pack, but it's only a temporary solution. He's what? Oh, sorry, that's the Clash. I thought it was Blackbeard. I'm like, how is Blackbeard in the site? But it's still only a temporary solution because Kansan has control of blue, and Blackbeard can immediately walk in once that fire dissipates, and we've still got a minute 50 remaining. Only caveat: how firm is Wildcard's control in the main stairs side? Because somebody could rotate up there. We've got drones watching it. Okay, this is looking really good from Wildcard with everything they've got set up.
The biggest problem Wildcard face right now is that there's no one dead to watch that drone, and everyone else has a job to do. Clash is going to be able to harass a little bit, but it isn't going to be for long enough. Potentially place that shield down and try and make something happen. Fortunately for Nate, he's able to find one.
Oh, ooh. Bit of a rotation. Kansas backing off. We've been in blue for about a solid minute now. You can feel the momentum starting to shift a little bit. Not only with that kill acquired by Nate, but now with Wildcard starting to rethink. They are problem solving. It's not bad. It's not as certain as it was. Kansas will now fall down 3 people in blue as Baby Shark goes for the backstab, but he's spotted. And now Wildcard try to break the stalemate. Dash able to find Spirits with his back turned. Another one lines up as Nate caught reloading. Some fight from Dark Zero, but with NJR, the top player on low HP, but not daunted, not worried, not losing any of these late round fights. It's back on Dash, who's having a level up game, who is popping off, but now he's got to walk through this door, and they can hear him clomping his feet, stomping his heels. It's a 2v4 for Dark Zero, and all that setup, all of that work in blue goes to waste off the backs of NJR and Spirits.
It's a shame as well because you look at the way that Wildcard played the opening portion of that round. They get the pick so early onto the player inside a garage. The catch was great. The drone work was good. There was a real focus. And I think it was at that point that the round started to fail. The best point, the highest moment of that round for them, the way that they were able to pick that opening kill was also the lowest because the immediate call after that was, right, push oil pit, push down blue, we're just going to take it. And immediately the momentum starts to drain out of it. Vulcan canisters slow them down. Ingredients around the map further slows them down. And it just doesn't have the desired effect. They would have been far better off just accepting that they'd gotten that opening pick, secure some flanks, and then start to work on the site. As it stood, Dark Zero, they had far too much space to operate in that site. And NJR, Citizen, did a fantastic job of keeping hold of that. NJR clearly on a bit of a heater here today. Dark Zero obviously not happy with the way that things have gone in their entirety, though, and they are going to choose to take a tactical timeout now. This might be a little bit more to do with what happened in round number 8, I think, than necessarily what happened in round 9.
I mean, still want to be careful. I mean, when two of the rounds you've won have involved NGR going massive, but especially in round 9 with NGR and Citizen needing to clutch a 2v4 to actually win it in the first place. And sure, while round 8 is problematic, I think the more worrying trend is 3 rounds in a row, Wildcard have the opening pick. In fact, it's a 100% opening pick rate for the attack at the moment. Doesn't mean complete conversion, but 100%. The attack is starting off with a 5v4. It's always a worrying position in the defense. Thankfully for them, they're up 6-3. Thankfully for them, they're able to take that timeout and figure out what to do. And I think it's not necessarily Dark Zero making a lot of mistakes early on. I think Wildcard, especially in that last round, just holding a cutoff angle, able to isolate Pamazoo is a very solid clear. But when Dark Zero trying to figure out what to do, you are thinking that gym bedroom where you were caught off guard by that set play. You've just seen, they do it again. You've just seen Wildcard have a pre-made rush. They sprint in, that they commit quite heavily to, as you pointed out, Ollie. But you kind of have a feeling what the plan is. And if Dark Zero's instincts are right and that pool isn't as deep as Wildcard might be showing it is, maybe they'll call their bluff.
Something I'm quite surprised at is the bans at the halfway point in the stage is we get the Ying ban. I would have expected to see the Blackbeard banned, to be honest, because that is...
Shield.
Well, the Blackbeard or the Blitz, either or, but both are something that Dash will play and has had quite a bit of success with taking that early control. For whatever the result of the round has been, you can't argue with the fact that Wildcard do use shields quite well to take early control of the map. Now, that's not game-breaking analysis, but it is something that they do heavily rely on, and then it sort of throws into question what happens for that second half of the round, right? If they take the early control and they do well off it, or they get lucky, then they may win the round. If they don't and they end up just on an island, then sure, they're going to lose it. But you sort of roll that dice and take that chance by leaving it still in.
Well, look at it this way. You only have the option to ban one shield, so you know that, all right, well, Dash just killed Pamazoo. Another opening pick for the attack. But you know that the attack is going to play a shield, and you only have the option to ban one. So instead, what if you just allow it, ban something else, and you try to counter it, which is, I think, what they're doing by putting Citizen on the Ella. He's used all his Dirge Mots, so I'm really intrigued where these mines have gone. But that is, of this lineup, alongside the smoke canisters, the main counter to any of these shields. So maybe that's Dark Zero's logic, of course. Does require that the shield actually run into it, and Dash doesn't have to run into them when he's taking a fight outside the building. Now he's looking to clear out Garage with one player out there. First nade absorbed, and Spirit's still on rafters with the FMG9. Still a curious position.
He's making it work, though. And I kind of like the idea he's using the Toxic Babe canisters to stem the flow of attackers through there.
Oh.
We're going to see a bold push through there, and Baby Shark gets himself into the Hornet's Nest, but immediately taken out by Nath. That will allow Dash to take control here of Garage, and it starts to further this push from Wildcard. C4 ripped and ready in the hands of Nath as to give no audio away. With a man advantage and not loads of time left, still not looking bad for Wildcard here. They've got a bit of a plant setup if they want it. If they can get in behind that server, they have the cover that's being provided there on the rappel from Spiker.
Of course, it's not Dash with the diffuser, it is Kansan. So Dash gonna try to make some space. Bay also rotated up. Now on top of Logi Hatch, gonna try and go for the backstab, disrupt this back line. Such a huge play. Removes the player with the C4 and another down 2. Excellent, excellent round from Wildcard. Coming out of not their attack, but still coming out of a round that they needed to win. You have the opening pick, but Ollie, the plan after that, the setup was perfect.
I love the rotate from Bay there to get himself into Logi just to be that alternate pressure. And that's the beauty when you've got the man count advantage. You can commit somebody to that kind of position. You've got the eyes. Spiker, he's out there on the rappel. He's able to watch and cut across the site. The wall is perfectly open, so there's going to be no blind spots. Garage control. It was a good attempt from Spirits to keep control of Garage, but I think that opening pick from Pamba was... Again, it was the start of the dominoes falling, wasn't it? It was a big undoing in the round. You question why is he there challenging that. You know, you don't know that it's a Blackbeard on the other side of it, but it's still a horrible angle to challenge. I get that you're a castle and your utility's already set, but realistically, another gun in that fight would have been a better thing for DZ to have a little bit later on. As it stands, DZ, they are still on map point, and Wildcard are going to be fighting up against that for at least the next 2 if they're successful here. See how they tackle the old gym and bedroom.
It's the first round they dropped. I do want to point out, by the way, it's just especially weird given where it used to be a lot of Jaeger play. Every single round, save for one, save for that basement defense. We've seen a Jaeger. It was in NJR's hands twice. Now it's in Spirits' with the M870 of all weapons. Ella's still a factor, though. Clearly, the way Wildcard Dark Zero want to try to counter the shield play from Wildcard, and it's nothing set. Doesn't seem like a big rush from Wildcard. I doubt they'll run back the same thing either. But will they reckon with that extension over in CC and Cash? Will they deal with it? Most teams do. And if they do, they'll have to worry about NJR, who can just rotate over and support Pamazoo and Spirits holding that position by harrying the attack with that electricity.
It's wild to see NJR on the shield when he's going 13 and 6. Like, just get a gun in his hand. Get him back on the Jaeger. Like, just give him something. There's almost an argument to be made that there's maybe a lack of firepower here because you've got 2 shotguns and a clash. You know, you're relying a lot on secondaries there and people hitting the shots.
Well, speaking of hitting shots, look at Pamazoo. Immediately swings on the window, gets the kill. Spirits with another. How's he found that? He just swung CC door and demolished Bay. Not like this. Not like this. The top red rotate M870. They let Spirits slip the net like that. 2v4. all of that good work, all of that setup, the victory in round 10. Wildcard have time to reset, but Kansan's expended all of his utility. Spiker's only got one nade. This is such a shame.
It's an abandoned theme park at the moment. There is nothing to go on. Bambazu tucked behind his Kiba barricade. He can watch multiple angles from here. Spiker and Kansan both split up. Dark Zero tucked. They don't need to move right now. They just need to let the time do the rest, and NJR can gather that info. There's going to be very little option, but for a single doorway push, the EMP goes out. I don't think it's going to be enough.
No. Pambazu with one. Will the Ego swing the last, or will Dark Zero play patient? Will they let the 1v4 do the talking? Will they let the round speak for itself? It is a shame, 1v3. It seemed like the promise was good on that previous round. Nafe around the corner with a shotgun. No, surely he doesn't win this. Surely he doesn't. No, shut up. No. 7 seconds remaining. Does he know he's Logi? No, he sprints! Right into Citizen. It felt so real. That was the harder engagement with the shotgun on the other side. But Kansan with no info gets too scared, too antsy. It's slim hope to be sure, but hope nonetheless. That ends in a Dark Zero 7-4 on club.
To quote a legend, why are you sprinting, Kansan? Not the time, not the place. A super close last round. It had no business being that close. That's usually we've been crediting teams for the amount of discipline that they've been showing and the patience that they've been showing, but DZ just kind of wanting to get that one done. In another universe, Kansan pulls off the clutch of the century there, at least the clutch of the night, and pulls it off, but not today. DZ with a good win over on Clubhouse, showing some very good fundamentals. Let's see what the break does for us, and we're going to throw it over back to the desk after this.
Just first time. Back up. Just literally no time. What?
1 HP, it's for 5 HP.
Copy.
Good fucking game!
Never step in GG ever again.
If you ever call GG ever again, fucking spanks are coming out.
No one peeked.
All right, that was a good game indeed. 7-3, 7-4 from the side of Dark Zero, and we said it, you know, coming into this Lax, this is their game to win. They are the top of the standings. They're the top dogs. You call them Swiss Army knife. So if anything, you know, this was kind of expected.
Yeah, I was a little worried for it being Clubhouse. Granted, I will say it is a map where you can kind of control the outcome of certain situations. You aren't going to be caught off guard, but it does kind of allow teams that are struggling, especially that we've seen not DZ struggling, Wildcard is struggling. So I feel if they would have brought it to a different map, we could have maybe have seen more of a convincing win from DZ. But at the end of the day, they got the win. They played the better half, and realistically, they're still undefeated with another 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, that's the outcome that you're expecting out of a Clubhouse because, like you said, it's such a default map that even if you have your issues on it, everybody's played it in ranked before. Everyone has had years of experience being able to break down and solve problems when things go wrong. So it doesn't really need much micromanaging inside of the server to figure out problems. It's just about focusing on tying those gaps up, and I think DZ did a really good job at doing that. Consistency all the way through, and, you know, I love seeing Kangaroo Kenny at the end, you know, just keeping everyone hyped because everybody on the team is always so passive after a win for the most part. So to have that energy as well, it's definitely a new and improved DZ this season that we've been seeing.
Yeah, for the Blacklight detail this time around is going to be NJR. I feel like at this point, every single one of the players on this roster has had the opportunity to be like in the spotlight, which is pretty good in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that we're highlighting NJR because like I said in the beginning of this, we don't really get to see him too much. He's kind of just, you know, a little bit of a shadow, but he's getting the job done in his respectable role, and now we're seeing it today really come to life. I mean, NJR in that round specific right there in round 8, he really brought that back for the team in an unwinnable situation. NJR could just make magic happen, and it's the whole reason why, again, we talk about Dark Zero and how well that they looked at. When you look at all 5 players, and I like what you said, they kind of remind you similar to a Fury that you can rely on all 5 players in their own respective right.
Yeah, when Furio was still winning, quote unquote, but DZ is winning, and everybody on the team can pop off, and it's nice to see NJR have a little bit more success in this matchup because since they've revitalized the team with bringing on Spirits, adding a lot more elements of aggression, NJR has always been that person that we looked at to hold a position and be able to lock it down. If you tried crossing through a window he was holding or a position like his position in Dirt Tunnel, you know, that's where you're going to find the problems. But going to a map like Clubhouse, he got to flex a little more, hold those death positions, those hard hold positions, and, you know, he always pulls a rabbit out of a hat, gets those big plays, so congratulations to him.
Yeah, and we have Panmuzi ready for the interview. First time that we're speaking to him as well. We're trying to get everybody, give them a little bit of time in the spotlight. So congratulations on another win. You guys are undefeated so far. How is it for you to be in a team that is so versatile, where anyone can pop off at any moment?
I mean, it's definitely amazing. I'm sure it makes Dave's job a lot easier too, but yeah, no, we're actually just so good. I think all of us are extremely smart players, and obviously we have the mechanics, so it's pretty easy.
Absolutely. I mean, intelligence has always been your guys' key, but now since bringing on Spirits and Citizen, it looks like you guys have so much more energy, so much more life. And as, you know, that entry player for Dark Zero that you've been for a long time, how much easier does it make your job when you know you have Spirits entering in on those shields, being that X factor? Does it alleviate a lot of that pressure that you have going into it first or second?
Yeah, no, it definitely makes it a lot easier to have a teammate like Zach. Like, he literally causes so much pressure for the enemy team, constantly pulling people for us, so sometimes you just get absolute freebies, shoot people in the back. It's amazing.
Well, it's Pamba party time always over there. Pamba, I gotta ask you, I mean, going to Clubhouse, it is a little bit of a risk. You know, as a player, Clubhouse is a very default map. You allow teams that are sometimes weaker to be able to bounce back. Was there a big reason why you guys chose Clubhouse? Knowing that Wildcard is struggling in their comms, you've heard it in interviews, whether you watch or not, was there a reason why you allowed Clubhouse to go through versus taking them to another map where you can really like bring it to them and make them crutch even harder?
It definitely is kind of a basic map, but with the new ban system, I think the better team will always show, even on a map like Club or it's quote unquote basic. But it also is, you know, one of our best maps. I think if you watch any game, we always have an absolute dominant performance. So no problem taking a team like Wildcard or Club.
For sure.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time for the interview, and once again, congrats. We're gonna let you go, and we'll probably see one of you guys around pretty soon.
Yeah. Okay. Goodbye.
All right. Yep. I mean, at this point, right? But it's like, who's actually gonna be taking down DZ? We're gonna have to wait and see. But for you guys at home as well, a reminder when it comes to Element, because the qualifier second one start tomorrow. Got the dates right.
Is that right?
Again, slay. But Lex, I think I'll ask you this time.
Yeah, I
know you're like a serial tier 2 hater, but
I'm just trying to tell if that's rival. But I mean, it's not that I'm a tier 2 hater. I just didn't play in tier 2. But the fact of the matter
weird
is,
flex, but okay.
Joining Element, again, it's a good showing for any player that wants to test their limits in terms of competitive. Sure, ranked, champion ranked, you know, that's to some people, that's their highest pinnacle, but Element can be that next pinnacle for you to really test your proving grounds, really test yourself as a player. And if you can muster up 5 friends, well, 4 friends, you being the 5th, you can really bring it to light and really see how well you can compete against other competitors and possibly make your name in the T2 scene and then possibly make your way into T1.
Do you have 4 friends? Like, would you be able to like rock up to Element tomorrow?
I got Fox, I got Skies, I got, who do we pick up?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Who would you guys pick up to play in tier 2, and then how would that go up against like Cruelty?
Skies, Vert.
Yeah, we could get Vert. We could get, I don't know, like Thinking Nade.
Yeah, I think that we could make something work with that.
Could you?
Bosco.
Yeah, we could get like Pengu, like bring Pengu and Fabian back.
True, I think we can make it work.
Yeah.
Fabian's like on.
We could be Cruelty.
I'm sure there's chat right now just talking about I miss the old rec right now.
Yeah, we could get Retro and Mark. We would
reset.
Would you beat Orgas?
Yeah, we'd beat Orgas. We'd beat Cruelty.
I think we'd be top 5, top 4.
Yeah.
Okay. I respect.
So.
We're gonna have to wait and see whether or not that's the case. But either way, we still have one more game here, and that is MAT going up against Cruelty, actually. So stick around and find out how they're gonna be going up against MAT. We're gonna have a little bit of break, and then we'll be back with the final game of the day.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Available now.
Hi, I'm Gunner. I play for Amady, and this is Clutch Intel. Okay, what if we don't spell it correctly?
This is a spelling bee too. Lock in, buddy. If there's numbers in this, it's chalk though.
Wow.
Yeah, there's always numbers.
You should know this.
I do. It just takes me a second to get my bearings.
Oh, we have to do the...
Oh yeah,
All right,
hell yeah
bro.
you do.
Oh. Nice.
Wait,
Nice.
how
Let me try
wait, the
this.
floor, wait, no, but
Oh,
Guys,
is the
That's
how does
second
this even
floor. That
specify?
is
Yeah,
second
like, is it not
floor.
the third floor? That's the second
didn't know
floor.
that it was like called ground floor, first floor, instead of
That's-
like the second floor.
Are we dead ass right now?
Whoa, what is that?
I'm going for the actual gadget name.
Okay.
Oh. I was wrong.
Uh-huh. Purple earmuff Blackbeard. Nice try, guys.
I'm not over the ground floor. I'm still not over that.
Nope.
No one has ever called that that. Thanks for watching. Peace out, guys.
Later, guys.
Thank you guys, thank you.
The final game of the NAL of today, though, day 5, the first day here on week 3, Cruelty against M80. Cruelty is yet to put themselves on the leaderboard, but M80, they're up there. They're in the top. They're chilling. This is the chance for both of them. However, I mean, this is really the chance for Cruelty to prove themselves because it's been rough. And that is me describing it nicely.
Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, Cruelty have to find a win at some point. They have to get on the board at some point. I mean, I don't
especially for your fantasy.
I don't think, yeah, I mean, especially for my fantasy, especially for Skimzy to pop off. But I mean, more so than anything, you just need to find points. You don't want to go the entire league without finding a single point. That does nothing for you.
I'm going to keep it blunt. I think you have a higher chance of getting first in the Siege fantasy draft than Cruelty does of having getting a point.
Wow.
That's insane.
I don't think Cruelty's getting a point for the rest of the stage.
I mean, you know, there's many things that you could talk about Cruelty, maybe not so much in the positive sense, but the fact of the matter is they did work their way to get here. Every game you do have to take it with a little bit of grain of salt. Realize from the region that they're coming from or sub-region that they're coming in, it wasn't the most competitive. Naturally, you aren't going to be finding your stride in a very highly competitive region. This is what is going to allow you to, yeah, I mean, highly competitive. We're in the top regions, but you have to be able to find your stride here. You have to be able to find the rights and the wrongs and be able to just fix that going into each game. And that kind of seems to be regurgitated with every single time we talk about Cruelty. But the reality is that is the reality of the situation.
The reality is that is the reality. And reality is that they are struggling very much. And you're talking about a competitive region. I do want to highlight here that it is pretty top heavy. And M80 is one of the top dogs, which is just going to make this even more difficult of a reality.
Yeah, way harder for any team to go through M80. I mean, this should be a blow-through week for M80. Obviously, they're playing two of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard currently in the standings. And M80's just been firing on all cylinders. I mean, they've made a lot of drastic roster changes recently, or not roster changes, role changes behind the scenes. And that's been the biggest reason as to why they've found success. But at the same time, it's a lot harder to counter their current play, but they're still having some growing pains to go through it.
Yeah, and you know, it's a little bit of deja vu when you look at Cruelty outside of things from M80, because when you remember when Los first joined the league, Los did not find any success. I mean, we talked about them time and time again, kind of giving them the same hope. It's almost the exact same situation here with Cruelty. And the reality is, again, brand new to the region. You could honestly give more credit to Cruelty than you could Los. Los was already experienced players, where these are not experienced players. But even then, there is still something that we can take away from Cruelty. As hard and as harsh as I've talked about them, in their recent game against SR, granted it was almost a blowout, we did see some sort of life that does need to be highlighted, because these are the right steps that Cruelty needs to take in order to improve. And this was around specifically just individual prowess coming out of Ivan, having a huge 3K that realistically, he doesn't get this. They probably end it here in a 7-1. They fall flat on their face. Game is over. Ivan doesn't give up. None of the players on Cruelty give up, which already shows a great sign of resilience. Then you go into the next round. Again, everything is on the situation for them to lose here, but they fight back. And this is the Cruelty that we need to see, where they play the correct style of Siege. And we talked about their defensive half being their weakest. They look significantly better than what we saw previously, playing their angles, playing their trades, playing their rotates, and playing their cutoffs here. And then we fast forward into the last round. Unfortunately, after this, they do end up losing. But again, it just speaks into how well Cruelty is understanding what they need to do, the priority in these rounds, and what needs to happen in order to close out the round. And again, it's just as simple as not getting overzealous, not overplaying your steps that you don't need to. Play off your teammates, play those crossfires, and they do it beautifully in all of these rounds that we're displaying. So as much as we do give a lot of negativity towards Cruelty, there are positives from this game that we can take away, that it is showing, okay, we are seeing something. And if you are going to play in one of the highly competitive regions, you need to be able to extrapolate many things from these rounds and these games and add them into these games. And what we're seeing from that last game was their defense significantly looking far better than what it's previously been. So I am glad to say, finally up here, I can give them praise, because they do absolutely deserve it.
Yeah, and it's like, the thing is, they obviously know what they need to do, and that is why they're here, because they have worked their way here. And every single team genuinely does know what they need to do, but it's a matter of being able to see that being done in practice. Because if you're able to do that in certain games, but not consistently, a lot of questions that you need to answer, and just it's not going to work out for your standings. But M80 also has had a little bit of a slump, and then last week, they came back of it, they came back swinging. but can they stay on that upward trajectory?
I mean, you like to hope so. We talk about practice and earning your spot here, and obviously behind the scenes, M80's been doing a lot of practice, a lot of those role changes like I mentioned, and that's been a big decider on why they've been able to win. It's a revolutionized M80. It's no longer just entry heavy, and that's what we've seen directly, because two players that have been absolutely phenomenal throughout this stage so far are, you know, Diffuser and Hot and Cold. They have been performing exceptionally well. These role changes, we talked about it, highlighted the change for Diffuser, where he's now on a utility-based character. He's going to be throwing down that util, and then he turns into entry 2.0. Once they're set up, then they can go for the classic M80 aggression. Hot and Cold, on the other hand, has been exceptional on those X-Factor operators, specifically the shields. Not only that, but him being on shields means Kino is not on shields. So Hot and Cold gets to liberate a new player on the team to be able to flex new and improved roles. And that's honestly the name of the game when it comes to M80 is flexibility, because every player on the team has been playing different style of Siege, different utility-based operators that's carrying them through rounds. We're no longer seeing that entry-focused M80. That also has its caveats and downsides, because two of M80's biggest entries, biggest hitters, which would be Gavini and Gunner, have also needed a little bit of time to be able to associate themselves comfortably on their new role. Obviously, it's going to take time to be able to change to flexibility play and playing around this new system that Fabian and Hot and Cold have been getting into it. But it's something that we know can work, because half of the team is there, the other half just needs a little bit more time to progress.
Yeah, but time is not necessarily something that you have when we're already like past this halfway point. Like you got today, you got tomorrow, and then you have 2 days.
Well, M80's not playing for the stage so far. They're just playing to be able to make it to the next phase so that they have time to get into the playoffs, potentially make the next event. And obviously, these two players, we're used to seeing Gavini on Ashe. At Reload, he was the best player on M80 on Ashe. We're used to seeing Gunner on those Lion picks, you know, being able to assist on the entry. Now we're seeing them on Nomad. We're seeing them on Ace, on Gridlock. And it's just the whole team is using a lot more utility. They're using a lot more of their brains to set up their attacks before they execute. So it is better fundamentally, more structured, but obviously it's going to take some time to get those players comfortable.
Nagavino was also yawning. A great sign of starting the game today. It's what, 9 p.m.?
I was never envious of playing late. I always like to play middle of the pack. So
Envy played earlier.
They did. But I always like playing earlier in the day, not later in the day. So I feel for these guys. But Bank, I mean, this is a little bit of a head scratcher for me for Cruelty. I mean, for M80, you got to feel good here. You're confident on this map. For Cruelty, we haven't seen Bank out of them, but what we've seen from their playstyle in terms of their attacks, where they've looked better then, but even then, that's a small margin. Attacks are going to be very important here. You are going to need to be flushing out all of M80 from the top down, getting them into that basement, and then starting your chokehold onto that site and constricting M80. But what we've seen time and time again with Cruelty on their attacks is it's kind of a one-trick pony. You do the same attack over and over and over, not necessarily problem solving, just hoping you get that pick in those key spots and going from there. And now you're on a map like Bank. Like I said, you have to flush these players out.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it broke, you kind of got to fix it and change things up. So that's something that we're hoping to see today from the side of Cruelty. But we're ready to head into the final game of today with Lynx and Extroika. So guys, let us know who you think is actually going to be able to walk away with the win.
M80.
Cool.
That's it. Like, cut the promo, send it. Like, what am I gonna say here? Like, Ollie, it's M80. I mean, you know, maybe Cruelty got some sick, nasty full clears.
Maybe.
I don't know. That's the problem. It's like they're 0-4, still taking time to develop. We saw some signs of life against Shopify last week, but have we seen much else outside of a game against Orgas? Not really. A lot of smiles, at least.
I hope they're having a good time. You know, with what seems like a lifetime ago at this point, but with Envy's result at the top of the day, now we're looking at Cruelty as the only team that hasn't won a single game. They haven't got a single point so far in the standings. I'm not going to go as far as to say cemented in that 10th spot, because it isn't final yet. We haven't had the last play day. We're about halfway through the stage, but it isn't looking great. I'm going to be honest. There's no other way of dressing this up. Social prediction there echoes what has been spoken about on the desk and what we have spoken about here so far. 85% backing M80 in this matchup here on Bank. It's a very loyal 15%, I'm gonna be straight.
Well, so I was actually gonna say, I actually think that's less one-sided than the SSG Orgas game was.
Maybe.
I think the SSG game was like 91-9. I know there was one 91 game today, and I'm pretty sure it was the SSG game. So it actually, one, is not the most lopsided prediction, and two, unlucky for Orgas, one win, and it don't count for much, do it? The fans are cruel. Preying on your downfall. Praying for a good game. Ollie and I are. So the ban phase transpires. Monty ace banned for the attacking bans. Caden Clash for the next. As opposed to our bank game earlier, if you recall, it was what? Castle and Azami? That were banned?
Yes, I believe so.
So we're focusing on that extension, right? Not the case here.
Can we have a small moment to celebrate that this is the first NAL Playdate where we haven't seen Cafe?
I'm a big fan of that. I don't really like that map. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm with you. It isn't my favorite.
Kinda over it. Kinda over Cafe.
10 seconds left.
Bank, on the other hand.
I like Bank. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan of El Banco. Did you have anything to say, or were you just like... Oh! Sorry, Ollie's having internet problems. I was like... Sorry, I've completely lost my composure. The comedic timing on that was accidentally really funny. We got Cavini. Cavini! Falling back as Cruelty go for that middle floor clear. Oh, that really tickled me. That was really funny. Not that crazy, though. I mean, if you're M80, what do you really need to do? You're dealing with a more inexperienced team or less experienced team, whichever way, wherever you want to put the negative in that sense. Dealing with a team that has less experience, you don't want to give them a lot of problems. Well, you do want to give them a lot of problems, but you don't want to put a lot of problems in their way. Just back off. Don't give them fights. Sure, Castle and Azami's available, but do you need to run it? Do you need to extend an open area? No. Oyo's up, 2 Brows up, but you're not bringing them. Smoke's up, Echo's up. Let them see what they want to do. Let them see what they do first. You do have a little bit of a bait coming out from Cruelty. 2 ROU projectors go out, probably just trying to maybe draw some attention. Nobody bites, though, as there is no 2 Brow on the board, and all you have are Hot and Cold, those smoke canisters, and, well, Hot and Cold's around the block. He knows a thing or two because he's seen a thing or two. He's not giving up those toxic canisters until he sees body presence inside of server. And he's not seen it, so I won't do it. But the nice thing about those ROU projectors, you can see if they can trigger them on or off, turn them off or on, and so Diffuser will wait. Go hang out. They move a Yokai in position to watch it as more intel comes in. Because of the very lax defensive presence by M80, do have a lot on the board. That's the 5th drone shot on the side of Cruelty. So they still have plenty of utility and honestly a decent amount of time to set this up. Only issue is just with the nature of the turtle setup. M80 have everything. They have the Vulcan packs. How many have been shot? They got the Yokais. We know at least one's still up. They've got all toxic canisters and a C4 too. M80 have the utility necessary to close out this round. It's just a question of, can Cruelty burn it? Or if they can't, can they get players in the right position? So far, excellent job. Almost all the toxic canisters have been thrown and the C4 wasted. Hot and Cold's got one in pocket, and they might have just found the gap as it's put on the floor, but Tumbo tries to finish, and he does make it through. Still a 3v5, but immediately 2 kills swing their way. I know we were kind of dumping on Cruelty at the start, but I'm actually pretty impressed with this attack, not going to lie to you. Diffuser's gone for the retake. He's got 2 players to deal with. One around Elevator's got the kill. Nice trade, but again, Fatal finding the player upstairs. I would actually feel so silly for dumping on Cruelty. What an impressive first round. Very clear setup. They take the control without wasting any time. They set up properly, set up the ROU projectors on the backside, almost to try to do like a fake, like we see in other esports. Then they get all the utility in place on the hatch, drop down, Matumbo with the confidence to secure that defuse, and then, of course, the players up top just doing their job and watching. I know it's attack on bank, but you gotta have at least a somewhat of a floor to do well. Cruelty made it.
I can only apologize, Lynx, and to everybody watching.
It's actually so funny, Ollie. Literally, you said You went, you know the thing about Bank? And I said, what? And I went, I like Bank. Nothing. El Banco.
Nothing.
Nothing. And I was just like, are you going to say anything? And I realized you were gone. I think I laughed for like 30 seconds straight.
So my ISP hates me, and because it's 2 a.m. in the UK right now, they think that no one is doing anything important online. And they love to throw like a little reset in at this time of day. So I do apologize for that. I have a contingency, and I am on that, so hopefully it is good enough. I didn't see the round. I'm not going to sit here and sort of pretend like I did, but I'm kind of surprised to see Cruelty come away with it, I'll be honest.
I can describe it to you. You want to hear?
I'd love to hear it.
So it's a basement defense, right? M80 not roaming super heavily up top. They fall back pretty quick. I think that's a fair play. Cruelty filled the space pretty quickly as well. Then they just spend the whole time getting set up for their server execute. And then they do a really good job at baiting out the util. Bait all the smokes, pop all the Goyos early, bait the C4, and then they get the diffuser down. It was a pretty standard server execute, but like for a team that we in the desk were kind of like riding off pretty quick. Very strong first round, doing a very normal style of siege. I have no complaints.
Looks like M80 are going to have to warm up a little bit then. Need to get them in the zone, as so to speak. But I heard you mention it is Bank and it is attack. It's a big map and there are a hell of a lot of opportunities. Skimsy going to start to try and pick out some of that utility. Pyrox with the opener this time onto Gaveni as well. So that's the frost being taken care of. The welcome mats will, of course, remain. It is going to be on the back of everyone's mind as they hop in through a window. Is there going to be one underneath? Looks as though there's still some key pieces of utility that have survived the onslaught so far. And with a limited number of nades, Pyrox having the remaining two, there's going to have to be a bit of coordination between him and the IQ to get rid of that.
With the 5v4, at least the coordination has, I was about to say, a bit of a buffer. Love that play right off the back of the Dokkaebi call. Hot and Cold perfectly distracted by the players up above. 5v2? 3 kills for Cruelty? Sure, maybe Pyrox getting a little bit over-aggressive there. We can forgive some mistakes, especially its revealed diffuser's position, stuck in main lobby by himself. Don't want to see this blitz get too aggressive. It is a CO attack, and you've got, well, you had a minute remaining, 50 seconds now. Take the time. Reset. You still got the bees. Formulate a plan around this blitz. And then, once you have that figured out, push in. And that seems what they're doing.
Diffuser's pretty pinned down at the moment as well. You can see the bees are just causing him a little bit of a rotation there. But there is a bit of a passive element to this Cruelty attack. And they haven't really found that trigger, that moment, and that reason to move as of yet. Diffuser and Gunner, they are going to be split up right now. Diffuser's actually rotated down below, mindful of the clock and thinking that a plant is going to be going down, but it isn't going to come down to that at all. The final 2 kills cleaned up, and Cruelty continue on this reign of terror. They've chained 2 rounds together now.
2 rounds in a row with 2 attacks that have looked really, really strong. Sure, a little bit shaky in the mid game there, but can you really ask for a better early round than what we saw 5v2? Obviously, but look at the way it happened. Obviously, you get that opening pick. Obviously, you get that, but it's this right here. That play by Ivan, walking up the marble stairs where Hot and Cold is distracted by the rest of the team, that was excellent. Really, really nice play, not only to get a kill, but to acquire some really important control as M80 were trying to hold vertical to allow Diffuser to get in a position to deny the plant later on. Cruelty immediately identified that and dealt with it early to get a 2-fold advantage, the control and the kills, the 5v3, and then, of course, the 5v2 afterwards. It's not just that they've won these 2 rounds, but that they've had a really good handle on the strategies they've implemented and also why those strategies work on these particular sites. As we go to open area now, if we see a clean top floor, like early round from Team Cruelty, I'm hitting the pause button if I'm Fabian.
It really wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't have been surprised if we'd have seen a timeout at the end of round 2, to be honest with you. And the thing that M80 have got going for them is that 2 key components of attacking this site have been removed, Monty and an ace. Opening up that quad wall is crucial, and the Monty has a great ability to just walk on in. Those two things not being available, Cruelty are going to have to go for something slightly different. Now, they have got a hard breach, but it is the Hibana. Now, the Hibana isn't great for opening up the triple wall to transition through, but, well, quad wall, should I say, but they are able to make some good lines of sight. There is an extensive roam to deal with as well, which is, of course, going to start to slow things down somewhat. So, full map clear, and surely Matumbu is not just going to be allowed to waltz up these main stairs and feast on the defenders above.
That barbecue sound, that barbed wire sound cue. I mean, nobody's in this position, though. Why would they know? Oh, no, the Warden's sprinting! There's just nobody biased on that side. M80 being so lax about that main stairs position, and Mutombo reads into it perfectly. Right as the defense falls off and Gavini's a little behind the rest of the rotate. The opportunity recognition by Cruelty is really impressive throughout these first 3 rounds. And they didn't get the advantage in round 1, but 2 and 3, it's been uncontested 5v4s each time, all within about a minute.
Great stuff from Cruelty so far. Really good presence of mind to get some early information on the drone. Mutombo just sort of taking a bit of a chance there. They'll have had a bit of information for him, but it's a lot of map control gained very quickly. A call now goes out from Pyrox. There will be someone inside of Tellers. Immediately traded out there. Diffuser finds one, but Mutombo there for the trade. And with that early man advantage, that's a deal that you'll take at this point as Cruelty.
Yeah, you're totally fine with that. I mean, yeah, Mutombo's already done his job with the Nook. You're chilling. 4v3, you've got control of Archives, which is a very key pivot point that if the defense still contests, can swing the round. Now it's really on Gunner on Marble Stairs. If Cruelty decide to push in down that bottom floor and Gunner's not been drone, which 5 drones remaining, Cruelty very well could. That's the position, but down goes Ivan, immediately spots Hot and Cold in the corner. I mean, he's not even aware. Hot and Cold is looking at the floor. Kino down 2. Now that player in the pivot position I mentioned, Gunner's the last alive. He's been spotted by the Blackbeard and finished off. The unthinkable has occurred. It's not just 3 rounds in a row for Cruelty. It is 3 very good rounds in a row from a team nobody had any expectations of.
Still, well, potentially a timeout after this banning phase as well. I'm not sure that there's one thing that M80 can choose to remove here to make things a lot easier for them. I'm going to get rid of the Blitz, but I don't really think that it's any single operator that's had a huge impact as to the success that Cruelty have seen so far. It's just been good team play. It's been good siege.
It really has. And honestly, like,
there's a timeout.
Yeah, there's a timeout. You know the adjective I describe M80? Feel kind of sleepy. Like,
sleep at the wheel.
Yeah, like they're not really taking any like silly engagements. It's just like, I think honestly they've just been kind of caught off guard. Maybe they didn't expect much from the team, though I don't think that's true. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't expect Cruelty to have the pace they've had so far. I mean, with how quickly Ivan, or really anybody having the Dokkaebi, Ivan in round 2, and then Pyrox in round 3 doing the same thing, Mutombo creeping up those stairs, Cruelty have been showing a level of confidence in their playstyle, a willingness to take risk, and willingness to take very smart risks too, that I don't think they, one, have really shown so far, and 2, I don't know if you really could have expected if you're M80 or any team going into this game. So obviously Cruelty are playing well, and I don't think M80 are playing like particularly poorly, but it definitely seems like the reactivity from M80 isn't there, that when Cruelty are getting aggressive and speeding up the pace, they aren't able to match it. Feels like they're kind of just stuck in neutral. And hopefully that's what we'll see after this, is now that they know what they're getting into, maybe we'll see a bit more dynamism from M80.
I certainly wouldn't have liked to have been on the receiving end of that tactical timeout. I don't think that, well, we all know that Fabian isn't one to mince his words.
He's a puppy dog.
I reckon it'll have been pretty straight to the point. Usually along the lines of, these guys are rubbish. What are we doing? We're playing rubbish. We need to be better. We're better. Just go and win. Well, it's effective. Let's see if it has effect here in round number 4. To the basement we go. Plenty of denial being brought. We've got Vulcan canisters, and we've also got that Tachanka now. Is that going to help slow down this effective roam clear that we've seen from Cruelty? Typically not, There aren't really many ops that are being brought at the moment from M80 that are going to do a great job of slowing that down. It's not like we've got a Vigil. It's not like we've got, you know, a Solace or anything like that that's going to be able to go out there and harass on their own. What we are going to have, though, is Gunnar playing way up on main stairs. Gaveni just chilling in the hallway upstairs as well. Whittling those drones down as they come through. Even if all they do is get a couple of drones and get back to site safely, it might be worthwhile.
Can absolutely be worthwhile, but it's also what happened in round 1. Got a couple drones, they got back to site, and then Cruelty were able to set up. So we got to be worried about Gunnar holding the off position in main lobby. 2 players on either side looking to lurk in a wide open space. And Pyrox will certainly be the one more exposed, and there's no way they know about Gunnar. He's got no idea. Valkyrie, oh no, they do! They have a drone on him! Beneath the monitor, they've spotted him completely. Hot and Cold still finds Pyrox, though! It's not the Mira that caught him off guard, it's the Valkyrie, the support provided to the Mira that Pyrox was unaware of, and despite Cruelty thinking they were 1 step ahead, to M80's credit, they were 2.
There's only so many times that you're going to be able to walk in and just make it happen like that. And eventually, M80 have got a handle on this, and they've been able to pick up the opening pick. What a shot from Gaveni as he drops down the hatch as well. This round's going from bad to worse if you're Cruelty. They still haven't really gotten control of anything inside of the map. Skimsy, he's going to be positioned on the main stairs. Ivan's still upstairs inside of open. With the site being basement, the diffuser cold. I don't fancy Cruelty's odds right now.
No. Get 1. Skimsy the bearing 9. 4-0 so far. We'll find Gavini. There's still 1 on the middle floor. Playing around archives right now. If Skimsy wins this 1v1, 3v2 is a much different position, but tucked around the corner. It's Hot and Cold. He's been here the whole time, and Skimsy doesn't check it. Just unlucky right there. Not looking, operating off no intel. Good fight from M80 to get their first round on the board. Crazy thing to say is we're in round 4, that M80's just now getting their first, but those 3 attacks from Cruelty were very, very strong. And even though Cruelty had a lot of really nice moments, that drone, especially on Gunnar, that's what I wanted to see. Because when Gunnar started getting pressured, what do? They brought Hot and Cold into the play. They held harder onto that middle floor. I wanted to see a bit more, something a bit more dynamic from M80. And I got my wish.
They needed it. We know that this is a team that's more than capable of contesting for a lot more of the map. We know that they're capable of winning those gunfights and, you know, really giving this Cruelty side a lot to drone out and a lot to try and consider on that approach. Timeout good for a round. On paper, it should be the start of, I'm not going to say necessarily a comeback for M80 because they're only a couple of rounds down. It's early on into the match so far. But this is the point where the tide really starts to need to shift quite significantly for them, and hopefully for them, they'll be able to build off the back of that. Cruelty, it's about the bounce back. It's about that resilience. And are they going to be able to just put that round to bed and say, right, we're focusing on the top floor now. They've got a castle. What are we going to bring for it? So far, it looks like a Flores and a Gridlock will be brought. Try and secure those flanks a little bit.
Do you think it's important to note, by the way, that 2 of the most impressive rounds we've seen so far from Cruelty did involve that Dokkaebi? Obviously, we had the server execute in round 1 that was really quite nice, but the 2 most dominant rounds, the people with 4 remaining at the end, were rounds 2 and 3, where we did see Ivan and then Pyrox on that Dokkaebi. See her drop out of the lineup in round 4 and now make a comeback in round 5 as we move back to the CEO site, where she first made her appearance. And if Fatal is able to have any kind of success as the other 2 had, really be on the lookout. But I will say, one difference I'm already noticing is the other Dokkaebis were in position inside of the site with the SMG, or inside of the building pretty quickly with the SMG-12. I want to see if she's going to have a bit more presence on the windows, since with the Azami, you kind of want those DMRs to destroy some very important utility being to keep a barricade in sight.
Pyrox prepped and ready to send the nade through. Is it going to find the mark of the shield? No, Gaveni can retreat back to that position. He leaves it very briefly. It will likely get dealt with either by a nade or a Rotero drone, but it is going to buy him a little bit more time. Track Sting is going to go out along with a Lion phone call, so usually a good indication that something's about to happen.
Very good indication indeed. 4v3 established and one of the key players inside of the site. Diffuser tucked inside that corner, now dispelled, but it's not all the power positions dealt with. Gavini still holding on to outside of stock, but Kino inside of Janitor, I believe. With that shotgun or SMG-11 potentially. No, actually, he's fallen back. Given up this position, though, Gavini can still contest from the long vending hallway. Now there is Kino, just around the corner with the SMG. This man has not been droned. There is no way. It's such a default position. Surely they check it. Surely before the Blackbeard sends it across, they have an idea that maybe an SAS operator with mute jammers they've already run into will be sitting right here. There's the flash. That's what we needed to see. 1-2 punch follow-up. Good trade by Gavini, but even better structure from Cruelty. The redundancies know no end. And there's zero way back in for M80. Unless... No, not even that! This team looks revitalized and like a completely new animal, up 4-1 against one of the highest rated teams in the North American League.
I think we all owe Cruelty some level of an apology.
I apologized after round 1.
Right, well, I'm looking at the desk then, because this is a team that has come out, and let's face it, coming into this fixture, they've not got a lot to lose, right? They're in 10th place. They can't go down any further. They're going up against M80, one of the top teams. However, that hasn't affected them in the server one little bit. 4-1 as the sides currently sit. M80 have used their timeout. They used it at the end of round 3. It was good for a round, but that's all. It's not even like Cruelty are getting particularly lucky. They're just playing good siege. They're trading off the back of each other. They've got great information. They know where the utility is. They know what to do in terms of dealing with it. And the nades are getting sent in at the right time. Everything's falling into place as it should be.
And you know what's the coolest part? It's not even like it's the same thing happening every time. We had a traditional server execute in round 1. Then we had a much more fluid, almost kind of like, 5-man setup where everyone's trying to find their own opening, find a gap, hit some kind of lick or make a play. A lot more fluid of a play style in rounds 2 and 3. Then in round 5, it's not really necessarily a set execute, but it's a very clearly well-coordinated play to take control of square, clear out the utility, put pressure on Gavini. Maybe you get a defuse plant, maybe you don't. But we've seen structured and unstructured play from Cruelty and seen them both succeed. The fact that even one of those is succeeding for a team that we had literally zero good expectations of going into today, just one of those succeeding would be cool. The fact that it's 2, it honestly defies explanation.
I love the setup that they're going for here as well. We've got a Sens, we've got a Glaz, we've got a good drone in sight giving a lot of information. Sightlines have been cut off.
I mean,
the
look at this.
diffuser's going down and the smoke is covering. Is anyone home, M80?
No.
Where's the denial? Only now a C4 gets sent out. That's way too late, Kino. This plant's gone down 5 versus 5.
And Ollie, not only is the C4 got caught down, it got frozen by the Zoto canisters. He couldn't detonate it because it landed in the Tubarão. They're still down. It's still an advantage with M80. But there's blunders, there's misplays, but there's still Cruelty doing these excellent attacks that are catching M80 off guard. What's that angle from Fatal? Who holds that? Am I watching NJR? What is this mailbox I'm seeing at top square? 2v2. 2v1. Diffuser can go for this 1v1, but it doesn't matter. 5-1 half for Cruelty. I swear to God, if I hear bank attack from one person, I will lose my mind. Even if they lose, I do not care. I love that from Cruelty, and that to me is a win.
I've never seen that angle on the top of square. That's
who
unreal.
Holds that?
Nobody has held that ever.
Like, bro, like, I say this with the most respect possible. Get a job. Like, dude, what? Who is holding that? Like,
this quite simply is their job.
I know. I actually, dude.
I didn't think we'd be here.
I'm so
I'll be
happy
honest.
we are.
I'm glad. I'm here for the ride. Look, we're just passengers. We can't control where this goes or when we get off or anything. We're just observers.
That's still so cool, by the way. Like, the fact that C4 got frozen by the Zoto canister, and that's allowed Matumbo to get the plant down. It shows that, I mean, you know, Ollie, I think we can both agree. M80's still a little slow. A lot of those reactions still taking a little bit to happen, but it shows that they're still happening. It shows that M80 are not just, like, completely asleep at the wheel, that they are a little partially.
I just... Obviously, we can credit and we should credit Cruelty because they've played fantastically well. But some of these holds from M80, there's been big question marks over it. They had an Azami previously in round 6, and the Azami wasn't playing like the typical Azami bomb chassis position where you just make yourself a little fortress and you tell people if it's looking like they're going to push that double door. Like, as soon as you see the ROUs go out, as soon as you see the sends, as soon as you see any of that, you should just be like, right, we need to get ready for a plant because they might try something quick.
Prepare for the possibility, at least.
I don't know.
I don't know, it's like... Bro, I don't be real. Like, I don't even care if M80 are doing stuff poorly. I'm kind of just giving myself over to the fandom right now. Like, I'm obviously like, you know, I want a good game. I want to see some fight. I want to see some fight from M80, but like, the level of siege we're seeing from Cruelty when they are, might I add, 0-4 in regulation losses from a region that nobody is really taken seriously. I get it's just 1v01 as well. I get it's one map, but like, come on.
There's always a big upset in a stage, isn't there?
There is.
I don't think we've had it yet inside of NA.
And nobody thought it'd be this one. Let's see how they do though in this round though.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's still not over. M80 on the attack now. It's a very different landscape with Cruelty on the defense. Double hard breach ban. So the hatches are going to become a little bit more pressured, especially when we look toward that basement site. However, we're not there just yet. M80 are vying for control here, and we've got a bit of presence out on the rappel and a good sight line into the bomb. But that isn't as straightforward as it might seem. I think Matumbo does still have a yokai drone, and well, the first one did get shot out, so they'll be aware that there are a couple kicking around and should be on the hit list there for M80 to deal with, but that smoke is going to cause a little bit of a nuisance, fortunately for Fatal. He's going to be able to see through that and continue to hold his angle, but what's this, hot and cold? He's threatening to go on in. Surely you can't go in at this kind of a man count again.
I mean, we've seen Cruelty do something similar. The Cruelty are fallen, dropping like flies at the moment. Hot and cold just creeps in, screen goes up. This defuse plant should go down. Nobody really in a position to C4. Fatal a bit more preoccupied with contesting the player on Janitor instead of actually denying the plant, but two line up. Ooh, that came really close. High and low setup from M80 to secure it. It's still an advantage 3v2, and unfortunately you're in a position somebody might have to jump out one of these windows, and M80 know that. They've set up one to the far left, one to the far right, and Matumbo's got no choice but to jump out in between the two. Could try to go for the defuse. I don't think you can long arm that around the bomb chassis and Gunner on that long angle as well. Nade will go out. Matumbo will have to fall off, but he wins that fight. Hello? Skimsy gets the kill. Next shot, only one player on rappel. They've got to land this kill. They've got to take him down. Guys! Guys! Guys!
As soon as the camera flicked to Gunner out on the rappel near parking, you think to yourself, this is really winnable. Like, super winnable for Cruelty. Because it's essentially 2 versus 2. If no one exposes themselves to Gunner on the really long angle, there's no way that they're going to be able to hold that plan. A quick shot from Cruelty and a quick kill onto the rappel, and then just tucking in behind the bomb chassis. I'll be honest, plant position, not great. The posty P was not established there.
Bomb located by attackers.
6-1.
6-1.
Now, if you'd have told me that this game would have had a scoreline of 6-1 at some point in it, I wouldn't have blinked. I would have agreed. What, 6-1 for Cruelty?
Dude.
A lot of people eating the words out there right now.
What is happening?
5 seconds to
I literally don't know what to say. Like,
The thing is now they go to basement.
what if they? What if they?
I'm not
What
going
if
to say
they?
this is GG.
What if they choke 5 rounds?
I mean, it's possible, right? But look at the setup that M8 are having to bring. They're bringing 3 sets of secondary heart breach because of the way that the bans are.
Ollie.
So,
Not just 3 hard breach. They're bringing Ying, Grim, Deimos, Monty.
They're bringing it all.
They're not leaving anything to chance.
they're bringing it all. They're all literally sat there playing with Fabian breathing down their shoulders. They're like, guys, we need to bring everything. We just need to bring it all.
Oh my god. Hot and cold at half HP. Kiba to split up the shield. Ooh! That's a nice shot from Gavini. I like that play by the Kiba. You know, split up the Monty, break up the pace from him and the Deimos. Oh, trying to get aggressive, but Ivan gets away with it. Good trade by Gunnar. Holding that position, that main lobby position. He tried to hold in the post plant, but now in the early round, secures the 4v3 for M80. As they take control of that top floor, start moving on down. This is the tricky spot when you're Skimsy, though, Ollie. It's like, oh, do you stay? Do you go? You want to buy more time, but if you die, it's a 4v2. Don't envy his position.
Yeah, I don't think there's really any right way of playing that. Some priceless information being gathered by Gunnar at the moment as well. Looks like there's a BP that's not actually in play right now, or at least up. No one's watching it. That's the strange thing about it. Surely they know where Gunnar's coming from. Oh my god, they're going to stun him and then they're going to swing. Skimsy going for it, but Fatal finds the kill. Look at how Cruelty all reacts for that. Everyone focusing on that one thing. Diffuser, though, he's going to come in and pick up 2 of his own. That surely seals the round and keeps M80 in this thing.
It has to. I mean, there's no way. He's got 5 Bs. Everybody's blind, though. Literally everybody in the lobby just lost their eyesight there. But now in the post, the Monty can block the door. Yeah, Matumbo on the long angle. He can at least see what's going on, but not much else he can do. Tags him up a little bit. Sees one around the corner. Oh, it's just not happening. I feel bad. It's like, what do you do here? Kino will take you down with a shotty. But, wow, not a single... Oh. We're looking a little boomed on the face cams.
Well, I think they know that that's the first step in what could be quite a long game for them.
We cut to Gavin, and my boy is not happy.
You can whatever the result of this game, it isn't going to do it entire justice, because if Cruelty win, everyone's going to be like, oh, I made an off week and all. But Cruelty have played some really good Siege. I love how they all committed to that Garage player. They knew that Gunnar was coming through Garage, and it was there was a Yokai drone. There was 2 people peeking it. Everybody was committed to getting that kill. And in a different world, where maybe you get an extra kill on the roam early on, and perhaps there's not a Monty, maybe Monty's banned or something like that. That's the kind of play that will win you around, because immediately you deal with that Garage pressure. There's not enough time for anyone to rotate and fill that gap. So all of a sudden you don't have to worry about it, and you can just play from deep. They're making some really good decisions.
Also, to be fair, I will say, from M80 in that round, I think also M80 quickly on the fly recognizing the inherent consequences of the decision they made. Not that it was a bad decision, but when you have all 3 players stacking up in lobby and it gets spotted, what do? Diffuser immediately drops and they're all kind of lined up for him. It's not necessarily that Cruelty made some major misplay, but it's like, when you're ever in a man disadvantage like that, you have to make a decision. They commit to the play. The play doesn't really work, not because it was a bad idea, because Fatal, like, just smoked him off the face of the earth. Like, headshot through the car window. But because you committed to everybody, M80 are good enough to recognize the opening. They're able to make it work. Oh, hello, Fatal, getting a little antsy. Let's not start overplaying our hands now. It's Pank defense. You need to contest control, but there's no reason walking out in main lobby when M80 have had a guy there early on every single round so far.
Oh, he's 9-3. He's feeling himself.
I'd like him to feel the floor of archives and stay there.
You'd like him to feel an angle.
Yeah, I'd like him to feel the situation out first.
Well, he's kept himself alive, but only just. M80, a little bit of a slower round again from them here. They've got some good information, though. Two players there getting pinged out on the E1D. Isn't going to cause too much alarm, though, at this point. Hot and Cold taking a tiny bit of damage there as well. The danger here is that Cruelty get into some, you know, sort of unknown territory in a lot of ways, and it's like, oh, it could be the first win, and maybe just start trying a little bit too hard. And I think that's something that teams on defense often do. We talk about attacks overcomplicating it, but it's very easy for a defense to overcomplicate themselves as well. But at the moment, it looks as though they've managed to stabilize. Done a good job of wasting the clock and whittling down some of this utility that M80 are bringing.
We'll spot Pyrox down below, but importantly, there's another guy downstairs, and I don't know if they've spotted him. Nade will go out, anticipating the Fenrir might push up, so Ivan contesting this Blackroot Beard will be difficult. Impact goes out, will knock away the shield, sees the other player drop behind stock, but it doesn't pan out. Fatal's able to get the first, but Diffuser, 2 rounds in a row with this double, but it's still even. How good have Cruelty been at keeping this man count close, keeping it competitive? Pyrox still down below on Marble, could rotate up. No, it's Fatal instead to work around. Nice flank watch from Gunnar, keeping a lid on things as it's just 2 players in Cafeteria to try to bring this back. Both Diffuser low, Blackbeard 2, good for the trade. All on Pyrox. In the 1v2, no utility to try to make this easier. Hot and Cold will take the fight, tag him low, weary about the up above angle. There's just too much back and forth. Pyrox flicking from ceiling to floor, flicking onto his head. He's just domed Hot and Cold, and now it's a 1v1. Those Gunners up top, has the Z-ping. He's got to win this, and he's got to win it now as Gunnar runs outside. Brilliant decision by the Twitch. Don't give it up, and now Pyrox has nothing to do. Split-second decision-making from Gunnar that saves a round that came way, way too close.
Cruelty again coming so close to winning that round, but M80 just managing to edge it out. It was a bold play to drop themselves into the middle of sight, though. The reaction from Cruelty, not quite there. Not quite instant enough to recognize that the plant was going down, and they could have done with retaking a little bit sooner. I think Gunnar's played it fantastically. He was in the right place at the right time twice throughout the course of that round. He had the presence of mind to rotate outstairs and to really play out the post plant very well. You've essentially got to leave your teammate downstairs. You just got to say, look, it's GG. You got the plant down, but I'm going to win the round from outside. But he was also able to pick up that kill there onto Fatal. Really important there. It was a classic. The flankers getting flanked almost because Gunnar was just holding that deeper angle again as the rotate was coming through on those main stairs. Whilst M80 might be winning the rounds and slowly mounting this comeback, I don't feel like the momentum's shifting massively in their direction at this point. It still feels, well, it still is really doable for Cruelty right now.
What really could shift the momentum, and as M80 have put 2 rounds together, what really can shift the momentum is if we get a close round and Cruelty just barely lose it. Because once that happens, obviously it's going to start creeping in a little bit like, oh, you know, we're up 6-3, don't want to lose. Haha, kind of like funny haha joke. What if we lost? Huh? Wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah.
But if you have a close round and it slips away, that's the real thing that could take the mental. That's when you really feel like the game's slipping out of your control. And once you feel it slipped out of your control, it has. And with an inexperienced team in this position, I'm not sure Cruelty necessarily thought. I mean, I'm sure they're confident. I'm sure they think they can win every game, but I'm not sure even they thought that it would be this much of a cakewalk and they'd be playing this well. But depending on how this round goes, of course, I think the momentum could be closer to M80's column. But if we see a close victory for M80, but one that Cruelty should have won and then they lose, that's when the mental can really start slipping away.
Gonna be rocking the Cali this time, seeing if you can find some of those super long niche angles.
What is that?
I mean, Fatal's already showed us the best angle so far on Bank. I'm not sure that that's it. I'll be honest, Gunnar. I think you're gonna have to have superhuman reaction times to pick anyone through that. I would love to see it though. Again, it's just going to catch anyone that's rotating in the site. Obviously, no one being given too much of a reason to move right now, but the Rotero drones come in. That usually is a good way of shifting some of the defenders around somewhat. Get the drones in, delete some barbed wire, delete any deployable shields, bulletproof cameras that are knocking around, and try and limit that information game from Cruelty. Still with fairly slow setup, and to be honest, no real way of breaching in. That's going to be the biggest hole that's missing. in this M80 attack. It's not that breaching is a requirement, but can sometimes be nice to have. Big opener, though, for Diffuser. He's been on fire.
He has been on fire. Multiple double kills so far. Him and Gunner have really been the saving grace for M80 on these attacks. Diffuser with these entries either late or early, and Gunner just watching these flanks. But with Diffuser there, he's actually the one holding the cutoff. He's the one that when the pressure's placed on Skimzy, it's not Gunner who's all the way in Narnia holding an angle nobody's going to get a kill from. But it's Diffuser instead holding that cutoff. And we'll see what Gunner can find as he has rotated into a much more powerful position. Watching anybody playing around the CEO desk at the moment. Ivan sitting in sight. Waiting for the fire to dissipate. Remember, hot and cold, back on CEO before, slowly crept on in, and it was still Cruelty, fighting from behind. Was still Cruelty. Reloading. We needed to get an unbelievable counter defuse. Here we go. Creeping on in, and they don't know. They don't drone him. As the ROUs go out, the Kiba protects. It's not Diffuser necessarily, but now he's got a little fortress to hold. Pyrox on a long angle, cuts down Diffuser. And M80 struggling for solutions, struggling to piece the puzzle together. Pushing into Janitor, the Warden's not looking his way, but Fatal turns around, checks it in time. It's all done! 7-3, a result nobody, not a single person would have predicted. And again, a game nobody had any expectations for. We get the matchup not only of the day, but in my opinion, maybe the match of the stage.
It's a bold claim, but I've got to give it to you. Very possibly the match of the stage right there. A night of firsts here on the NAL. The 5th playday here in stage 1 of 2025. And all of the teams have a win under their belt. Cruelty going, we can't let Envy be the team that has a win as well. We can't be that team sat on 0 points in 10th place. They're going to take a massive win against M80. We're going to send it one last time over to the desk.
lobby, güey. Smartball tengo yo.
Creo que vending también,
Yo tengo lobby.
Yo tengo mi Yanni, yo tengo mi Yanni.
Van a querer comer
Yanni, porta Yanni, porta Yanni.
Buena. Se metió papilla, ¿Muerto?
Güey, bien.
¡Vamos, cabrón!
Bien,
¡Buena,
carajo.
güeyes!
¡Let's go!
Vámonos a la verga al Discord, vámonos a la verga al Discord.
Buena, cara. Goodbye.
Buena, cabrón.
Oh my god. They did it! Like, they actually did it. You know, it's so funny because going into the game, you were both saying, oh, it's M80, there is no way. There's like signs that we're seeing from Cruelty, but there is no way. I throw it to the casters. I'm like, who do you think this is gonna be? Lynx, Ollie, M80. No way. Cruel, like, this is insane. And of course, out of any of the top team, it's gonna be M80 that drops the game.
Yeah, I mean, it would be M80, I guess. I don't know. It's like consistent to like their brand of the team. But at the end of the day, even though M80 was playing really sloppy, still amazing game from Cruelty. Those attacks were phenomenal. The way they were using the Blackbeard to constantly take position, the objective-based siege, getting the diffuser down every single round, they had a game plan going into it. And M80 couldn't do anything about it, even if they did try. It did look like M80 was going for 1v1s. They weren't showing respect. But Cruelty had the game plan down every single attack, every single step of the way, and it was a shutdown round after round. And when they went to 5-1 split, at that point,
yeah, I mean,
there's not much you can come back from, really. When you're getting 5 attack banks, I mean, you're going to go to defense, you're sitting happy regardless of where you go.
Yeah, and I mean, the teamwork especially, I mean, it was so coordinated. We didn't see that before. Their attacks before, they would just repeat the same thing. They didn't know what they wanted to do. And then this time around, I mean, it looked so fluid. And then even on some of the defense round, even the round that they lost in basement when they were using the Echo and they all swung on to Gunner, I believe, down in basement and garage. I mean, it shows the team play that they're giving now is what needed or what has needed to be given throughout. So if they can continue this, I mean, I think Cruelty is going to easily be a fan favorite going forward.
All right, fan favorite of yours because they're your fantasy team, so like that's a little bit of bias. But Blacklight Detail, however, is going to be going to Fatal from the side of Team Cruelty. So there is that. The first one that they are going to get to their name. I mean, the first win they get to their name, the first amount of points that they get to their name. A lot of firsts for Cruelty side of things. But if anything, this is a great step in the right direction.
You know, when we compare like LFO getting their first win versus Cruelty and what that meant to them, and then you look at Cruelty's first win, I would say Cruelty is far more deserving and having far more hype in terms of their win, especially going against a team like M80 and the veteran players on that roster, and Fatal having one hell of a performance. I mean, Ivan too, but Fatal specifically, I mean, he was Fatal in the lobby. He was getting the job done. And I mean, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, he was hitting some nasty shots. The SMG 11
That's what I was talking about, that round specifically.
Was disgusting.
And we also have him for the interview, which is great.
Perfect.
So he's joining us. The first interview from Cruelty that we're going to have here on the NAL. Congratulations on your win. That was amazing. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. Well, I have no words. We're feeling like super happy. And I don't know, I'm just speechless.
Hey man, soak it all in.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations, Fatal. Your guys' attacks were amazing. Could you talk to us a little bit about how the change was from the first 2 weeks into today? How did you guys become an amazing, like, how did you show, I don't even know how to say it. You guys were so good. What happened?
Well, I don't even know. We trained like 2 maps since the last game day, but I don't know. We just were feeling like good today. We were adapting, communicating a lot, and we play our game.
Well, I need to see that every game, Fatal, but I do want to give you congratulations. I mean, that was a very convincing win. I kind of want to ask you, what is it like being able to represent Mexico now competing in the NAL and what that means for you guys in the future just for the Mexican League and players?
Well, it's an honor to be playing on NAL, representing Mexico. And we just keep going. And we will try to get into playoffs, of course, and qualify for the World Cup.
You keep playing like you did. I have no doubt you can still make playoffs. That is for sure.
It was a really good game today. Again, congratulations. You guys did incredible. I hope you're very happy and very proud of yourself and of your team.
I am.
Good, good. I am gonna let you go. Enjoy it. Have a good night. Bye.
Thank you. Good night. Bye.
Oh, very proud. This is so
I kind
cool.
of feel bad being so harsh these
Yeah,
past few
he's
weeks.
so sweet.
Yeah, you should.
So
They're
kind-hearted.
literally in your fantasy league team. Like, you are putting points on them, and then you're gonna be harsh.
I love the roomies in. I should have asked because we talked about it the first
Well, he had a
week.
scaffolding
He had
first.
a scaffolding.
Yeah, maybe
Then the
they're-
scaffolding left. Now
he's
it's a
got
ladder.
You know, maybe there's like they're hiding the plans of like how they're actually, you know, getting
Could be.
together in the NAL.
Oh,
but
wow.
let's have a look
See
at
the
the
blueprint.
schedule. Yeah, they're hiding the blueprint, of course. Let's have a look at the schedule in regards to the games that we saw today. If I am not mistaken, that's first 7-2 from SSG against Orgas. I mean, the games today quite honestly felt pretty one-sided, even when it came to the games that we did expect to be a little bit closer. I think the Wildcard DZ one, I expected a little bit more fight.
I mean, we did say there was going to be potential upsets today, and obviously the last one
yeah.
was by far the biggest upset.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised even by the Cloud9 Envy game. I thought Cloud9, obviously given the start, it was a 5-1 lead. But again, to the credit of Envy and what Fox was saying, I mean, the resilience that was shown from Envy to be able to be in that deficit and immediately bounce back and have a flawless half, I mean, there is a lot to take away. And then kind of the other games, respectfully, I believe, went the way that they should have.
I mean, still amazing to see, obviously, the upsets. Every game is getting a lot more competitive. Cruelty, I think, you know, that's a game that everyone should be highlighting and looking at because it didn't come down to M80 just playing poorly. Cruelty showed up.
yes.
Cruelty came to win.
I don't want anything taken away.
Also, to mention that Cruelty and Envy came through the T2 scene. So that just goes to show you how important that those element games are.
Okay, but also let's have a look at the standings in regards of where exactly does this put us, because earlier today we were really emphasizing on how it was very top heavy and how the teams in the top of the league were like getting all the points, which is still the case when we are looking at Dark Zero and Shopify as well as SSG. But now, you know, Cruelty, again, just one win away from being in that top 6. And that is a great position for every single team to be in, because it does make everything just a tad bit more competitive.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 games, you're already fighting for top 4. OXG has already played all of the teams at the bottom, Cloud9 to Wildcard. So it's only going to get harder for OXG. M80 supposedly was going to have an easy game today, ended up losing. So it just goes to show how close everything can be, especially if the teams at the bottom start to get a little bit more consistent. They get to get more wins, potentially more upsets. Easily 2 play days, and we could see everything completely change from that 4th to the bottom spots, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. I mean, I just want to see it again just for myself and just show the viewers, because when we look at it from a broad spectrum of just every single region, NA by far has the most distinct in terms of the placements and the points. And realistically, like you were saying, Jenny, Cruelty just gets 1 point, well, 3 points, wins tomorrow. They put themselves in 6th, depending how Envy goes and the rest. But I mean, that bottom half, realistically, it's up for grabs to make top 6 here at this point.
Yeah.
And if everyone can keep getting better, realistically, that fight for top 6 is going to be even more fun to watch than seeing what the top 4 can look like.
Yeah, everyone keeps getting better, so that includes the teams that had started off strongly. They gotta stay locked in.
We've
right?
seen it, you know, a few times where teams start out really strong, and then once it starts getting to the end, they just start to crumble for whatever reason.
Losing out a little bit on steam. But either way, it's a wake-up call for some of the teams that maybe didn't necessarily have the best game today. And tomorrow is a new day, a new best of 1, a new chance to get some points onto that leaderboard. Interestingly, my game that I would probably pick would be SSG. I think that's going to be a very close game. Again, both of these teams also sitting towards the top of the leaderboard, 1 point difference. So the winner really here could shoot themselves up into number 2, because still TZ is yet to be defeated.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a heater of a matchup. For me, I love the lower level teams, obviously. I mean, M80, OXG, both losses today, so...
Lower level teams, M80, OXG?
Yeah, well...
Okay.
I mean, right now, the losses both stuck at 9 points. One of them is going to have to lose and still be stuck at 9 points, leaving the gap for the other teams at 3 to be able to climb back up. And then for me, I think game of the day, after what we just watched, should be Cruelty Wildcard.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a little voice crack. It's getting a little late. My voice is it's getting a little more raspy, but I want to watch Cruelty. I don't want this to be a one-off. I don't want to give them all this praise, get behind them, and then immediately they fall flat versus Wildcard. I want to see this same iteration from what we saw today transitioning into tomorrow.
You need the points.
You should pick up Ivan I'm sure all of Cruelty and Fantasy League is open right now, so you should just pick up Ivan, Fatal.
Why don't you want Ivan? Ivan's on.
Low key, I could.
Ivan's
I could
on
pick
mine.
Fatal.
You can't
Fatal.
take him from mine. Just gotta grab Fatal.
You can only pick one, and I think.
Okay, and I'm going to grab a cab back to the hotel. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for today. We're going to be back tomorrow with more games, 5 best of ones coming your way. It's getting a little bit spicy, so I'm sure you want to tune in for that. Until then, take care of yourself, have a good night, and we're going to see you tomorrow.